You have a dilemma going on in your mind that is unresolvable without our help. I guarantee you.
Okay, fine.
You'll be able to figure it out on your own.
Okay, listen to this.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so
Snell's
just
law,
relax.
the refractions
No,
law,
hold
and an
on,
interface between two
no,
medium.
hold on. No, hold on. Relax. You're not going to continue speaking like this. We're going to move on to see if anybody new is here. You're going to mute yourself and have mic discipline for right now.
Oh no, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get up and
same.
make some coffee.
And we're going to hear
I'll
from
be back
someone
later.
else like Chubbs, perhaps.
Yeah, someone else talk about it.
Just just listen. Don't even comment for now. Just be scarce for just a little while.
Chubb's a regular.
It'll pay off dividends. So, yeah, I think so. You know, he is. Whoever
I'll talk
else
to you later.
want to speak.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Join discord.gg/flatearth to join in the conversation about our Earth. Remember to get VC verified.
Enemy spotted.
Sage.
So you have the answer of the universe.
We had
42.
Yeah, we had a little chat before in the VC check-in, and Sage believes that he lives on a globe. So, do you have any
Sage.
questions about Flat Earth, Sage, or does anyone have any questions towards Sage?
I don't think I have any questions. I'm just enjoying the conversation and listening to people.
You're not interested why people believe the Earth is flat, or know the Earth is flat?
I mean, I would say I'm interested. That's probably why I'm here, but I'm not. So far, I haven't seen any real compelling arguments.
Oh, that's just because we've been kind of talking amongst ourselves when we talk about other subjects when there's no kind of globers in here. So,
Right on.
What's your best evidence that you live on a ball?
Probably gravity.
Okay, so
and
do you know if there's a scientific?
I was just gonna say, and the observable universe, like other planets, and makes sense that we would be on a similar planet as to those around us. Constellations is another really good one.
Yeah, what do they prove about the surface of the Earth?
Well, if we were on a flat Earth or a flat surface, rather, the constellations, they wouldn't look the way they do when you move to different locations throughout the surface of whatever it is we're on.
Yeah, I think I think you're confusing two kind of ideas. Now, there's one, the heliocentric version is, there's an outer space, and we're a planet that resides in the outer space, and then the stars are stars that are billions of light years away or billions of miles away, and they're huge gas balls. We don't actually, we're not a flat disk floating in space or the vacuum of space.
Okay, so where are we if not in space?
Don't know, man, but the whole place measures flat and level.
So what's the sun?
Don't know. Do you know?
I think it's a giant ball of burning shit.
Yeah, so you used the word think there, didn't you?
I mean, to the best of my knowledge, that's what it is. It produces heat and light and
Well, it's not really your
radiation.
knowledge, though, is it? It's knowledge that you've gained by someone telling you that it's a big ball of burning gas in the vacuum of space.
Not
That's not
necessarily.
anything that you've done to confirm it, yeah?
Well, I mean, I do have a telescope. I can make observations of my own.
Watch
And
the sun through a telescope?
oh,
On
not
Earth?
directly. Not directly, no. But I can watch parts of what gets emitted from it without harming my eyes.
Yeah. So, how does this confirm whether you live on a? Even if you were saying the sun is a ball of gas, would this relate to the surface of the Earth? Could you confirm that the surface of the Earth is curved by looking at the sun?
Could I confirm that the Earth is? Wait, say that one more time.
Could you confirm the Earth is a ball, a curved surface, by looking at the stars or the sun?
I think through observing them, yes, you certainly could.
How would that work?
Well, I mean, you can track it, you can measure it.
Yeah, but you're just tracking things moving across the sky, yeah?
Yes and no. I mean, so those things moving across the sky, they rotate, right? And
How do you know that?
well, through observation. I mean, if we look at Jupiter, for example, you can see rotations taking place on Jupiter.
Because of dots going past it?
No, because of its surface. You can see how its surface
when you look
changes
through a
and
telescope, you
rotates.
see in 2D, you don't see in 3D. There's no depth in one lens.
Right,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is if you take, let's say you take 50 different images of those 2D objects, right? And you see that they're transitioning, and they're transitioning in a certain direction, and it's consistent.
The dots?
Or whatever it is that you're looking at on the surface of Jupiter. Let's look at its red spot, right? That's what it's known for. You can track that and see, okay, it's moving around this
Was that
thing.
Is that the storm moving or the planet rotating?
Well, it could be both, right? I mean, something's going in a circular fashion around this thing.
You just said you can see it rotating by the storm moving. So if the storm moves, then it's not rotating. Like, how do you confirm that all this stuff that you're saying is true?
Well, and you can do the same thing with the moon, right? I mean, you can do it with the moon, you can do it with any of the other planets. I mean, I don't see why that's...
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the surface of the Earth? So if you're saying things in the sky look circular, I can't confirm they're spherical, but they look circular. That tells me that the surface that I'm standing on is spherical.
Okay, so no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that...
Well, it kind of is, but yeah.
Well, no. I mean, so with all due respect, I'll say what I'm saying, and you can say what you're saying.
Yeah, no worries.
So what I'm saying is that through my observations, I can tell the objects in the sky, whatever we're calling it, are spherical in nature and not just circular, based on the 2D images that I'm seeing.
Based on 2D images, you're seeing spheres. That makes no sense.
Well,
do you know
wait,
that?
1 second, you didn't let me finish.
Wait. Well,
okay.
let me
if we're gonna
finish.
cut people off,
and
sure.
I'm gonna fucking cut you off. You damn skippy, I am. You're looking out into fairy tale space, the vacuum of space. You're in a second law of thermodynamics violation. Therefore, any claims that you make about what's out there in your paradigm is heretofore void. No pun intended. Get it?
No.
Yeah, you're in a second law of thermodynamics violation out there with your telescope. It's not natural science either. What's your experiment?
What are you talking about?
Your claim
How
is
am I violating anything?
nonsensical. Your claim is nonsensical.
Well,
you can't appeal to it because it's in the second law of thermodynamics violation.
So before we get into my violation, let's talk about yours.
Well, your sister doesn't seem to mind. Clown. What's your scientific evidence for your sphere-tard?
Can we be respectful or?
Yeah, I'm respecting you. What is your scientific evidence for your sphere-tard? Second time.
So you just keep muting me or?
Third time, I'm not going to ask you again. What is your scientific evidence for your sphere-tard?
I'm not familiar with that term.
The scientific evidence? You're not familiar with that?
No, the sphere. What did you say it was?
Sphere-tard.
An Earth sphere. You don't know. You never heard of sphere Earth?
Oh, I have. Yeah, I didn't. I
Okay, that's what he's
misheard
talking
him.
about.
Sorry.
That's what. Hey, that's what he's fucking talking about. Just listen up. Shut your fucking pie hole and listen.
Wow.
What is your scientific evidence for your globe? How about that? Does that help you out a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, and I was trying to describe that. And
Oh,
then
you were. You are a pretender clown numpty dipshit. The first words out of your mouth should have been, no. That's a malformed question because you can't science a sphere. The reason being is the scientific method only adjudicates natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing to do with shapes. So therefore, you are a pretender clown. How about that?
And I don't understand the reasoning with what you just said.
Yeah, you wouldn't because you're a dumbass.
What? Dude. Okay. I'm going to ask you this question very simply, friend. You can answer yes or no. What is the cause of shape? Remember, the only two options are yes or no. So it's an unanswerable question because it's incoherent, correct? Obviously.
He said the only options are
I
yes
was
or no.
muted at the time, so I couldn't respond.
Please.
No, you couldn't respond because there's no answer.
Ask him again.
Okay. Answer yes or no. What is the cause of shape?
Yes or no?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So if you could pay attention to that riddle, why couldn't you pay attention to a cause and effect relationship doesn't adjudicate what shape something is?
Well, I can. I just don't appreciate being directly offended when I'm.
Oh, it can. So a cause and effect relationship can be attributed to a shape. Please go on, Mr. Non Sequitur. You don't
What would
know
you
what
like me? No. What would you like me to go on about?
You don't know what natural nothing. You've already
Oh my
exposed
goodness.
yourself. Mae West is friggin' blushing in the corner.
Well, hold on. Since he's open, I'd like you to come over and fluff my pillow. Right? Then you can massage my back a little bit.
You don't know what natural science is, dude.
So
you.
Yeah, I understand you're talking to me.
Yeah, you. Yeah, you don't know what natural science is. You would fail intro to natural science, 5th grade.
Well, it's a shame I didn't.
Well, you would have. Your parents must have paid off the teachers because that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
I was an orphan.
Oh, that's okay. Well, your guardians, they must have paid them off.
I didn't have any, man. I was in an orphanage.
You don't know what natural science is, do you?
I do.
No, you don't. You just exposed yourself, sunshine. Everyone heard it.
So I come in here and I spoke
We don't
to
really care about how you come in here, your favorite color. We don't care about that shit. You just exposed yourself as a pretender clown numpty dipshit by not saying, I'm sorry, sir. That is a malformed question. You can't infer, test on a shape in natural science. That's what you should have said.
Why can't you?
Why can't you? Because cause and effect relationships are a category error to what is questions.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Yes, listen. We're tacitly aware that this does not make sense to you.
Well, I mean, I don't understand why you can't do what he was saying.
Oh my
Okay,
God!
well
So
then,
you're not only compromised with your science acumen, you're retarded.
don't get me wrong, friend. You could totally vindicate yourself by disproving Mr. Quantum Eraser's statements by simply explaining a cause and effect chain of events, right? That is the cause of sphere.
Well, I was in the process of doing that before I was cut off.
It's fucking moronic. It's trying to go ahead and explain married bachelors. Go on, floor is yours. Explain married bachelors, because that's what you just said, essentially. Go ahead.
I don't want to explain anything about married bachelors. I don't know what
Same
you're
fucking
talking.
thing.
Look,
you're in a paradox. It's a category error, son.
am I the only one who thinks that I've tried to be respectful and I'm
Shut
being
the
met with disrespect?
fuck up. Your little Nancy fag routine doesn't surf here, son.
Yeah,
You know
keep
how
in
long
mind.
you know how long
let
we've
me
been dealing with Nancy fags? About
Yeah,
8
yeah.
years. Your appeals are falling on deaf ears.
Yeah, keep in mind, friend, you're telling us that you can apply the scientific method to a shape.
I'm not trying to tell you guys you're wrong.
Well, then what are you trying to do?
I wasn't
trying to do?
I wasn't trying to come in here and upset anybody. I genuinely was just trying to see what you guys were talking about and
We're not
understand.
upset. We're not
Okay,
upset.
well,
why are you appealing to complete strangers' emotions? Go ahead on with your scientific evidence for a sphere. We want to see what's the first step in the scientific method. Go ahead and Google it real quick. You'll probably get the wrong fucking answer, by the way.
You want me to answer you the question of what's the first step in the scientific method?
Yeah, that's what I did. So you fucking delayed long enough and stalled. What is it?
I'm not looking it up. I don't intend to answer your question either.
All right, then you don't get to fucking speak anymore. Fuck off. How about that? Next.
Oh man, I was going to tell him what we're all about after I finish this donut.
Huey.
Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned comments that I made in older videos of yours or FED crews.
No, I was looking at another video you were on there. It was from, I don't know, about a year ago.
Yeah. I'll apologize for those comments.
Okay.
I was coming from a place of being underinformed and I was still pretty new and I got fired up and in hindsight, I was wrong to make those comments, so I'll apologize for those.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
Weren't we just beefing like 3 hours ago?
What?
Weren't we beefing 3 hours ago?
I don't know. Is that a euphemism?
Not you.
Is that like when you invite the boys over and say, "Don't tell anyone"?
No.
Okay.
This is what chocolate was talking.
What? What? Wait a minute.
Nah,
Wait a
yeah,
minute. Wait a minute,
made an
dude.
honest joke.
Wait a minute. Did Chocolate send you any of our DMs? I told him not to send them to anybody.
Oh,
Yeah. So before I came out from my donut eating excursion, I heard that guy talking about objects up in the sky may or may not be spheres, and then I also heard him say I was trying to demonstrate how to scientifically arrive at the Earth as a globe, and I was thinking to myself, okay, so scientific method, object over there is sphere, therefore Earth is sphere. So the cause of the Earth being a sphere is an object over there being a sphere. So one object is a sphere, therefore another object is a sphere. Wow. Slow clap.
Has nothing to do with kindness, Salaman. He came in with a claim, right? If he wanted to sit here and listen, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But then he said something to the effect that he hasn't seen any evidence for flat. I heard that. I was away from my mic. I didn't get back quick enough to give him that. And then he started claiming globe proof. That's not somebody listening, attentive. And then he came out with a clusterfuck. Why do we even have to explain this to you? You were here. You heard him. You want me to be nice? Do you want me to be polite when he's pissing down my back and telling me it's raining? Is that what you want me to do? Come off mute. We've had this discussion before some years ago. Do we need to establish it again?
Nah, look who said it, man. I didn't say that.
I'm sorry. Did I falsely indict you?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Man, we're on the apology train tonight.
I'm sorry.
So-
It was Incre. Sorry, Salesman. Like I said, I'm sorry. That wasn't you. Incre, come off mute.
Huh.
You understand what I just said?
I didn't hear it. Okay.
Yeah. So the reason why he got brutalized is that he wasn't just coming in here to listen, right? He had said he's seen no claims, substantial ones, I'm paraphrasing, for a flat earth. I was away from my mic. I couldn't get back to it in time. And then he started giving globe, quote unquote, globe proofs. That's not somebody that's just a newbie here to listen to reasoned arguments. So I handed him his ass. What's the problem?
Well, I heard some of his globe proofs, and they didn't seem very experienced or well argued.
Sure. Yep.
Well, I just felt like it merited a calmer discussion.
It was a calm discussion.
Well, maybe that's subjective.
So if he didn't know the material, then why was he supporting it so adamantly?
Because we're all taught it, man. People just argue it. I didn't. I was inquisitive, but I did think it was ridiculous. Flat Earth, like.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than what this guy was doing, though. What you're talking about, it's cats and dogs.
All day.
He was just in denial. They all do this. They all grasp at straws. He was looking at the sky and saying, "Oh, I see 2D sphere or circles. Therefore, I'm standing on a sphere." It's completely incoherent. He just doesn't realize it because he's grasping at straws. He wants his belief to be true.
Yeah. And the burning gases in a vacuum, have good luck with that. What a retard.
Fair enough. Well, fair enough, but I'll answer his question since he asked. What is it all about? It's all about this. The Earth is allegedly covered in water at 70% of the known territory. Water is flat and level. It's an axiom of life. So if 70% of the territory is flat and level, and the contingent necessity of a sphere is 360-degree curvature, the Earth cannot possibly be a sphere. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past.
All that Latin makes me hot.
Yeah, now I'd like to hear if he has any valid counter-arguments, because his incoherent fallacies are not valid arguments.
You want me to take him off mute?
Yeah, I want to hear him respond to AI.
Only if he promises not to address any concern trolling about how he was treated. If he wants to talk about the argument, go for it.
All right, there you go, AI. He's all yours.
All right, so
What's
the
the
contingent
question?
necessity, the question is this. The Earth is covered in 70% water. Water being level and flat is an axiom throughout human history. If 70% of the territory is flat and level, and the sphere requires 360-degree curvature as a contingent necessity, then the Earth cannot possibly be a sphere. What say you?
I don't see how those statements. I don't see how those statements are
Kick him out.
true. What you said.
Kick him out.
Well, what statement?
Well, that a spherical object can't hold water or can't have water on its surface.
Get out. Get out.
He didn't say that. You need to listen better.
Get out.
If you have a live stream, you can play it back on repeat if you want.
He's on mushrooms.
For real?
It sounds like it.
Oh. You trying to get me busted again for picking on the mentally impaired? All right, no rebuttal. The proposition stands as true. Case closed.
Yes, water is flat and level. Ladies and gentlemen, also Earth is stationary. That means not moving and can't possibly be existing in a vacuum of an infinite and expanding vacuum. But what?
Yeah, so
A vacuum of a vacuum? You said a vacuum
okay,
of a vacuum.
fair, but there's only one rebuttal. There's only one rebuttal that meets the task of defeating the axiomatic human experience throughout antiquity that water's flat and level, and that is demonstrable surface curvature.
Yeah.
That is the only rebuttal. What happens in the sky, whether dinosaurs had big or small wieners, doesn't matter.
I thought you were going to promote your sect for a second.
Hey, bro, this is a long game, okay? Sometimes it takes little psychological effects, you know what I'm saying?
This is a family show.
Yo, man, if you're the leader, I'm going to drink the Kool-Aid, whatever the Baptism is. I'm with you.
Oh, he's hilarious. So, is that vagabond? Hey, yeah, that's the first time I laughed all freaking week, man.
Good.
I'm here
see?
for bringing the comedy back to the channel, man.
Right. So let's be clear. There's an open table waiting for demonstrable Earth curvature to be placed on it. Who's got some?
But is the table
Yeah,
flat? Because the ball is going to just fall off if it's not flat.
That's right. Well, yeah, it's like Exhibit A. It's just sitting there empty, Your Honor. What do we do about that?
I need a concave table so it doesn't fall.
It's not.
Sorry.
It actually
No,
has to
you
be
go ahead.
level.
Since Sage is still here,
the table has to be level and flat.
since Sage is still here, how about we go over his so-called proofs? Sage, do you understand that if you see someone driving in a Ferrari, that does not mean that you're in a Ferrari?
Yeah, it's painful, dude. Your argument is object over there is sphere, therefore the object I'm standing on is sphere. That is not sound reasoning in any way, shape, or form. Okay, you have a lot of philosophical assumptions built into that before you can even come to even close to a conclusion. And you have to prove all of those assumptions true first. That's why I just cut through all that nonsense and just asked you for the surface curvature of the object in question, because that's the contingent necessity. What objects are doing over there is not contingently necessary to the surface of the Earth. So just throw all that in the garbage bin where it belongs and focus on the proper argument, which is the surface of the Earth. If you can't demonstrate the surface of the Earth to be curving, then your claim is null.
I can respect why you guys are saying that. I'm not trying to tell you guys that you're wrong. It was asked of me why I thought what I thought, and that's why I was sharing what I was sharing. So I'm not trying to be rude
How
or
do you
say,
guys
hey, you're
not know to go, oh, wow, thank you for pointing out the error in my thinking. I concede. Every time someone puts a genuine thought out response to some shit that some dummy has said, you guys go, well, look, I wasn't trying to be oppositional. I wasn't trying to start a war or anything. And, I don't want to do anything that'll cause you to call me dumb. I'm just trying to fit in. What the fuck? Where y'all
Yeah.
learning this shit from? Like,
Yeah,
where
for
is this?
example, Elijah, I demonstrate to him how his rationale is flawed intrinsically. And rather than recognize it, he just said, oh, I could see how you think what you think. Didn't recognize that what he's thinking is an error. Now, to be fair to him, just because the reasoning that led him to his conclusion is false doesn't mean his conclusion is necessarily false. It could be proven otherwise. For example, by demonstrating surface curvature. That would prove it in the first instance. So how about some of that?
So just to be clear, I didn't come here to try and talk about why the Earth is round or why it's flat. I genuinely just wanted to listen in and try and understand. So just so you guys understand my motive, that was never it, to come in here and prove a point.
Well, fair point, but it's been demonstrated to you that the most rational conclusion, since water is axiomatically flat and level, is that the Earth is flat and level along with the water, and we all experience down as down everywhere we go. We experience horizontal as horizontal everywhere we go. We don't experience anything different than that. So the globe is an extraordinary claim which doesn't have the proof in the first instance, which is directly demonstrable surface curvature. So there's no such thing as prove the flat Earth. The flat Earth is what we experience every single day. The globe is the claim that requires the proof.
Okay. And I think the only thing that I'm trying to get at is, even if, let's suppose you guys are all right and the Earth is flat, and my observation.
Hold on, you cut out, brother. Start over from like 10 seconds ago.
Oh, wonder what happened to me.
Hold
Am I?
That was cool.
You guys can't hear me very well.
No, you're
No, you
back. You
cut
just
out.
completely cut out.
I apologize if my connection's not stable enough, and I can just type it out if you want. But
No, we got the gist of it, bro. You just cut out like the last part.
So I claim that I am a man of science and that I like science. It would be wrong for me at face value without going and experimenting on that myself, right? So
sure,
you'll have to pardon my apprehension.
Well, you just
when
said
you guys
you're a
tell me
man.
something.
You just said you're a man of science, but you.
Well, I like to think that.
You like to think you're a man of science, but you don't know what natural science even is.
I never said I didn't know what that is.
No, I said that you don't know what it is, and you proved it by not calling me out with a malformed question.
I didn't feel the need to call you out.
Oh, dude, I mean, it's very easy to correct your typos post hoc. Okay, so let's just put that aside and be friends going forward. And let's say we have a proposition on the table that we're standing on a continuously curving surface, minus the topology and topography and all of those things, to which water, the surface water, is not privy to because it's a continuous amorphous body, right? So that means that surface water, the continuous amorphous body that's stuck on the Earth, is either flat and level exactly as we experience it, or it's curving.
Right.
So the only way to arbitrate that proposition is to measure the water and see if it's curving or not. Would you agree?
I think that would be a good experiment to do. Yeah.
Okay, let's just call it a measurement.
Yeah, that's not an experiment. You compromise yourself.
Or observation, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, so what would be a good method to use, in your view, that you could think of?
The scientific method.
Holy mother of poop doopy doo.
Is that not a good method?
No, that is the right answer.
Okay.
Dude, don't gaslight him. You try to torture this poor guy.
The method is great. It's just a category error, bro.
Let me ask you this question, friend. Since I do construction, right? So when I level a plot, let's say the one we did, we were going to put in a foundation, right? When we went to shoot the grade to find out how much earth we had to take out, did we use the scientific method?
I don't know.
Holy crap.
I've never done that myself.
Dude, how can you claim to consider yourself a man of science, and when I ask you about shooting a grade and removing earth, and whether that falls under the scientific method, you say, I don't know, rather than saying, well, of course not. All that you did was measure and then take the earth out.
Well, I've never done that, so that's why I claim I'm a man of science. I haven't done that. I've never shot a grade myself.
You don't have to do it. The point is, you don't have to do it. You just have to recognize it's not science.
Well, science is about doing and performing and experimenting. And if I haven't done it myself.
All right.
Oh, interesting. So is science about performing composition fallacy? Is that what it's about?
I don't know.
Well, that's what you just did, friend. What you did is say when you're executing the scientific method, you do things. When you're digging a ditch, you do things. Therefore, digging a ditch is the scientific method.
Right. And I think you have done that based on what you've told me. I have not, is what I'm telling you.
Oh, brother, you're missing the elephant in the room. You just contradicted yourself yet again.
I don't see how I did.
I know that's the
Please
problem.
explain.
You're
Because you're a
retarded.
man of science.
You're retarded. That's my
Okay, let me
explanation.
try. Let me try one last time, friend. Okay, so I have this 2x4, right? And I have a wall, and the wall is cut shorter than 8 feet, but one of the studs is broken, so I take it out and I want to replace it. But the stud that I bought is 8 feet long, so I must cut the stud to fit in the hole or the gap between the top plate and the bottom plate, which is less than 8 feet. So what I do is I take out my tape measure, I stick it on one board, I go down to the other board, and I look where the line is, and I see 79.5 inches. Then I go over and I cut my board. Okay. In that process, where is the cause and effect relationship being adjudicated by direct experimentation?
I don't know.
There isn't one. That's the answer. Therefore, it's not science that I'm doing. I'm just doing tasks that include measuring and cutting. That's it.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah,
So
that's good.
in other words, yes, in other words, friend, going out and measuring something is not applying science.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say simply is that shapes and measure are not scienceable. You can't do science to shapes, like distances. That would be like, how would you science a cube?
Right, friend.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I want to give you another example in the reverse. Okay, so you've heard of boiling water before, right? You've seen it happen in your life, right?
Yeah.
Most likely. Okay, so check this out. There's a certain temperature that water boils at, right? In general, okay? 100 degrees Celsius, right?
Yes.
So if you apply 100 degrees Celsius to water, that water will boil. So
Depending, right?
if 100 degrees Celsius, yeah, you could choke up the variables. That's not the point.
Okay.
If 100 degrees Celsius applied to water, water will boil. Okay. But that does not mean that boiling water is the cause of 100 degrees Celsius.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Right. Just like me measuring isn't the cause of cutting the board.
Or like you looking at the stars, that has a correlation to the floor you're standing on either. It's the same thing. You must agree. So you agree to all of the premises just now that Arden just spoke of.
Correct. And to be clear, back to what I was saying previously, I would be very surprised if most of us, if not all of us, at one point believed the surface of which we're standing on is spherical. So I'm coming in.
We all did. Sorry to interrupt you. I had to break in then because it's really important. We all did. All of us. Nearly all of us. We're globers.
Right.
I was for 58 years. Not only was I a glober, I was a globe Earth expert. When I was a little nerd years and years ago, I could tell you all the sizes, shapes, distances, everything. How many moons, what they look like, the names of them, how large they were, how far they were from the center of mass of the planet they're supposed to be on. I knew all of it, bro. I'm an expert at it.
So I'll give you an anecdote. So in my time in this venue, I've experienced less than 3 people who grew up flat earthers. That means that their parents taught them the earth was flat, or their society. One of them was an Indian woman who grew up on a reservation, and their view of the universe was flat, and that's what she was taught. Another one I think was some type of Amish or Mennonite or something, and the other I can't remember exactly, but I know it was no more than that. Other than that, dude, these extreme examples and niche examples, most people believe the Earth is a globe because they were told so in their youth. And then that told so was reiterated through mass media for the rest of their lives. They never actually experienced Earth as a globe. They never seen curved water. They've never seen curved Earth. None of the claims of the globe they have ever experienced, not once. Yet they believed it anyway.
So when we say curved water, are we talking about if I pour out some water on my desk in front of me right now, and I can see that the water has a curvature to it? We're talking about something different, correct?
Obviously.
Okay.
We're talking about the Earth, brother. The Earth.
We're not talking about the meniscus on the sides of a container that you hold in your hand, showing that like that's a meniscus. That's the surface tension of the water. If you look over the ocean, there's a mean level between high and low troughs of waves, right? So if you can look off in the distance and all the peaks of the highest waves, you're looking over and you're looking 6 miles down and you're looking at another shoreline. From shoreline to shoreline, you're looking over the water, let's say at 6 feet above sea level, and you can see 5 to 6 miles. That shoreline that you're zooming into, that you can actually see tiny little waves, 1 and 2 foot waves, breaking on the far shore while you're zoomed in, should be 16.667 feet vertically lower than your elevation. That means there would be a ball or bulge of water in between you and the said object. So you could never possibly see that unless the Earth was flat. Now, if you go to the Black Swan, that's 10 miles. That should be 66.67 feet in lower elevation. That means a drop in elevation below the sagitta of the curve. So that Black Swan, the Black Swan itself makes the Earth radius because of this observation 264,000 miles. So you have to ask yourself, what is your margin for error in the globe itself? Because we have the islands in the same view. It would make the Earth about 1 billion miles in diameter.
Yeah. Keep in mind, I have to point this out because we get this a lot about small droplets of water, that the globe claim isn't that globes cause raindrops or globes cause, pods of water on your windshield. The claim is that there's this giant ball floating in a free space that is surrounded by a near infinite vacuum, right, in which water is wrapped 360 degrees around it. Right? That's the claim on the globe side against the base human axiom experience that water's flat and level in aggregate bodies. That's what we experience everywhere we go.
And 3 of the 4 wild claims require containment.
Right. All these globe claims, my friend, are directly against natural human experience. For example, they will tell you that you're revolving around the sun, but you are standing still in your experience and the sun is above you, moving. But they will tell you you're the one that's moving. The sun isn't moving. That's against your experience. They'll tell you that water curves around a ball. That's against your experience. They'll tell you that down is inwards and people in Australia are antipodal to you. But if you go to Australia, you're right side up. So the claim that Australians are antipodal to North Americaners is against your experience.
Yeah. I guess my question, probably one of my biggest questions for flat earthers is, what about time zones? What's your guys' takes on time zones?
Well, hold on, friend. What are time zones?
Well, so basically when the sun sets, the sun rises at different times. And, I was just on a business trip the other week where I was 3 hours difference from my family. We got on a call. The sun had set for them. It wasn't setting for me. So I want to know, if the...
Okay, so sure. Yeah, I get you.
I just want to understand, if we're on a flat surface, it should set and rise for all of us at the same time, I would think.
Well, you're making a lot of assumptions there that you don't know you're making. And I could parse you through those assumptions, or I could just show you an image of a demonstration. So just look in the live stream voice text and you'll see a demonstration of a hemispheric dome over a flat representation of the Earth with a singular light source. And you'll notice that it's not possible for the light to illuminate the entire surface. So it is not true that a singular light source must, of a necessity, if it's above a surface, illuminate the entire surface. That again is a claim.
So what is that thing that the light source is moving around?
What thing?
That's
the image there.
It's a
Okay,
flat
so that
surface
is
with a half dome.
yes,
Is that?
it's a piece of paper printed out Earth flat, and a hemispheric mag dome that is usually a paperweight that uses a magnifier placed over it. So it's an intermediary medium between the light and the receiver of the light that causes the light to not be able to illuminate the entire surface because the light isn't strong enough to reach the whole surface. Now, we know that we have an atmosphere, correct? And we know that light has attenuation and it also has an extinction limit. And it has what's known as atmospheric occlusion. And it also has scattering and dithering, right? So there's no necessary reason that a singular light source must illuminate the entire Earth.
Right.
Now, keep in mind, Fred, I want to point this to you.
Well, and I would agree with that. The no singular light source does illuminate the Earth. We've got other bodies of whatever that we want to call them.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But I want to just point out that whatever the sun is and whatever the light is doing, they are not affixed to the surface. And if you measure the surface water and it measures flat, then it's flat. If it measures curved, then it's curved. So what the sun is doing is highly irrespective of whether that surface water is flat or not.
So there's a lot of demonstrations of people talking about the curvature and the water situation that you guys have been describing, where, you know, if we have a ship that's way far out in the ocean.
Absolutely, I understand. So I want to ask you a question.
You're watching it and you can see that it looks like it's below.
Okay, stop right there, friend.
Yeah.
Stop right there and focus on what you just said. It looks like. Who went out and validated the arc of the water between point A and B to verify that what you think is going on is what's going on? Okay, because rest assured, friend, if you say to yourself, I can't see the bottom of that boat, and theorize in your mind, well, that would be true if there was a big hump of water in between me and it. Now, that is true if the if was conditionally proved in the first instance. Otherwise, you just have a logical fallacy known as affirming the consequent. So you have to validate the first instance of the conditional if, which is that surface curved? And the way to validate that is with direct measurement. So, for example, my friend, there are highly advanced theories of optics, right? And physical necessities of optics that mean, of a necessity, as an object moves away from you and approaches 0 degrees in your field of view, relative to the propagation angles, which is the light coming, and the reception angles, which is what the optic can receive, as soon as that light angles fall below the angular resolution limit of the optic, all the image that's within that range is unresolvable. Now, I want to tell you something very curious. And just roll with me on this with an open mind. The alleged horizon where things start to disappear for a 6-foot tall observer is 3 miles approximately. Now, the triangle of your angular resolution limit intersecting a horizontal line extending out from your feet for a 6-foot tall observer is, guess where? Approximately 3 miles. So, I know that optics could cause the bottoms of things to be unresolvable. 1, because I've seen it in my real life. 2, because it's mathematically and physical necessity of having an optics with an angular field of view. So it's not true that the only thing that can preclude the bottom of something is an object in the way, such as an Earth curve hump. So we're left with an affirming the consequent that has not been conditionally validated. So again, the arbitration of whether or not that if is true has to be and can only be direct measurement. You notice how no matter which way we go, we end up with the conditional for the first instance proof being direct measurement of the surface. It's the only way.
You're saying that on a flat surface, when I go out 3 miles, the amount of whatever it is that I'm looking at diminishes because why? To me, as the observer.
Let me make clear. Let me make clear to you. You already know this is true. It's called the law of perspective. You already know that everything as it recedes away from you diminishes. Correct?
Yeah.
Right. So now you just need to go the extra step and understand the way in which the angular relationship on the y-axis diminishes. So normally people use ideal perspective like an artist draws with a point, and then they draw the lines to it, and then they draw their little buildings. You know that. You've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the way optics work. Optics work with diminishing returns as the angles get smaller, right? Because the wavelengths of light interfere with each other. Now, whether light is a wave or a particle doesn't really matter. You could prove these things with optical experiments that these things diminish and interfere. And this is why we have things like the Rayleigh criterion, which is the mathematical formula for an optic of what its resolvability is. So
why?
You know. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to ask. So we agree that as something recedes away from you, diminishes. I think that we both agree. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you had a perfect straight line, 1 for 1 for every, let's just call it ray of light to every point, you could see the entire object with no effects of perspective whatsoever, but we have an angular field of view. Now, as the angle approaches 0 degrees, the angle gets smaller and smaller, right? It's obvious.
Right.
Now, also, the angle from the top to the bottom is bigger than the angle from the 90% of the top to the bottom is bigger than the angle from the 80% of the top to the bottom, because we see in packets, we don't see in points, even though there's a trillion, billion, quadrillion points of light on an object. An object is not an all or nothing. It's many, many points of packets of light that are available to us to be resolved. Now, if any of those packets of light, let's just call them separate colors like blue and red or white, if any of them fall within the same angle, right, of propagation and reception, that's below your resolvable limit. For the human eye, it's 0.02 degrees. When those angles are below 0.02 degrees, all of that information becomes unresolvable. And it just so happens that as you approach 0 and you go out in the distance, that angle is going to be at the bottom of the object. It's exactly where it's going to be. Now, if you know anything about triangles, the triangle starts at an acute angle, and then it goes along the leg, and the opposite side, right, gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as you get away from the acute angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that big leg is causing more space on the vertical y-axis to become unresolved. And it just so happens that when you're standing on the horizon, or the horizontal, mind you, not the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
When you're standing on the horizontal, that angle is going to occupy the bottom of everything on the same plane as you. So we would expect, of a necessity, that everything in that little zone you can't see. It's not going to resolve on the sensor.
So is there a map or something that flat earthers all agree on, like so that I can see what you guys think the surface of the earth looks like?
Well, that would require information that we would all have to have the accessibility to all of the earth to acquire.
Well,
Now,
it's like, yeah, you're right. It would, wouldn't it? You'd have to have the information of the whole earth, wouldn't you?
And are we missing part of that, or?
Well, think about
well,
it this way, friend.
sorry, go ahead.
I don't want to step all over Flatsy, but it's kind of like there's a lot of things that could be answered in a complete generality. For example, in the globe, quote unquote, paradigm, that what's the cause of the seasons? The relative position of the sun to the earth. Okay. If the earth is flat, what's the cause of the seasons? The relative position of the sun to the earth. You notice how it's exactly the same? Just the particulars are slightly different. So if you had a flat earth, okay, you'd have a large area of flat water with a bunch of land.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Exactly as you'd imagine it.
Yeah.
There'd be water and some land here and there. Guess what you have on the globe Earth? You have some water and some land here and there.
Mm-hmm. So I guess what I'm trying to, the reason why I'm asking that is, I mean, we live in.
Stop, friend. Stop.
Sure.
Stop. Just stop.
Sure.
I got to stop you for 1 second to bring up a specific point.
Sure.
And I want to submit to you for your consideration.
Mm-hmm.
The reason you're asking that is because you allowed the contingent point to already have been passed by without parsing it. And that is whether the water is curved or not. The direct measurement. We've been talking about everything, but is it practical to directly measure the water to find out if it's curving or not? So now that I've said that, go ahead.
You want me to answer whether we should check to see if it's curved or no?
Don't you think that that's the only question that matters?
I think that's a great question.
No, it's the only question, friend. Though I want to be clear to you, friend. If an object is flat like a piece of paper or a sphere, we know of a necessity that a sphere requires 360-degree curvature, right? And a piece of paper doesn't have that. So if you want to know which one's which, you just apply a measure to it and see if it's curved. If it's not curved, then the other option is the truth.
Right.
Yeah,
very simple.
The reconciliation has to come with first the initial understanding whether or not the Earth is curving into a ball or not. So if it is curving into a ball, no reconciliation required. If it isn't, reconciliation is required to your worldview. That may be painful. It was to all of us, I guarantee you. But in the grand scheme of things, it was something that we were able to change our mind about because the evidence is there, whether you want to see it or not.
Right. And I get that. I appreciate you saying it that way too. And honestly, I'm kind of a masochist in that I like learning that I'm wrong on something because it's an opportunity to learn.
Perfect.
And I like learning.
Okay, so do you want to go on that journey now, or do you want to talk more about if the Earth is flat? Yeah, think about it this way. Do you want to talk about that, or do you want to talk about if the Earth was flat, then how does my globe interpretation fit on a flat Earth?
Right. So I guess my biggest question is, if we're on this flat surface, right, wherever it is, I'm not going to say in space because we don't know that space exists. We're kind of like on a stage, maybe. But if we're on this flat surface, is there an edge to it? You know, like when I think of flat Earth, I think of a coin in space, but I realize that's not the only. It's not the only way to
conclusion that
think
you can
about
draw.
flat. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, well, we understand upon further investigation, because you damn well better believe that we all investigated further once we found out the Earth isn't curving and there's no direct measurement of drop over distance curvature. So we investigate further, and that brought us to other, um, I guess, in practical terms, other truths about things that we're told, like let's say entropy. You know, entropy only goes in one direction; it increases. So we have a bunch of like laws, like natural laws that cannot be violated in nature. So we have gas pressure that we breathe here on the Earth. And if ever bothered to look up the definition of gas pressure, in the definition itself, the antecedent to it is containment, because gas pressure is caused by the gases exerting on the walls of its container. And that's how you get gas pressure in your propane tank or what have you. It's exerting pressure on the walls of the container. So if we have gas pressure here that we're breathing, there has to be containment. There has to be a container. That rules out the whole idea of, let's say, expounding on that premise. You also can't have gas pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of space, what have you. So you're left with an antecedent relationship when it comes to gas pressure due to how gas pressure is achieved, and the fact that gas pressure, when next to a vacuum, it will disperse violently in all directions. So the whole vacuum, near perfect vacuum of space is impossible. So whatever they're
Yeah,
saying,
absolutely.
and all those cartoons that they're showing you up there, it can't be possible. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. So that's why we know for a fact.
Absolutely, I agree.
So-
So, but hold on before you continue. I want to point out another parallel. So remember how I say the explanations are kind of general in both paradigms. So, for example, you ask, if the Earth is flat, what about the boundaries of the Earth? Fair point. Now, I would just as easily say, if the Earth was in a giant expanding vacuum universe, where are the edges of the universe? It's the exact same question. The boundaries are unknown and indefinite, right? To me. So it's the same question. And guess what? Philosophers and scientists have postulated the ideas about the boundaries of the alleged universe, some of them so much so that they said contemplating the boundaries of the universe are horrifying. Horrifying was the term they used. Why? Why would just wondering about, does the boundary go on forever? Does it stop at a specific point? Or what? Or is it expanding into something else? Why is that horrifying? Very interesting, but you notice how neither of those points are contingent upon the shape of the surface. So I want to submit to you that you asked the right question and then screwed it up at the end. So the right question is this, my friend. I would want to know, not if the Earth was flat, what about the edge? You should have stopped and said this. I would want to know if the Earth was flat, period.
Okay.
Now I'm going to ask you again, friend. Do you want to know that, or do you just want to talk about if the Earth was flat, how does my globe explanations fit on the flat Earth?
Yeah, I'd like to know that.
Okay, perfect. So what you do is you go out to the water and you use an effective methodology of determining whether the water is curved or flat. Let's call it laser transit. It's a very effective methodology used in grade and construction equipment. Use a laser. You set it up at a known level. You take a storyboard, which is where the laser will hit. You take it out to another location, and that will tell you the differential in the surface between point A and point B. So you take it out to a sufficient sample size. Let's call it 25 miles. At 25 miles, Craig, the globe Earth predicts a hump of Earth curve that would leave the laser beam, if it was level, in differential to the target, a 285-foot difference. So the laser would pass over the target by 285 feet. So you set the target up.
Amount, right?
Sure, but this is specifics. We're using metrics that are given by the globe, all right?
Sure.
So now you could do the same thing when you're doing a grade, by the way, or you're trying to figure out, where you want to put extra cement or take away dirt, all these types of things. Same principle. You're finding out the relief below the laser level. So this differential would be 285 feet approximately. And you set up about a 6-foot high laser, right? And then you set up a 6-foot high target. Okay, if the target is hit by the laser, right, in an ideal situation, that means the maximum differential between the water line and the laser is the 6 feet above sea level, right? So if the laser hits with a 6-foot differential to 270 feet, that is an error of 2 orders of magnitude, practically disproving the globe in totality, because it demonstrates that the curve necessary to sustain the spherical surface isn't present. That will be done through direct methodology. Now, you have to take into account ambient refraction conditions that would move the laser a maximum amount of approximately 5 feet, give or take. You then have to take in the Miller-Rad divergence at that range for that laser, right? And that was about another 3 feet. So you have 3 to 5, and of course the variable on the center. So you're talking of a maximum swing into the double digits, right? So it could be a disproval by 2 orders of magnitude and 1 order of magnitude. Either way, it's being disproved by a swing of hundreds of feet. Right? Because you're talking 285 versus 15 feet. So even if you take the 15 away from the 285, you end up with what? Carry the banana minus blue, 270, right? No, 280? No, 270. Yeah, so there you go, 270, right? 270 feet off from the prediction, nullifying it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then
let me go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, if you want to go test that out, and then compare and contrast with all of the observations done that from the flat Earth community. There's plenty of information to compare and contrast with your own observations. Don't take our word for it. We'd much rather you go and do it yourself. But you can compare and contrast with everyone else. So we got plenty of stuff here in the server.
Right. So what are we comparing and contrasting with? A proposition? No, we're comparing and contrasting with a field team known as the Field Engineer Corps, comprised of engineers, mathematicians, etc. Developed a laser system with a integrated aiming system known as the SALAD, SALAD, super accurate laser aiming device. They engineered this machine to be able to get essentially like a 1 to 6400 gear ratio, so they could steer the laser to get it level and on target, right? They built the apparatus for the laser, they put the collimator on it, and they took it to Lake Idsil. Okay, I can't remember the country, but it's somewhere in Europe. The semi-frozen lake. Okay, this was the culmination of, I think, 17 or 27, it's either 17 or 27 shots that they did, smaller, until they built their way up to the 25-mile test. At the 25-mile test across Lake Idsil, they set up 3 targets at different locations horizontally along the water, so that they could pan the laser horizontally to get it to the target. So they panned it at a short-range target, a mid-range target, and then the long-range target. Because obviously it's very hard to aim a laser because a small tweak here is going to make a big tweak out there, which is why they had to develop the sled machine.
Mm-hmm.
So they took it there, and they fired the laser across the lake, and they received the light from the laser directly in the camera next to the target board. So the light from the laser reached the target. When you analyze the target image, because lasers have a Gaussian profile, you can use a Gaussian profile analyzer to see where the beam centroid is. And when applied, it shows that the laser was pointed directly at the camera. Now, my friend, through direct methodology, the hump of Earth curve that's supposed to be the equivalent of 270 feet of differential decided to not show up to work that day.
So does it have to be done? Oh, go ahead.
Just 1 second. Water is flat and level, just like we experience it, and it's measured flat and level through laser transit. Therefore, the contiguous body of water that wraps around the Earth isn't curving, and the Earth cannot be a sphere. What say you?
I like it. I'm excited because I think I want to go and perform an experiment to confirm that. And I'm just wondering, does it have to be with a body of water that you do this, or can you go somewhere where it's extremely flat and do the same sort of experiment?
Well, I mean, you probably could. There are obviously certain benefits to doing it to water. And the reason is because any surface that's landlocked, for example, you take a wooden ball that you're going to carve.
Mm-hmm.
You could, in theory, carve off a flat spot on that ball, correct?
Absolutely.
But if you had a continuous amorphous body of water, right, that seeks its own level, so much so that it's an axiom and folklore throughout human antiquity, the phrase water seeks its level.
Yeah, you can't create a bulge or whatever in water.
Temporarily,
sure. But like
in theory, you could in the local area create a small differential, perhaps, but it's not going to sustain itself because the entire body is going to equivalate, seek equilibrium.
Yeah.
And that is why if you're looking to falsify the claim that water is wrapped around a giant ball, because that's really the core of the claim.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you falsify it. Because if you prove that water's not curving, then the 70% of the territory is proven not to be curving. Because if you just prove your backyard isn't curving, then all you've proved is your backyard isn't curving. But if you prove that 70% of the territory isn't curving, you've nullified the claim that it's a ball wrapping around itself.
So the Bonneville Salt Flats, are you familiar with them?
Yes.
What I'm thinking is I go out there and I perform this experiment because it's a vast space, right? One of the flattest areas that I can think of. I think there's somewhere much further away from me that's flatter. But if I were to go out there, perform this experiment with a laser, in theory, there should be little to no deviation.
Right. So it just so happens there's plenty of these tests done. For example, Dr. John D., whose doctorate is in optics, did a dual band laser across the body of water, right? The reason being is that different laser colors refract at different rates, and so he can mitigate and measure the refraction at the other end between the two lasers to nullify the claim of any error due to refraction, and he can quantify it. He validated there's no big hump of Earth curve. A husband and wife went on a frozen lake. The wife took a flashlight out 7 miles, saw the flashlight from 7 miles away, right? Should be below the hump. A guy took different colored beacons out on a frozen lake, did the same test with different colors for the same reasons that Dr. John Dee did, right? And they should have been refracting at different rates at the different ranges he put the different colors, demonstrating there's no hump of Earth curve. And on the list goes.
If you don't want to buy a laser, you could just
go ahead.
Look out like the sunset and how it reflects on the surface of the water. There's different ways light dissipates over concave, convex, and flat, water or surface. And you can just verify that just by the sunset if you really don't want to go into all of that and do your own experiment observing.
Hey, but I think that the Bolivian salt flats are a great place. They're just not a body of water like we were talking about. Bolivian salt flats are a globe killer.
Well, let's be clear. Some salt flats are a body of water at certain times of the year. In fact,
that's right.
they're a pristinely flat mirror.
Yeah.
A couple inches of water on the surface, and they make a pristine mirror in which you see reflections that are non-distort, right? Exactly like a specular reflection.
Yep.
Right? So when have you ever seen such a reflection from a curved surface? You haven't. You've only seen them from flat mirrors.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get myself some equipment and head out there and do this and document it and share it with you guys see how things
Hey, it
go.
would be a great vacation.
Well, dude, we've got a wiki. Listen, we've got a wiki page with hundreds of flat Earth observations. We could gladly put yours in there.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Would love to.
And then we'll let you have some snacks in the back and use our bathroom when we welcome you to Flat Earth.
Yeah, and you smoke them if you got them.
That's awesome. Yeah, so I live pretty close to these salt flats. Somebody said a vacation, but I just want to let you guys know. So I'm about 20 minutes away from them, and
wow,
I actually
lucky guy.
They're just here in Utah.
You'd be a great addition to the
Wait a minute.
flat earthers being that close.
The Bolivian. How are the
Bonneville.
Bolivian salt flats? Oh, Bonneville. There you go.
Bonneville salt flats. Yep.
They sound similar. They sound similar, though.
Pronounced it wrong.
Yeah, no. Bonneville.
Either way.
Bonneville used to be a lake, which it's evaporated, and we're left with the Great Salt Lake. But the salt flats are extremely flat, and they do a lot of land speed records out there with high-speed ground vehicles because it's so flat.
So
if you've seen Independence Day, that Will Smith was walking on the salt flats when the alien crashes and he punches it in the head.
Sorry, I wanted to apologize for telling you just shut your pie hole earlier. So,
oh, you're good.
My apologies, and I think you may be coming around just from listening to you. The change is quite remarkable, and I hope you stick to it. And it's not an experiment; it's just a line of sight observation or test. So all you're doing is checking for any elevation changes in any distance, so that's all it is. So we use water to level everything from canals. That's how they built canals. They would build a trench along the canal where the canal, like let's say there wasn't a canal, they build a trench, a big long trench, because it doesn't matter what the bottom or the sides are. When you fill it with water, It's level, so they could use that level to make the canal go from a level datum from that water top, the top of that water, over to where the canal is being built, and then dig down exactly from that level to a datum. And like the Suez Canal is 100 miles long with no locks.
It's
That water is level. That water is level from one side to the other, 100 miles or a little bit more actually, not more than 1 foot difference or something like that. So
Pretty cool that you stuck with us though, because we can be very passionate because we're always subjected to ridicule, and I guess that could turn some folks a little hard towards folks
Hold
who
on,
object.
Flatsy, you're being too
Go
kind.
ahead. I'm not
Okay.
gonna. All
No,
right.
I'm being serious. You're being too kind
Yeah,
to
you're
the
right.
opponents. 'Cause I want to explain to this friend what it is. Okay. So
Sure.
flat earthers are the niggers that are allowed to be called niggers. Flat earthers are the scum of the earth. Flat earthers are told not to breed. Flat earthers are excommunicated from their families. You could tell your family you're coming out as this, that, and the other, right? Chopping your dick off. They'll be like, "Yay! You come out as a flat earther." They'll excommunicate you. Flat earthers get discharged from churches. Why? What's so bad? Now, not only that, friend, but let me tell you what we've experienced. Okay, not only ridicule, not only shame, not only called the stupidest people on the earth, not only from the average person, but all the way up to Congress. The United States Congress and even the President of the United States has insinuated that flat earthers are stupid. What other group is allowed to be treated this way? Think about it. People will tell you, oh, you can't talk about the Jews, you can't talk about this, right? But you could just make fun of flat earthers like they deserve to die and nobody bats an eye. Nobody says, wait a minute, dude. You're talking about people's moms and dads and loved ones, and they just have an alternative cosmology. What's wrong with you? No, they chip in and laugh too. Let me tell you what we've experienced here, friend. Mr. Brian Mullen, an engineer, came up with an idea to adjudicate whether the surface was flat or curved by creating a superstructure known as forced line, which is essentially a level piece of steel that is then squared off into the distance and kept level because it's square. And you could then see whether the earth is curving below the structure or parallel with the structure. For his efforts in deciding, we could figure this out, a globe zealot decided that I'm going to seek out this man's career. He appealed to the engineering board and stuff to try to get the man fired. Told his employer. Brian Mullen had to essentially go into hiding. So he quit his ideas about flat earth and talking about it because of this man. We have had globers, okay, attempt to romantically entangle themselves with flat earth believing women with the attempt to use romance to thwart them back to the globe. And then what would they do afterwards? Dump them? Right? The list, and these are just a few of the things. The list goes on and on. How people think they have the right to treat flat earthers like they're the scumbags of the universe.
Yeah, that's
Why?
not free. That's not free thinking, and really, society shouldn't promote that sort of tolerance towards any group of people. And if I disagree with you guys, which I may right now, right, or it may not be that I'm disagreeing. It's more that I'm apprehensive and skeptical. But my skepticism has kept me safe from a lot of things. So, but I'm very open-minded. I like learning new things, and more importantly, I like meeting new people. And one of my favorite quotes is from Abe Lincoln, and he said, "Do I not destroy my enemies when I make them my friends?" And if there's no need for us to hate each other or to call each other names or try to put each other down just because we see something differently.
That's right.
I feel like respect and tolerance and kindness can go a long ways. And it doesn't matter who's right and who's wrong.
That's wrong.
But at the end of the day, science does state that there is a right, and the challenge that I see is if we're at each other's throats. Let's say I'm wrong. If I'm attacking or too defensive, the chances of me understanding that I'm wrong go significantly down. So
right. So
cool heads prevail.
Let's talk about that claim, because that is a claim that's out there, that science is right whether you like it or not. Now, that may be true only if the proposition in question and the idea in question is being put forth under the scrutiny and application of science. But most propositions alleged to be science are not science. They're pseudoscience.
True.
It's a fraud. Now, the term science has been co-opted for its vigor and rigor in the ability to adjudicate certain statements, whether true or false, primarily cause and effect relationships. Now, the experimental validity of cause and effects relationships through the scientific method, that merit was stolen and applied to things that aren't science, and they were taught to us as science. For example, the heliocentric model. The majority of the heliocentric model and idea cannot be validated through the scientific method. In fact, prominent astrophysicists today say people in my field don't use the scientific method. No one in my field uses the scientific method. What we operate on is guessing, leaps of logic, mathematical constructs, etc. So while you may be right that science has a way of validating things and arbitrating certain propositions, it is not the only source of epistemology or the arbiter of all propositions. For example, sometimes you just have to measure something. So I'll submit to you that we, as the public, have been duped into this paradigm claimed as science, but it's actually science falsely so called.
Right. No, I totally agree. There's been times in our history, recent history, I would even say that science has been wrong, right? And so we have to be careful what we call science, because I'm not saying if anybody claims that they're doing something in the name of science that they are accurate, or that there's validity behind what they're saying.
A simple Google search of the peer review crisis will demonstrate that the majority of scientific claims are never reproducible or never have been validated by experiments in the first instance. They're just one big giant circle jerk of people agreeing with each other. Now, when it comes to the heliocentric model and paradigm, specific times in the history of the formulation of this idea, there are men who have been involved as the primary pushers of the ideas that came to a conclusion where they had a fork in the road and they had to make a decision of how to interpret the facts. And in their own words, in their own lectures, in their own books, they admitted that they chose one option over the other on philosophical grounds, not necessary grounds. That should make anyone shudder when they're thinking about the scientific paradigm as this dispassionate rule of measure. No, it's not dispassionate. It has humans at the helm, and humans are corrupt. Humans lie, humans steal, humans have biases. So these men, right, came to this piece of evidence that seemed to indicate that the Earth is at the center of the universe, completely decrying certain theories. So what did they do? They decided to interpret the data differently based on a philosophical bias. They said in their own words that the idea that the Earth is at the center or in a special place in the cosmos is intolerable. Intolerable. Meaning to them, they cannot tolerate the concept that the Earth is at the center. Why? Why? Another man used the word terrifying. The implications of the Earth being at the center of the universe are terrifying. Why? Why would the Earth being in this place or that place strike terror into a man's heart? Well, my friend, you and I both know the answer, don't we? There's only one answer. Okay, the vast materialistic pursuit of the one universe theory is based on creating an excuse that we don't need a God. Okay, that's the honest truth, and that's why the implications of being in the center are terrifying. Because if we're in the center of everything, and we are the epicenter of everything, then that has huge metaphysical implications for the nature of humanity in relationship to speciality, which requires intention, and in that requires a higher power. And these men do not want to be accountable to a higher power, and that is why quotes from these men say so, like this. It's not that science forces us to create a certain apparatus of discovery, right? Rather, we choose it on philosophical biases because we cannot allow a divine foot in the door. Does that sound like dispassionate measure and rule? Or does that sound like a guy shoving his religious predispositions up an idea? Well, I think we both know the answer.
Yeah.
The formation of the heliocentric paradigm is rife with these types of examples. In fact, there's a video, right? 200 pivotal quotes from these men that change everything about this paradigm. And you could just watch this video. It's 200 quotes.
Mm-hmm.
There's a commentary, right? And each one directly demonstrates to you the bias in the way this thing was formulated. People like Einstein, Hubble, Galileo, all these people who are so pivotal in the paradigm we quote unquote have today. So let me submit to you, friend, that it's not true.
The quotes are regarding what again? Sorry, help me understand that.
The ideas about the interpretations of the facts. So you look at a set of facts, and it could be interpreted this way or it could be interpreted that way, and they just pick one or the other based on philosophy.
Oh, okay.
Like the universe expanding or contracting. Like I think it's Hubble that talks about the Doppler, and he goes, if you look at the redshift, blue shift, and you look at it from this other matrix of interpretation, then the universe is shrinking. But if you look at it this way, the universe is expanding. And we don't like the idea of the universe shrinking because that would mean the Earth is probably at the center. So therefore, it must be expanding. Why? Because I say so. Because I feel like choosing it. Because I don't like the idea of being specifically placed at the center of creation by a creator. I don't like that idea. I find it appalling and horrifying, and therefore I'm going to choose otherwise.
Right. It's philosophical, not
right. So
not
we arrive
factual.
today. Yeah, we arrive today where we're taught that science is this dispassionate fact-finding mission, right? To where we give you the explicit facts of reality as best we know them, apart from our bias, and that just ain't true. Hey, let me put it to you this way, friend. Cosmology has 0 viable scientific hypotheses. Astronomy has 0 scientific hypotheses. Astrophysics has 0 scientific hypotheses. None of them are into the purview of the scientific method because the variables are intangible in principle, because they're out there. That means, my friend, that what we have arrived at today is an interpretation, no different than a religion. In fact, it is a religion. Heliocentric paradigm that has been perpetrated upon the world, that we live on a giant floating space ball hurtling through space from a big bang in an infinite vacuum, is a religious proposition, sir, not science.
Right. It's more of a belief, right? And I think people that don't perform their own experiments and observations, they subscribe to belief systems, not necessarily science.
Right, but this belief system has everything. It has a creation story. It has an origin story. It has a system of morality, how we should think about it. It even has a salvation story that one day we will merge with machines and transpose ourselves out of our physical bodies and become energy clouds floating in the cosmos. It has all the bells and whistles of a space religion. That's what it is.
Crazy. So my next question, if it's okay, I have one more that I'm curious about, and that's regarding gravity.
Sure.
Like, help me understand.
Sure.
Your.
I don't even need you to ask any more questions. I can tell you all about it.
Cool.
Okay. Gravity is a creative force, no different than a god in the heliocentric mythos, alleged to be the creation mechanism of these giant floating balls, where you have from the explosion massive particulates that then accrete together through gravitational forces and stick together into giant balls. The problem is when you model gravitational accretion on disparate clouds of gas and matter, right, in a computer, you don't get balls. In fact, what you have to do to get a ball, you have to add factors called stickiness factors. You have to control and curate the experience in order to get a ball, right? So even then it falls apart. Secondly, gravity is alleged to be the thing we know as down and up. 1 second, I'm going to clear my throat.
And I'm holding my hand up because I want to say something whenever you're done.
So gravity is alleged to be that creative force, right? Now I want to submit to you, my friend, nobody went in a time machine and verified any of this. Not to mention that they can't model it, right? So just take that history lesson about their creation story and put that on the side for now. And let's talk about what it is in practicality. Because the only reason why gravity comes up in a globe Earth flat Earth discussion is because people believe that the Earth is already a globe and therefore you need an inwards attraction to pull everything to the center of the globe. If the Earth is flat, you don't need such a thing. It's irrelevant. However, let's just say, for sake of argument, that gravity isn't the effect we see. Because let me tell you, friend, when you drop something that's denser than the air, it goes to the ground. When you let something go that's lighter than the air, it goes up. You experience that. I've experienced that. Flatsy's experienced that. Kim Jong-un in North Korea has experienced that. Everyone experiences that. Now, if you just said that's gravity, and we just call that phenomena gravity, that things go up and down based on their density in the medium relative to it, that would be fine. But that's not the claim. The claim of gravity in the heliocentric paradigm is that giant floating space balls either attract everything to them through mass attracts mass forces or through the bending and warping of space-time itself. Now, either one is appealing to one thing, one phenomena that we all experience. What's that phenomena? Down. Okay, gravity is synonymous with down. Down is synonymous with the opposite of up. Up and down are synonymous with perpendicular to level.
Right.
Level is synonymous with horizontal. So, my friend, I would submit to you that all we have ever experienced about gravity is up and down. That's it. We have never experienced, not once in our entire lives, the globe claim, which is inwards towards a giant floating ball. Never.
Okay.
Can I say something, or do you want to say something real quick, Sage?
I want to say
I
something
agree.
else. Yeah.
It's all about less density.
So
But
to
it's
wrap
not
this up,
gravity.
my
I can
friend,
tell you that.
Okay, go ahead.
wrap this up. Even if you give a concession that gravity is a force towards the center of mass, you can have a center of mass with a disparate structure above it and a flat Earth above that. So gravity is highly irrelevant to the globe or flat Earth. The only reason gravity is relevant is if you already have a globe or you need a creation story for a globe. Other than that, doesn't matter. With that, I yield to Flatsy.
Yes, remember the scientific method, and Einstein supersedes the mass attracts mass. But if you want to go with either, if you want to say Newton's, mass attracts mass, or Einstein's bending and warping of space-time, I implore you to go find a viable hypothesis for either of them to follow the scientific method, because also you should look up the definition to pseudoscience, because it's a collection of practices and beliefs that are um, they claim to be based off of the scientific method but are not. That is what pseudoscience is. So all you've got are mathematical constructs to describe why things go up and down, but mainly down. So
Right.
if you can find a viable hypothesis in either of their papers, bring them here. We've been looking for it. It ain't there.
Okay. I guess my question is, and this is I don't pretend to know a lot about gravity. I think gravity, in my personal observations, is a downward force, right? And I don't know if that downward force is because we're on a spherical object. Right. I've always assumed that it is, and so the whole mass attracts mass idea makes sense, or has made sense to me. The curious part to me is that it's not a linear rate of downward force, right? It's exponential. And
what do you mean exponential?
Well, so if we drop something, there is terminal velocity, right? But the rate at which something accelerates towards the ground, it's exponential until it hits that terminal velocity.
The
right?
9.8 meters squared.
Sure. So let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. What of a contingent necessity for that to be true requires a sphere to be below the vector of directionality? The answer I will submit to you, my friend, just listen. The answer is 0.
Right. No, I think that's neither here nor there. It could be a cube. It could be a coin.
Bingo, friend. Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I guess my I don't even know if this is directly related to flat Earth or not, but it's just an observation, one that I'm trying to understand about gravity, and that is why is it an exponential rate increase and not a linear one? And because I think there's some interest, there could be some interesting things around that. But gravity's something that I think a lot of people in the world claim to understand that don't actually understand.
Well, I mean, it's kind of simple.
It's like quantum physics. If you understand, the people that know about it don't understand it.
And the people that understand it don't know about it.
Yeah.
It's so funny because we are dealing with some flat earthers that are making wild claims about it right now because they want a replacement for why things go down. And really, the simple thing is that sometimes just the reality and what we all observe is just the way that the reality is. Maybe there's not an answer that we can acquire, and that's fine. That's fine with me until something is put forth that isn't fallacious, or based off of fallacious reasoning, because I won't accept that. And I don't think anybody in this panel now, hopefully, wouldn't either. And I would implore you to start learning about logical fallacies, because that is what the globe paradigm is riddled with, are logical fallacies.
Yeah, friend. So let's do an experiment right now with you. Okay, it's very simple. Just requires you to follow along and answer the questions.
Is it just me or is
Okay.
AI roboting?
No, it's not me. I hear him just fine.
Me too. I hear him fine. Your connection, maybe.
All right. So now that science denier has tried to stop this experiment, let's continue. Okay. So 3 days ago, I ate a big bucket of chicken and I got full. Okay. I ate a big bucket of chicken, therefore I was full. Today, I'm full. What did I eat? Any answer?
I'm the only one that's to answer, I suppose.
Well, anybody can answer if they know what I ate, based on the evidence
Biscuits
that
and
I've given
gravy.
so far. Okay, it's a good guess.
Donut. I know you ate a
So,
donut.
well, yeah, you know that. That's right. So, I think you recognize that the information I gave you previously wasn't sufficient to tell you what I ate today. Even though the resultant of the previous was full. Chicken full. Chicken full. Today full. What did I eat? Chicken? Not necessarily.
You've been more than chicken.
Yes. So now, let's formulate this in a globe claim.
Also could be that what you call chicken and my understanding of chicken are two different things.
That's fine, but we're just using common language. So let's extrapolate this to a globe claim. Okay?
Sure.
If the Earth is a ball, an object in the distance, right, on the surface, will have a hump of Earth curve in between me and it, and I won't be able to see the bottom. Okay, if the Earth was a ball. I go out into the real world, and I can't see a bottom of a boat out in the distance. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. Now, does that sound proper?
I'm going to have to ask you to say it one more time.
Okay, if the Earth was a ball, things in the distance, you wouldn't be able to see the bottom because of the hump of Earth curve. So let's make it simple. If the Earth was a ball, things would disappear from the bottom, far away. I go out into the real world, I look out and I can't see the bottom of the boat. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. Now, is that proper reasoning?
There could be other variables at play.
Correct. So the same with the chicken. It's not a contingent necessity in that argument string that the Earth is therefore a ball. It could be. That's all you can get. So if I tell you I'm full, I could have had chicken, but I didn't necessarily have chicken. Now, I will submit to you, my friend, that the majority of globe arguments require this formal structure known as affirming the consequent, formal logical fallacy. Could be a ball, is not necessarily a ball. Other claims of the globe require presuppositional reasoning. Okay? So where the claim, we already know the Earth is a ball, is put at the beginning, and then something that requires the Earth to be a ball is then said, and then the end conclusion is therefore the Earth is a ball. However, the presupposition wasn't proven in the first instance. The majority of Now, I will submit to you, my friend, that the majority of globe arguments require this formal structure known as affirming the consequent, formal logical fallacy. Could be a ball, is not necessarily a ball. Other claims of the globe require presuppositional reasoning. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So where the claim, we already know the Earth is a ball, is put at the beginning, and then something that requires the Earth to be a ball is then said, and then the end conclusion is therefore the Earth is a ball. However, the presupposition wasn't proven in the first instance. A majority of globe evidence also falls in that category. There's very few direct evidences or proofs that are even in principle direct when it comes to the globe. In fact, I can only think of two. Out of all the alleged evidences, there's only two that don't require you to assume the Earth is a ball in order for the conclusion to carry. Those two pieces of evidence are alleged pictures and eyewitness anecdotes, not testimony. I almost said testimony, foolishly, because somebody telling you something isn't testimony. It's an anecdote. Somebody swearing on the Bible in court under penalty of perjury, that's testimony.
Sure.
So we have, for the grand total of proofs that aren't logically fallacious on their face, for the globe, the anecdotal stories of people and alleged pictures. That's it.
And that's only two alleged pictures. One is the pale blue dot, and the other one, forget what they called that one.
Earthrise. And no, there's three. So there's Earthrise, the pale blue dot,
Blue
and then the
marble.
other one was the one, yeah, the blue marble.
Yeah, but
The
we
real
know the
blue marble.
Yeah, we know the blue marble, and they admit was taken from low altitude around the Earth. It wasn't taken beyond low Earth orbit.
Right. He did admit that. So it's Photoshop, but it
Right.
has
So
to,
let's
okay.
talk about those two images. Now, the reason why we only said there's three when you think there's hundreds is because the majority of those quote unquote hundreds are claimed by the sources to be composites, not photographs. They're just images. They're not claimed to be a shot of the Earth from a specific location with a specific camera and frame. There's only like three of those. So let's talk about, since we just talked about the lowest one, let's talk about the middle one, the one on Earth. Sorry, the one on the moon. Okay, let me put it to you this way. Who can validate that that picture is true? The answer is nobody. Right? Zero people. The only validation is the anecdotal accompaniment by the alleged people who were there as eyewitnesses. So you're basically just gambling that they're telling the truth. That's up to you, whether you want to put faith in those men who look like somebody killed their mom when they came back from the mission. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody did kill one of their moms. Sorry, too soon? So, that picture's scandalous. Now let's talk about
say that they saw aliens or something. Oh.
Yeah. Let's talk about the pale blue dot. The pale blue dot was allegedly, I think, taken by Voyager, which was supposedly this long-range satellite that's being shot out into space, right? And it took a picture of Earth as it started to leave or something. Okay, look at that photo, bro. Pull it up and look at it. It looks like a photo that a kid took with your camera on vacation by throwing it out the window against a wall. It's just a blurry streaks with a dot on it. There is no way to validate what you're even looking at. An absolute farce to use that as evidence of anything. So, we have a bunch of shoddy characters saying they went to the moon. They can't even remember whether they saw stars or not. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
A photo that can't be validated in any way, shape, or form. Another photo, which looks like somebody's used toilet paper. Can't even tell what's on it. So this is the grand body of evidence, first order evidence of the globe. So what am I supposed to do with that? Believe it? Take it on faith? Trust that the United States government would never lie to me?
And it would never hold up in a court of law. Guarantee that.
Hey, the
Or should
government
I
loves
trust-
you.
Yeah. Or should I trust Hubble, who hated the idea of God being in control so much that he completely skewed his entire interpretation of the lights in the sky? Or any of these other guys who had shoddy motives and clear biases that they admitted to? Should I believe them? Hey, this is my submission to you, my friend, is that the globe is the extraordinary claim, contrary to common experience, that requires extravagant explanations and stories with presuppositions and logical fallacies throughout to sustain itself. It's a web of lies, interconnected and interwoven through the centuries.
Mm-hmm.
Perpetrated, my friend, upon us when we were the most vulnerable in our youth, when our brains and our minds and our spirits were in their formative years, trying to reach out to our parents and loved ones. Where do I live? Who am I? And they said, we don't know. We'll let the government tell you. We'll let the scientific, allegedly scientific establishment tell you. We'll let the education system tell you who you are. And let me tell you what they told your children. In the words of Carl Sagan, right? Very famous astro guy. You're nothing. You're not special. You're an insignificant speck on a pale blue dot in an insignificant corner of an ever-expanding nothingness. That's what you are. God forbid they tell you the truth, that you are specifically created and placed in the center of creation, the apple of God's eye, the pinnacle, the reason. You're not insignificant. This is your home, specifically designed for you. Self-evidently, by the way. But rather than face that truth, these men conspired against humanity to dupe them down their fantasy that there is no God to answer to. Because they're scared to death of what that means for them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that answers the other question that you might ask, which is, why would they lie? Why would they lie about the shape of the earth?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? We wouldn't normally
Well, to
bring this
hide
up to
things.
people because we don't really
benefit.
have to. Just saying.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And I think the answer to that question is simply put, to benefit, right? And why do people lie in general? And it's either to hide something for their own benefit, or
Good. Smart cookie.
yeah,
To exploit.
yeah, take
Well, that's
I
advantage
mean,
of.
same
it's really
category.
not even. It doesn't even have to be that deep now. I mean, maybe when it was initially perpetrated, but at this point, most people just believe the lie.
Yeah, so you're right. Most people lie to gain or avoid consequences. They either gain benefit or avoid consequences.
Yep.
And there's several thousand years, well, 100 years into deep in the lie to really, as any liar, it's just gonna keep
doubling down
going until they get caught. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I think that's a pattern that's observable in society, right? It's very rare to find people
Yeah,
that.
and I know that as a formal professional liar.
What is that? Sales or attorney?
No, hey, listen, he's not allowed to talk about. Look, he's not allowed to
Oh.
talk about his period with the Biden campaign.
Okay. Um,
Oh, an NDA.
So as I was, when I originally started talking, we were talking about observing planets and objects in the sky through a telescope. I said something that I thought would trigger a bunch of people, but I didn't hear anything. So the moon, right? It doesn't rotate, or at least it does. Like if you're a glober, is that the right term? If I'm not
Yep.
okay. If I'm a
There's
glober,
no derogatory
God,
terms. That's the least
please don't be
derogatory.
an anti-flat earther. Okay.
okay. So if I'm one of those, and I believe that this thing does rotate, but it rotates perfectly with the orbit of the Earth. I think that's oddly suspicious. Now,
No, it's just the like the probabilities of the Goldilocks condition, the distance from the sun. That's exactly the diameter of the moon as well, and the moon rotating at the perfect fucking rotation.
Right.
So we see just one face. It's just so crazily impossible. Like in probability terms, it's just crazy.
Yep. So
have good questions.
Yeah, I guess my thought around that is, I mean, it could be a spherical object, right? Or it could be a flat object. It could be an illusion. There's a lot of things it could be. And
let me stop you there. You can keep going because there's a lot of theories about what the moon is, what's behind the dome. It's nice to think about that and find out. Perhaps if you find out, you can you can tell us. But
I wouldn't invoke a dome. I would just say container. But
yeah,
we can't verify what the moon is.
yes,
So, yeah.
exactly.
But
yeah,
it's not an illusion. We all experience the moon. You know, it does what its thing. It's up there. Sorry, go ahead.
The interesting thing to me is, whatever it is, it's well thought out. Because if it were a flat surface, I'm not saying that it is or it isn't, but in order for it to be a flat surface, there would be certain properties that it just couldn't follow, right?
Why does the moon have to be flat if the Earth is flat?
Right, it doesn't. And it could be spherical, it could be an illusion, a projection, it could be all sorts of things. But
right. So if it, I'll submit to you, my friend, that if you put it into the category of optical effects, right,
and
you can't validate the medium between it and us, then you've basically opened it up to be able to do anything. So then when you go down the track of say, oh, well, it should look this way if the Earth was flat or that way if the Earth was flat, you're then going back to the assumptions of absolute free space between us and the moon, no optical effects, and all these other types of things. So you got to be careful that you don't mix your categories there. So you can't apply, you can't say, oh, how does, like I said before, you can't say if the Earth is flat, then how do all the globe explanations work in the flat world? It's like, no, they don't work. That's the point.
Right.
So the moon is a mystery, and you're right that it does have a purpose. Right? The sky appears to us as a sign system. In fact, that's the way the majority of antiquity has interpreted it. as signs
Calendar.
for days and times and seasons and years and chicks freaking cycles and when you should be banging if you want to get a chick pregnant and all these things. Right?
Okay, and the moon is mysterious like a woman is mysterious to a man. Okay. And sometimes even women are mysterious. Okay.
But women
That's
understand
why.
women and they hate each other.
Well,
Right.
they've always attributed the moon to being like women or a woman, and the sun being like a
Yeah,
man.
well, well, if you
Mysterious
actually,
moon.
Sage, one interesting data about the moon and the sun, they have different light spectrum and effects. Actually, sunlight affects differently physical objects than the moon. You should check it out. I'm not gonna ramble about it, but it supposedly makes things colder instead of hotter and putrefy instead of having antibacterial properties as the sun. And one feeds fire and the other kind of dampens fire. If it was reflection of the sunlight, it would have properties at least at lower percentages of the sunlight, but it doesn't. So maybe it's self-illuminating. Who knows?
Right. It's almost like the sun gives energy and the moon takes energy.
Like the feminine and masculine principles and all that stuff, positive and negative.
You know, really strange. The strangest thing about the moon is that no matter where you are on the Earth, you see the exact same face. So I'm in South America. I'm assuming you're in, South Africa. I'm assuming you're in North America. So when I see the moon on in the west, right, you see the moon in the east, but we see the exact same face.
Well, and that's where I was kind of going with the conversation originally.
One's a 6 and one's a 9. Is that what you were going to? Sorry, let me not. Go ahead.
So there's this concept called liberation, right? Here, let me see if I can share this image. Can I just upload an image? Is that allowed?
Yes, but you need the perms.
Okay.
But I think you're invested enough to not be playing a long troll just to porn bomb us. So I'll give you the perms.
Trying to share the link before, and that didn't work out too well. It didn't actually show anything.
You
well,
just gave him an
that's
idea.
That's because our silver members are slacking. Because what they're supposed to do, one of their duties, is to see that people are trying to do that, vet the link, and if it's good, then repost it on their behalf using the reply function.
Could I just do I can do the link. I mean,
I don't know how to do that.
Well, don't worry. I'll give you the role here shortly.
I'm silver, but I don't know how to do the link thing.
But this basically states that if you're in two different parts of the Earth, you should see a slightly different moon. It's very subtle.
You don't.
But that's
never
right. And I haven't personally observed that myself. But it's just a concept that I'm familiar with, and so I wanted to bring that up and talk with you guys about it to see if testing has been done on that or what your guys' thoughts are around that. But before I get into that, there was one other thing I wanted to mention, and that was just Occam's razor. I'm sure you're familiar with that term.
Familiar. Oh, so familiar. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. No, I don't subscribe to it as a rule because I do think there's danger in just subscribing wholeheartedly to one methodology that isn't the scientific method. But I do believe it's a good way to establish a hypothesis and otherwise we could be creating hypotheses all day long, every day. And so it's like, hey, let's get to the most simplest explanation, test that theory out, and then go from there.
Oh, absolutely. So let's be clear. The simplest explanation to the fact that we experience water and the earth as a flat stationary plane is that it's a flat stationary plane.
Is that Occam's razor?
Yeah, Occam's razor is what's the
You should,
simplest explanation?
yeah, you should look at
Nope,
fakes.
that's not it. That is not it, friend.
That's not it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
It is the explanation that requires the least amount of assumptions.
Right.
It has been bastardized into the simplest explanation.
Yeah, I'm
Now,
sorry.
why are those two things so different? I'll tell you why. Because when you make an assumption and you need that to carry your conclusion, right? You need to prove the assumption in order for the conclusion to be proven true. Otherwise, you just have a long line of fallacious reasoning and a conclusion. So, think about it. The Earth is experienced as a flat, stationary plane. How many assumptions do I need for that? 0.
Right.
So it is the simplest explanation. It's experienced that way because it is that way.
Yeah, and requires the fewest amount of assumptions. I totally agree.
Yeah, what's fake actually put in the live stream voice text is what you were talking about, but a better imagery of it than what you were trying to show us. So if you look at it, even better.
Yeah, I like that actually a lot. That's exactly what I was talking about.
So what did you call it? Libration?
I believe so. I think it's
Okay,
like
well, you know that the moon is actually Luna, right?
Right.
And people who are crazy were called lunatics because they would obsess about the moon. And when the moon could be full, they'd get nuts. And a lot of times it was because they were drinking libations, which causes them to gyrate in the form of libations, which gives you the explanations of the globes, which I gave the assassination.
Straight fire, what?
You're so silly.
How did you come up with this in 3 milliseconds?
I'm from the future, so I had like 3 days to figure it out.
Dude, I was joking about joining your sect, but I'm all in. Whatever you're doing, making, just consider me on board, man. I will polish your shoes or whatever.
What if I buy shoes from a Polish shoemaker and you polish my Polish?
I need to polish my polish too, so I used to know some polish.
Oh gosh, there's a lady present.
So what you're trying to say is that when a lady's present, she has to have a dirty mind?
No comment.
Moonstruck. I like it. Well, it's getting late for me, but I appreciate the conversation and meeting all you guys. It's been really good.
Likewise.
Yo, it was a pleasure, and have a good life, man.
It was a rocky start, but we're glad you stuck in
Yeah,
there.
that's why it was so good, because it turned around.
I like it.
Yeah, I agree. It was great.
Take care,
All right.
man.
Take care, Al.
You too, buddy.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more souls.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
So what's up, people? This is Robert Bassano. I want to come to you guys today, give you a little bit of science and technology research. I posted this information before, a while back when I had Project Planete, special access. Not too many people paid close attention to it, so I thought I'd put it out there again, since we have all been looking into the scientific research bullshit that's being pushed to us by NASA, the European Space Agency, the CERN Laboratory, universities. You know, they can't keep up with the lies, man. They just can't keep up with it. And like I said before in another video, quoting Winston Churchill, the truth is so precious, she must be attended by a bodyguard of lies. And I tell you what, people, we are starting to pick off these bodyguards protecting the truth. And the truth of the matter is that I don't believe there's a single fucking human being on the fucking ISS. I don't believe it's at 245 or so plus miles above the surface of the Earth in space. Now, well, let me backtrack. Let's be clear, because I'm going to keep saying this. Space begins for the Department of Defense at 262,000 plus feet. Space begins for the rest of the international community at 100 kilometers, 328,082 feet. So if the ISS is up there, 250 to 300, 400,000 feet above the surface of the Earth, it sure as hell ain't up there just floating around on its fucking own. But let's get this straight. If there are people where they claim them to be, then the information I'm getting ready to read to you completely contradicts what they've been fucking claiming. But I'm going to read this information to you to provide sort of a, how should I say that, a competing hypothesis that there are no fucking people where they say that they claim they are. All right? And what we're going to talk about today is NASA. NASA had something in 2001 they call the phantom torso. All right? Radiation Fred. Okay? Now in 2001, they said an unusual space traveler named Fred is orbiting Earth aboard the International Space Station. His job? To keep astronauts safe from space radiation. Now here's what's interesting about this. Keep astronauts safe? Wait a fucking minute. If this thing is up there with the astronauts, and it just happens to record some sort of lethal dose of fucking radiation, how are the astronauts going to be protected? It's too fucking late, right? It's got all kinds of sensors and shit on it like that. They're done. But we're going to read this together because I'm going to show you some interesting shit. Remember, this is in 2001, right? Fred has no arms, has no legs. His job is keeping astronauts safe. Now, this is the early version of NASA's Robonaut. Okay? This is the early version. I put a video out on that showing you guys the NASA Robonaut. But this existed before the NASA Robonaut. Okay? This is just a torso. Fred is the phantom torso. Alright? The phantom torso. Meaning this motherfucker's not even supposed to exist. He's a ghost. He's just hiding out in the corners of the fucking ISS. Nobody's supposed to even know he's fucking there. He's approximately 95 pounds, 3 foot high, mock-up of a human upper body. Beneath Fred's artificial skin are real bones. Of course, they got these from cadavers. Fred's organs, the heart, brain, thyroid, colon, and so on, are made up of a special plastic that matches as closely as possible the density of human tissue. Here's a picture of what Fred looks like. Radiation Fred. Okay? Pay close attention to that, because I'm going to tell you where Fred got tired of fucking the bullshit and the lies. And Fred ended up getting a moonlighting job in 2007. Okay? I'm going to show you where fucking Fred ended up in 2007, okay? So just remember that. Radiation Fred, the phantom torso. This motherfucker ended up getting a mind of his own, all right? Fred, who's spending the next 4 months on board the ISS, will measure the amount of radiation to which astronauts are exposed, okay? So they're claiming astronauts are exposed to radiation up there. They don't know what the level is, but with all the fucking advanced equipment we supposedly had in 2000, How the fuck do you not bring any equipment up there to measure the level of fucking radiation and the bombardment of fucking potentially faster than light neutrinos blasting through the fucking ISS every fucking nanosecond? I mean, think about that. Neutrinos. We know what neutrinos are designed to do, right? They neutralize fucking positive and negative charges, all right? Or they give more energy to a negative charge and neutralize or a positive charge. Okay, let's keep going. High energy particles that pass through the human body can disrupt the way cells function. Although no astronaut, listen to this shit now. No astronaut has ever been diagnosed with radiation sickness. Not one. Not one fucking astronaut has ever been diagnosed with radiation sickness, which is excessive exposure, which would lead to health problems. Wait, didn't Yuri Gagarin spend? He spent like the most amount of time, and he was the first guy to spend, the longest period of time in space, right? No studies about him suffering space radiation sickness, right? So it begs the question: is there any fucking radiation really up there? Is there really any radiation in fucking space? Because you're telling me that astronauts spend anywhere between, a couple of weeks, couple of months, half a year in space, and not one of these motherfuckers is diagnosed with space radiation sickness? Not one. They must be taking a shitload of iodine tabs. They must be taking a shitload of that stuff. Because none of them get space radiation sickness. All right? Now, here's the interesting thing that I discovered when I went and I clicked on this link. So I want to know what the studies have been with regard to space radiation sickness. And bam, look what it takes me to. Watch this shit. The National Space Biomedical Research Center. So you figure they do all the biomedical research on space travel, right? And the effects of radiation. 404, page not found. So I went through this website for students. Okay, I went checking for information. I went for research. When I go to research, it says you don't have access to the server. It's unauthorized access. Okay, so I'm not really sure what that shit is all about. But come Monday, I'm going to make a fucking telephone call to somebody and say, hey, where's the research on space radiation sickness? And I want to find out why this shit is not on their website. That's what I'm going to do on Monday. I got nothing fucking better to do. This shit all falls in line with my university research. So I'm curious. I'm fucking curious. I want to know. Why don't you have any data on your website talking about space radiation research? Okay? And I'm going to talk to one of these fucking people. I might even talk to the fucking office of the director, Jeffrey Sutton. Or maybe he'll put me in touch with somebody else I can talk to. Because I ain't going to email fucking nobody and wait for a response. I'm going to talk to somebody. Okay? So let's go back to that webpage for NASA. Let's go back. So they say here, this doctor says, we believe the current dose of radiation to the crew of the ISS is too small to be of concern, says Dr. Gutnam Badwa, the study's principal investigator at the Johnson Space Center. He says the radiation is just too small. Well, get this, people. I would agree with him. Because the same amount of radiation you are going to be exposed to here on Earth, okay, is the same amount of motherfucking radiation that he claims is too small to be measured in space. And you know why it's too small to be measured in space? Because they ain't fucking left the goddamn fucking ground. That's why. They ain't left the motherfucking Earth. The flat Earth. They have not left the fucking ground. That's why the radiation is too small to be measured. Yes, that's why it's not a concern to Dr. Gutman Badwar. That's why they can't measure it. But why the fuck would you send Radiation Fred up there to measure it, to see what the exposure is? Because if it's that small, it's insignificant, you don't have people, you're not subjecting human beings on Earth who are fucking going throughout their normal fucking day. They're not going to the doctor every fucking week, every month, every 3 months, every 6 months to, get tested for space radiation sickness. You see where the logic comes in here, people? Look at what this guy says. We believe the current dose of radiation to the crew of the ISS is too small to be of concern. He says the one possibility for radiation sickness might be an EVA, an vehicular activity situation during a solar event. So he's saying the only way they would have to worry about this is when these motherfuckers go outside the ISS and bam, the sun just boom, it ejects a fucking solar flare and that shit's racing towards the fucking ISS. They literally kill every fucking body because that's basically what will happen. But look how many EVAs they're doing out there, right? They do a shitload of fucking EVAs. 10 Peak joining his fucking British ass out there getting his fucking balls cooked, you know, like fucking Rocky Mountain oysters. So when he gets back, he ain't got to worry about having no fucking kids. But then again, they probably throw some of his sperm anyway, so him and his wife can have some babies and shit. But that's neither here nor there. I don't really give a fuck. And it says here, you know, if perhaps a crew member couldn't be brought back inside safely, but there's still lots to learn, he added. And that's where Fred can help. Now, get this. You had the Apollo program supposedly in the 60s, right? They were sending guys up in the low Earth orbit. They were just up there for maybe an hour or a couple of minutes and then coming back down, right? So they're not really in fucking space. They're still in the fucking atmosphere. All right? When I say in the atmosphere, it's still, depending on what altitude they got to, we don't fucking really know. We don't see the real data. We don't see the raw data. They fake fucking all that shit. Okay? They're not going to show it because they think, regular people don't want to see that kind of shit. Bullshit. Show me the fucking data. I want to know how fucking high you went to, how long you were up there. What was it? Because, I mean, they did all this rocket testing. There's all this atmospheric testing. Supposedly, Dr. James Van Allen developed a special fucking Geiger counter that can measure the radiation up in the atmosphere. They were doing upper atmospheric testing in the Naval Research Laboratory. And they supposedly were measuring the level of radiation up beyond the stratosphere, the mesosphere, up into the thermosphere. So you should have known how much fucking could have been up there and did the mathematics to make a determination. This is how dense this shit possibly could be. This is how much radiation could really fucking be up there. The alpha, beta, or gamma fucking radiation from the cosmic rays. All right? So he's saying in 2001, they still got a lot to learn. So did you really fucking go up there fucking 30 years ago? 40, 50 years ago? Did you really collect and record the fucking scientific results that you claim that you were engaged in to get an understanding of what the fuck was above your head? I don't think so. See, this is where the bullshit comes in, people. It's all bullshit. The phantom torso, look what they say. The phantom torso is designed to do three things, explains Badwa. First, it will determine the distribution of radiation doses inside the human body at various tissues and organs. Second, it will provide a way to correlate these doses to measurements made on the skin. Quote, in the past, we've typically recorded doses only on the skin, explains Badwa, whereas the risk to crew members is established by exposure to internal organs. Finally, the phantom will help check the accuracy of models that predict how radiation moves through the body. What? The phantom will help check the accuracy of models? There we go. Right there. Here goes with all this modeling bullshit. Now, don't get me wrong. We do have to fucking conduct fucking computer modeling sciences and research to make a determination of, okay, how are we going to do this shit? Because based on what the computer's telling us, this is what we could potentially be exposed to. This is potentially what could happen. You know, based on the data we've been collecting, for us to develop an accurate model on how radiation moves through the body, we need to have some basic data and send some unmanned shit up there. We need to send some robotic missions. We need to send, you know, just sensors and all types of measuring devices into the atmosphere. We get that data, we put it into the computer, and then it helps us to develop a model of how the radiation is going to move through. So why the fuck would you put human beings at risk to conduct a fucking research test using a goddamn fucking mannequin? Why would you put humans up there? Because if this mannequin, all of a sudden the fucking bells and whistles and alarms start fucking going off because it got a high dose of radiation, the fucking astronauts are up there with it. What the fuck you think is going to happen to them? You already know the fucking answer to that, right? They'll be fucking dead before they get on the ground. Or they'll be so fucking sick, and by the time they get on the ground, there ain't nothing we can fucking do for them. They'll get leukemia or fucking Hodgkin's disease within fucking 6 months, maybe a year, and they'll be fucking dead within 2. Maybe sooner than that, depending on how old they are. I don't give a fuck how fit and healthy they fucking are. They ain't fucking Superman. You can't use the sun to absorb fucking energy so you can fly about and be the man of fucking steel, faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive. Fuck that bullshit. This is bullshit, people. 3 types of radiation can endanger astronauts in space. So they want to give us an education on the types of radiation. The most energetic are galactic cosmic rays. The nuclei of atoms accelerated by supernova explosions outside our solar system. Cosmic ray nuclei can be as light as hydrogen and as heavy as iron, or almost anything in between, because they lack their surrounding coat of negativity charged electrons. GCRs are positively charged. The heavier nuclei carry the greatest charge, explains Baudouin. As the charge increases, the amount of energy that the particle can deposit in the tissue increases as well. Okay, so if you got all these supernovas in the fucking universe, God knows how many of them are out there. That shit's going in every single direction. How are you measuring the galactic cosmic rays from supernovas? Can't. They can't fucking measure it. So how the fuck do they know? I'll tell you how they know. Because these motherfuckers never left the fucking surface of the earth. That's why no astronaut has ever been diagnosed with radiation sickness, space radiation sickness. You get radiation sickness from on the ground, fucking around with plutonium, uranium, other fucking highly volatile fucking fissile materials. That's where you get radiation sickness from. Or having too many motherfucking x-rays, or getting cancer and having to go through chemotherapy where they blast your ass with fucking 10 to 15, 25, 30 fucking times more fucking radiation than you would get from a basic fucking x-ray. Think about that shit. Supernova explosion like this one. That ain't no, it's a fucking artist rendition of what you think a supernova is. Accelerated atomic nuclei to nearly light speed. The resulting cosmic rays pose a potential hazard to astronauts. No shit it would. The other forms of particle radiation consist mostly of protons. Most high-energy protons in the solar system come from the sun, although their charge is not great and they are less energetic than GCRs. Solar protons can still be dangerous when they come in intense bursts known as solar flares. We get a lot of those fuckers, right? But no, the astronauts are completely healthy when they get on the ground, right? Yeah, they're completely healthy when they get on the ground because they've been fucking eating a goddamn vegan diet and Mediterranean fucking diet, drinking the best fucking water on the earth, down in fucking Antarctica or wherever the fuck they're at, kicking back in their fucking lounge chairs playing fucking Xbox or some fucking other ESA game. The third kind of radiation, they say, which surrounds Earth is in areas known as Van Allen belts, consists mostly of decayed products from galactic cosmic ray interactions that have been trapped by Earth's magnetic field. Some of this trapped radiation is confined to a region above the coast of Brazil known as the South Atlantic Anomaly. Okay? The space station goes through that anomaly roughly 5 times a day. 5 times a day. Says Baudouin. The passage takes at most 22 to 23 minutes. That's good, he says. That's good? They go through this motherfucker 5 times a day. If you do the fucking mathematics, that's a fucking hour. There's an hour a day. They're fucking in the zone. But again, the third kind of radiation is what's known. They don't even say what the third kind of radiation is. They don't even tell you what the third kind of radiation is. They tell you what the second is. Particulate radiation. All right? High energy protons. They tell you what the first one is. Galactic cosmic rays. Gamma rays, right? Supposedly. But what the fuck is the third kind of radiation? Surrounds the Earth. You talking about electromagnetic? Electromagnetic radiation? Is that what you're talking about? You're talking about being in a motherfucking city that's so fucking Wi-Fi intense, the way you're being bombarded by fucking electromagnetic waves? every goddamn day using a cell phone, a computer, Wi-Fi? Is that the kind of radiation you're talking about, Mr. Badwa? They should fucking yank your goddamn medical license, you fucking idiot. Sue your fucking ass for medical malpractice for saying this bullshit. You don't even say what the fucking third kind of radiation is. I just told you what it is. Electromagnetic fucking waves. And they say that the space station has to pass through this 22 or 23 minutes every fucking 5 times a day. 5 times a day. So that's a little over, that's almost fucking an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 15 minutes, hour and 40 minutes. They're in this zone. But again, they never suffered any radiation sickness. You know why? Because the only place to get that third kind of radiation is fucking on the ground in a Wi-Fi intense electromagnetic environment. Like say where there's a shitload of radio towers, power lines, all that kind of shit. They're on the motherfucking ground. That's why they never had space radiation sickness. Come on, people. It's simple fucking link analysis. You guys can all do this shit.
And he let them tell their story about how every time they, went over or they were pointed at the moon, they got the data. And when they were low orbit, they got all that orbital data. And the guy finally just asked him, he said, well, couldn't it have been that this was broadcast from that demo satellite that was up there? And they all looked at each other really funny, as if it was for the very first time they had never contemplated that that was a possibility. And one of them had the courage, if not two, to go, oh my God, he's right. We could have been had. Now, the other thing that is really silly that people forget is that you can broadcast from the ground or from a plane directly at a receiver, and it will feel like it's from space. You just adjust the frequency, the wattage, and you will feel like you're getting it, exactly from where it's supposed to be. If it's supposed to be from the moon, you broadcast it really weak at the antenna. But you could be literally on the same antenna. You could just have a little receiver. There's been all kinds of signal interruptions in this world for pranks, right? But let's rewind. Obviously, what I'm going to tell you is partially what I have deduced from Bart Sibrel's series, partially from a tremendous number of YouTube videos created by special effects gurus, my own friends who are special effects gurus. I've taken the photography and put it through software to say, whoa, there's 5 light sources in this image. It's also going to rely on the 2 people that debriefed me in 1991, who were both on the Mars mission, and then my own hunches. Now, YouTube is just strictly by itself. With the videos made by gurus, there's a bit of a rub here, because usually we're able to say this is the source of this and the source of that. In 2005, the amount of videos that were being put online that had been made in the 90s and the 80s picking apart the moon missions were unbelievable. And they were so incredibly revealing that one video, which I can't find anymore, which dealt with front projection, I simply can't find it anymore. There's a video of Buzz Aldrin saying in a late night interview with some news station, once we find out how to get to the moon, it'll be a lot easier to get to Mars. The Jeranism guys got that clip inside one of his videos, but the dude won't respond to anything on YouTube, so I don't know how to get a hold of the guy. If you guys want to go out and pound him for that clip, he may know exactly what clip he has in it. Once we get that clip, we're gonna scrape it out of his video and put it all over the planet so you guys can see it, because it's one of my opening lines in my episode 26, and people are like, what the hell are you talking about? Some of you have seen it, very few of you have seen it, some of you haven't seen it, but it's real. I mean, there's some things in this world you just can't make up, and that would be one that would be pointless to make up, right? Now, the moon hoax requires a tremendous amount of perspective. The overall goal, which, again, we're not sure exactly if this was meant to be or this was just a general byproduct, but what we got out of the moon missions was the ICBM, the Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. The second we were done with the missions in 73, we saw the Trident submarine, with that missile pops out of the water, blows off its shield, and hauls ass across the ocean. So we have, it had been militarized incredibly. And if you look at all of the scientists coming out of Germany, who made, Werner von Braun made the V1 and V2 rocket, it was all weaponized stuff. Now, I was going to do a little digression here. There's some of you that are rediscovering the history of World War II. We'll just leave it like that. Who were the bad guys? Who were the good guys? And when traditional phrases come out that really make a particular group look evil and bad and another group look good, there is a distinct possibility that we have all those backwards. And so whether or not these Nazis were horrible or not, in various arenas based on who was pushing whose buttons and who was trying to be peaceful and who was trying to be at war. I know some of you are aware of those debates that are going on now. I don't know if anyone's been completely conclusive because, again, as the internet continues to exist, a bunch of new stuff gets revealed that it's like 40, 50 years old. But anyway, NASA is built out of the rocketeering masterminds out of Germany led by Werner von Braun. Now this guy almost undoubtedly wanted to travel into space. Why not? What's the point of a rocket if you can't travel to space? Now whether or not you can actually accomplish it is a completely different thing. Now I learned from Sabrell that Werner von Braun's major plan was to build a space station and ferry fuel up to a space station in low orbit around Earth and build a vehicle that could then continue the journey to wherever you wanted it to go. As I've heard it presented to me, Werner von Braun's original target was Mars. And supposedly in the White House said, let's try the moon, dude. It seems sort of mind-blowing to me that a person of Werner von Braun's excellence would pick a ridiculously far-away target as his first thing. But I also think that in his brain he was going to build a rocket that had so much fuel on it that he's going to almost manually drive it there. And I don't know, again, how you account for a lot of the variance in velocity of our planet's orbital speed, Mars's orbital speed, and how you're going to catch up, jump into a car with the door open at 100 miles an hour. I just don't know how that's possible. But that's for a different episode. So the other thing to remember, and again, we've done this in the second episode, so we got, Khrushchev is like really rubbing it in hardcore. Sputnik, first astronaut in space. Again, these things could be fake. These could be claymation things. There's a lot of evidence to that, but they are definitely throwing beeping objects into orbit around the Earth. Even if it only goes one orbit and falls back, they were able to do it. Now, I know some of you are really upset about the theory of space existing and what have you. Let's just say that orbit may not be what is traditionally thought to be if you have a problem with this, okay? Please don't fill up the comments with a bunch of alternate universe theories. This conversation is for those who believe that the moon hoax is at least capable of low orbit. Now, what's hard for a lot of young people to understand is that there were no rockets, okay? The V1 and V2 rocket out of Germany that was just hurled into England, for those of you too young to remember, or that didn't get the history, Werner von Braun designed these big fat rockets that were sort of black and white checkers, little Masonic thing, and he would shoot them into southern England indiscriminately, meaning he didn't care whether or not they hit friend or foe, or a military target or a personal target. So most of them just landed in neighborhoods. They were so massive with a conventional warhead, meaning just explosives, not nuclear weapon heads, because that didn't exist for them. They blow a house completely to smithereens, kill the family, all kinds of shrapnel flying everywhere, and it was just to rain terror on them. And again, Churchill wouldn't leave them alone, so that might be the reason why that ended up happening. Then there was a refinement to it with a little bit more guidance, a little bit more range, and they were trying to hit London with these things, right? So the V2 goes deeper into the UK, using timed gyroscopes to tip the thing over. So when it came to putting something in orbit, that's a whole nother bag, man. That is way beyond just hurling something over the pond, over the little river, and smashing into a house. I would wager it's 10 to 100 times more difficult to put something into orbit. And the theory of orbit, just for those of you who don't know, is that you throw an object so far that when it tries to come down, the Earth is missing because it's over the edge of the Earth, and so it falls around the Earth, and the push from ethereal winds, this show's theory, it pushes it back to Earth, but it already has so much forward momentum that it keeps falling around the Earth. It just keeps falling and falling and falling, and eventually the orbit does deteriorate, and if you don't have some rocketry to move it back out, then it will slam into the Earth and eventually be over. So we needed to build a rocket to get into orbit, to get into low orbit. Low orbit is about, I don't exactly know what the cutoff is, but I would say 200 miles up. Now, 5,280 feet is a single mile, so multiply that times 200, and you'll start getting how far up we are. Massive. Like, we have to engage the Russians head on. Now, the thing is that the Russians weren't saying we're making weapons. We're making missiles that can get to you with nuclear warheads or whatever we want to put in these things. He wasn't saying that. It was just this peaceful, beautiful thing. Hey, we're just putting people in space. But of course, military people are going, holy shit, you realize if he can get things into space, then he can get to us at a moment's notice and he can blow us to pieces? And of course, there was the nuclear scare had been, wreaking havoc. The duck and cover movement of the 50s was already insanely intense and creating. There's a few of you have commented about it. I have some close friends of mine in their 70s, and they said it was horrifying to see bomb tests. Like one of my friends lived in Salt Lake City, and he said that when he was a kid, he'd run to the window when they were televising the explosion at night, the test, and he could see the plumes over the mountainscapes, the bright lights and stuff, and he would run in his bedroom and hide because the second half of a bomb is the big concussion cloud, right, that's coming at you. So imagine, if you see a car accident, typically in the middle of an intersection, it's like, well, it's over there. But imagine the car accident happens and now this big shock wave comes at you and it could kill you. So as soon as you see a car accident about to occur, you're ducking and covering because this thing is going to come at you. It's a whole different science for the brain that we really don't have to deal with today, because I think most of us realize there's never going to be a nuclear war. If a nuclear bomb ever goes off in the world, it's going to be a deep state false flag to herd us all under one world government stuff, right? Let's just hope that it's never something that our military does. So the one scientific addition to rocketry that a orbital rocket has to accomplish is, unlike the V1 and V2, which just gets hurled into sort of close space and then slams against some soil in England, this thing's got to keep going, and it's got to go so fast that it's going to escape the Earth's gravitational pull. And that thing goes 11 miles per second. Crazy fast. So now we have to do multi-stage rockets. The complexity of that is enormous. Not only do you have to have a propellant that's willing to go without pure oxygen being available. The V1 and V2 rocket had a solid state engine, as I understand it. So it was a propulsion system that was almost like the little rockets that you can do as a kid. The A, B, C, D engines that are hard, right? And you light them with the fuse and they burn. I'm not sure if the V1 or V2, either one of those got to fuel rockets, but when you run out of air, your propulsion system is going to have oxygen mixed inside of the fuel system. And so they had to come up with a new propellant. Now they have to have a multi-stage rocket, and if you think about it, imagine you had two of the little cardboard tubes that are inside your toilet paper. Well, one of them, let's say, and you had the cardboard one that's twice as tall or 3 times as tall. So you take the cardboard one and you kind of try to bend it with your hand, maybe a Pringles can or something. And it's like, hey, that's pretty easy, right? You can make a long tube. It's really simple. But the second that you have to stack these things up, one with a really large boost to get out of the thicker part of the atmosphere, and then one to get to the second thinner part of the atmosphere, and then you have to connect them together, and they have to hang on to each other under the most enormous pressures you could possibly imagine, right? You're going to take this thing, stack it up on each other, and then move at 11 miles per second. Unbelievable stress on metal. So the integrity of how to build this thing was really daunting in the 60s. It had really never been done before. Okay. So they have to, in order to begin anything that's going to hoax the minds of anyone, and again, I personally want to believe that they attempted to do this for real and just simply found out that they weren't able to do it, and so they did the next best thing, which was to hoax it out, right? So to get this thing to take off is one of the most phenomenal accomplishments of mankind to begin with. Just low orbit is phenomenal. And so now it's pretty turnkey, right? The SpaceX company was able just to start standing on the shoulders of giants. And it's like, oh, wow, the Falcon series just launches and it's just totally easy. Now, of course, they have this claim that these boosters come back and land. And we know that a tremendous amount of computer-generated imagery has been used to fake a giant swath of SpaceX's technical claims. And you talk about FEC or SEC violations. Don't worry about him, tweeting about, being a private company. To lie to your shareholders with computer-generated imagery is probably a brand new game that makes other companies jealous, right? So the first goal is to get a rocket to do anything at all. Now, in terms of what the milestones were in the 60s, the number one thing that they needed to do, although they could probably have figured out a way to fake it, is to get something, just get this triangular, conical capsule into low orbit. That's all they need to do to complete the entire moon hoax. And some of you might be saying, well, what do you mean? There's a whole moon surface thing and the re-entry and the landing on the moon and coming back up to the... Those things could be simulated in a studio, which is the video that I can't find anymore, was all regarding front projection. The guy actually showed some of the footage that was sold to the public as real footage of the moon landing, and then he ran a projector against a shape, a front projection shape in his studio. I said, there's the same exact shot. Amazing, right? And you'd think about this, and it was thinking about the footage in a completely opposite way. For instance, let me go back to the toilet paper roll. Let's say you had a really high-res 4K camera, and you put it inside the opening of a toilet paper roll. So we're going to have that James Bond looking out the barrel thing, right? The old shot where the gun goes back and forth, and then Bond shoots, and then the blood comes down the gun barrel, signifying that he got the guy that was pointing the gun at him, right? Well, your brain is thinking the black outer area is the part of the tube that the camera is inside of, that is blocking the shot from being outside. And you see the shot kind of move around, right? Well, front projection allows you to make a circular canvas. You project against it in a black room. Any light that is not hitting the canvas is completely lost in this dark room. And then all you have to do is take your source video, wherever you have it, and just shake it in the room. And when you see it on the circle, it looks like you're looking out of a tube, but you're not. They just reversed it in your brain. The big shot of the lunar module top part, where it's supposed to have the two astronauts in it, they came back up to the orbital Apollo module as it docks back with the system. This is the shot that he actually showed us in this video, this old guy. And he was pretty much nonchalant, like, yeah, man, I helped develop this. Interesting. Now, the other part of the at-home, above-ground testing was the spacesuit, was the capsule, was all the stress testing of all these objects, how showing them falling in the water. The astronauts actually roaming around inside the water, which was simulating sort of a, 0G or a light 1/6 gravity. And also, water is an amazing test medium to figure out whether or not something is airproof. If you ever talk to a plumber, they will tell you that water can go where air can't. And when I learned that as a kid, I was like, whoa, that's pretty wild. And so you can actually have a leak in a suit, and as soon as it's got extra moisture inside, they know they got a problem, and so they continue working on it. Now, the other thing was that NASA was a brand new organization, and so the problem is they had limited staff. It was a brand new organization. And so they had to reach out to all kinds of different agencies around the planet to get compartmentalized, to get certain parts made. You make the suit, you make the capsule, you make the engines, you make the fuselage, or whatever you call the main cabinet, or the main cylinder area, right? Someone's got to build the big crawler, that big giant crawler that took the Saturn V and drove 1 mile an hour up to the launch pad. Someone's going to build the launch pad. This stuff gets enormous, and it created a tremendous amount of jobs. And because everything was so difficult at every step of the way, we gained a tremendous amount of knowledge about all these different areas. So there's a lot of benefit to this program going on. The catch is that getting to the moon is a major, major, unbelievably dangerous situation. And our knowledge of space and the Van Allen belts, the natural magnetic barrier that goes around the Earth, was virtually unknown, or at least untested, right? We had theories that these things existed. We know that the compass moves itself north every single time we pull it out. And so we're thinking something is causing this to happen on the surface of the Earth. And so When the space shuttle went up in 1998, and I think hit 450, 475, the astronauts got super duper sick, as it was, I think, written in the 1998 CNN article. It basically said the Van Allen belts are more lethal than NASA previously thought. The astronauts were seeing shooting stars with their eyes closed because the electrons are going through and putting pressure on their cones and their rods in their eyeball. People got nauseous because it's minor radiation exposure, and they had to drop the space shuttle 100 plus miles down to normal orbiting 350-ish, and then they came home because everybody was unwell. And I didn't hear anyone, dropping dead as a result of that mission, so hopefully everyone's fine. But that shows you just how lethal it is up there. And the Van Allen belts are said to not exist until about 1,000 miles up. Now, if we have geocentric satellites, then we've got satellites deep past the Van Allen belts, and so as we launch these satellites, if they truly exist up there, then they are punching through that and they can take measurements. What's strange is, for some reason, the Orion project was greenlit 2 years ago and hastily canceled after one mission, or at least put in a black op scenario because the data was coming in and it was refuting the ability to put a human being through the Van Allen belts. So you have a very small group of people sit in a room and say this: all right, how are we going to pull this off? Now, I want to stress that the brilliance of these individuals, who will probably never be known, is high. It is clever times clever to the power of clever, what they were actually able to pull off. So there's an amazing accomplishment by people who were probably just trying to save the reputation of the United States of America and potentially, obviously, pioneer some technology along the way. So you have a breaking point at some point where they realize that they can't pull this off. And I would imagine that this would have been fairly early in the process. Kennedy announces this thing, and then we go for it. Within a couple years, I think, they really did the math and said, are you crazy? Do you have any idea how far away the moon is? Do you have any idea how volatile space is, how volatile the moon surface is? In fact, we don't even really know what the moon surface is made out of. Is it soft? Is it hard? If we put a 10,000-pound thrust rocket down, use it to land safely, is it going to blow a huge crater in the ground? Or is it going to be fine? We don't know. So the contingency plan starts at some phantom point in time. As I suggested in my episode 26, I think the green lighting basically the approach of Arthur C. Clarke, a NASA scientist and writer, he was getting into writing. He approached Stanley Kubrick for a television show. Stanley said, I don't do television shows, I do movies. And he says, okay, well, I will start working on a movie version of this idea that I have for a television series. And they went and got, I think, about $15 million to make the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, which at the time there was only a couple movies in history that actually had a higher budget than that. So someone was like, don't worry, we'll get you the money. But there's a very specific distinction for 2001: A Space Odyssey. The goal is to create the most realistic space movie ever. And I mean ever. I'm not sure, since 1968, when it debuted, have we ever really tried to create a completely realistic space movie? Because you can't throw gravity at me, because I mean there's just kitschy little things with stuff, a little bunch of bent science, sound in space, all this other stuff. But the props that were created to finish this film were very helpful for the eventual props that are created for the soundstage that ends up being where all the moon footage takes place. There's just one catch. One real intense catch for this moon hoax thing. Because a bunch of agents working for these alphabet agencies, they're totally into it, man. They're like, man, we get to fake the moon mission? That is awesome. That's going to be a lot of fun. There's at least one director who I believe has confessed to having done it, Stanley Kubrick, for at least mission 11, and 13. But the problem is you're going to have to come up with some astronauts, a group of 3, to go along with the hoax. Which means you're going to have to find unbelievably talented pre-existing astronauts based off of the Air Force, Top Guns, and you're going to have to get them to lie, to go against the oath of their entire objective of being in the military, and then hang on to the lie for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately for Gus Grissom and his 2 compadres, and unfortunately for NASA, he was the number 1 candidate to go first. But Gus Grissom, and I don't know about the opinions of his comrades, but Gus wasn't a liar. He wasn't going to do it. He called the project a lemon. He said, we are never going to the moon with this technology. I don't know if he said it in any method of anger, or if he just incidentally said, well, they're telling you this is going to happen, but this isn't going to happen with this technology. According to my interview with Bart Sabrell, who has spoken with the family, both the mother and the son, who is a pilot today, he was murdered. The 3 of them were murdered probably by cyanide capsules, or cyanide being injected into their environmental suits when they're sitting on the Apollo 1 and I believe it was just the test the day before. And then they set the cabin on fire because they want to blame the pure oxygen environment. These men were bolted into 5-point seatbelts, and none of them attempted to undo their seatbelts and pull the dynamite emergency door to hopefully get the fire out the door. They just sat there. The pictures of them are on the internet where they just sat there. They didn't move. Their hands didn't move. There was no chaotic pictures of, like you and I, if any of us were set on fire, you do what Richard Pryor does and you run down the street, You try to put yourself out. Probably wouldn't run down the street, but you wouldn't be in this rested position, burned to death. So they had to kill Gus Grissom and his 2 partners because he wouldn't go along with it. Maybe his partners were the same, I don't know. And that's probably a little bit of a setback because they then have to go to the other astronauts because they can't be killing them all. And they have to find folks that are probably 33-degree Masons who feel some upper rationale. They probably had to change their story to the astronauts and say, okay, here's the deal. Russia, they're a super pain in our ass. What we're really trying to do is bankrupt them, develop ICBMs so that once we bankrupt them, we can hold them captive with the threat of nuclear rain. Are you willing to protect your country? I know it's a weird thing that we have to do, but we can't go out to the American people and say we're going to spend $10 billion in 1960 money, 1970 money, to build a bunch of weapons that everyone's terrified of. Because people are, again, they terrified everyone with nuclear weapons, and then they can't say we're going to put them in the sky and be able to send them wherever we want to send them. At least that was probably their opinion, right? So what's the plan? How do we fake this thing? Well, we have to put 3 guys into low orbit because we need to fake images of the Earth from space. We need to have weightlessness, and we're going to have a big splashdown when it's over. Now, while you're in low orbit, faking that you're going further and further away from the Earth using this circular window inside your cabin, we're going to have a bunch of agents in a soundstage who have been rehearsing for probably months, if not years, this whole scenario. When you look at the script from NASA to the astronauts as to how this whole thing is going to be going down, you have a 2-column script, which I'd never seen before. One is for the astronauts and one is for the ground control. They say this, you say that. We're doing this, then you do this. And so it looked like the whole thing was scripted out like a Hollywood script. We know that NASA tapped Hollywood to light the Saturn V so it looked absolutely sexy in the dark when they launched this thing into space. Okay? So the soundstage, let's talk about that for a split second. They have to fake the surface of the moon. How would you do that? Well, we do have pretty powerful telescopes. We can look at the moon's surface and kind of get a general idea of, what it would be like to be on the ground. They have super high-res photographs that they can use to construct pictures and models of the moon's surface. Now, NASA built at least 2 gigantic mock moons within a warehouse. You can go see pictures of these, and they show them to you, and they say this is just what we use to simulate a test of going to the moon. The joke is that it's hidden in plain sight. It's right in your face. The very prop they use to fake the footage of the lunar module going down to the surface, as the surface went like this, was a big model that didn't have a bottom or a top, and it had a camera on a train track. And I'll put these photos in the video for those of you coming through podcast. But they simply bring the camera closer and closer to the surface using robot-controlled arms to keep it very steady. This is where all this technology came from that made Star Wars possible. In fact, one of the great Oscar award-winning guys, Richard Edlund, worked on spy cameras before he became a part of the Star Wars franchise way back in the 70s and 73, 74. One of the other models is a true top to bottom, slightly smaller but very large, I think it's probably 15 to 20 feet in diameter, surface of the moon. And there are pictures of these guys sculpting the surface with, I don't know, some clay, some putty, whatever it is, recreating what they see in photographs on these models. So when you think you're seeing footage of the moon's surface, you're merely looking at a camera filming a model. As they say in Quest for the Holy Grail, it's only a model. But the soundstage. The soundstage has a lot of versatility, but it has a lot of drawbacks as well. First drawback is, well, the moon's got 1/6 gravity, so how the hell are we going to fake these astronauts not being on 1/1 gravity? I'm not sure who came up with the idea, but again, this is utterly brilliant. They overcranked the camera 2x. And all that means is, one, you have to have a pretty good storage facility for film, because you're going to be blowing through this thing, blowing through this stuff at twice the speed. But if you were to say 24 frames per second is the average movie in 1968, when 2001: A Space Odyssey was greenlit, or sorry, came out in the theaters, sorry, and then you shoot it at 48 frames per second, so twice the amount of frames are going through the camera, but then when you play it back, you play it at 24. Everything is slow, but the resolution is good. It doesn't look like one of those 1905 videos where everyone's moving really fast, bursting in their velocities. Nah, it's perfect. The resolution is there, and it's great camera work, right? Well, the other problem you have with the soundstage is that there is no way in 1969 that they could fake the star pattern in the sky. They can't address the Milky Way, which would be utterly immutable, meaning you couldn't blotch it out, even if they gave you that excuse about the iris of the camera, the aperture of the camera being so tight that it can't let in the light to let starlight in. Now, there's some situations where that would be the case, but the Milky Way was there, completely unscathed by an atmosphere, right? The moon doesn't have an atmosphere according to NASA. Now, maybe it does, and maybe it doesn't. Who knows? But when you go outside in a big city and you look up, all the lights that are in the city are reflecting off of the atmosphere, reflecting off the fog, the clouds, and so you have this big glow. That's why when you drive towards Vegas in the desert, you can see it an hour before you get there. Well, there's none of that in space. Zero. So the Milky Way that you see in Lake Havasu in the middle of the night, which is utterly gorgeous, is probably 2 to 3 times the lumens that you would see on Earth when you're on the moon. But they can't do it. And why can't they do it? Well, the inside of a studio is a square box, a rectangular box. And so you can't have distortion of a bunch of star maps, someone putting a bunch of LEDs or lights or poking holes in a surface, and then have it turn a corner, and then have the ceiling attached to it. Big problem. As well, you can't run a rigging situation where all of the astronauts, and I've tested this with my own eyes, taking high-res footage from NASA of the astronauts jumping across the moon surface, and I was able to establish that directly and perpendicular to the ground, there is a wire that's disturbing the pixels in a perfect vertical line. In fact, one point I found a frame, I'll try to put it in the video, where when I high-conned it, when I turned up all the contrast, you can distinctly see a perpendicular line directly to the astronaut. Now, all the astronaut suits have a 6-inch antenna, I believe on their left shoulder, so people say, no, you're seeing the antenna. The problem is the antenna is parallel with the back of the astronauts. So if they're leaning forward at all, it's not going to be a perfect straight up line. They'd have to stand utterly straight up. And very few shots of the astronauts have that. So how do you solve for that problem? You simply tell the people of the world that they can't see stars in the cameras because they are adjusted for the super bright surface. Again, I think there's a lot of truth to that up to the point of seeing the Milky Way. But some of you need to look up the lumens of the star Sirius. Extremely bright. That little star out there, and again, uninhibited by any atmosphere at all. When you're at Lake Havasu, you're still staring through miles and miles of atmosphere. So on the moon, who knows how bright that thing would be? I think it'd be bright as hell. Okay? You don't see any of that stuff. The astronauts were told when they came back for the super depressed debriefing to the press, Michael Collins said, I don't think I remember seeing any stars. That's a ridiculous assertion because even with his human eyes, he should be able to see it. When he's going from Earth to the moon, all three of them should have been able to see it. But they're saying they didn't see it because that's what they're told. It covers up for the fact that this soundstage cannot recreate the star map, right? Now, Bart said in my interview with him that the old books of the 70s that had the fake imagery from NASA for these missions had two distinct colors of black. That they had the matted fake in post-production matting of any of the I-beams and things that may have gotten into the shot. They basically covered up inside the negative. And then it has, at some point, has to turn into the actual photograph of the actual astronaut sitting on the soundstage. Now, what other problems do you have with the soundstage? Well, the surface of the moon is going to be something that's going to be very delicate. Someone has to make these things. Now, there's two different stories about this. One I have I'm bringing to you personally, not from some other source. The other one is that when I looked at how NASA was preparing for the launch, they actually figured out that putting bombs in soil and blowing them up creates perfect looking craters. And again, I think if you look at my episode, Do Craters Exist?, you'll figure out that none of these are craters. These are volcanic eruptions, could be caused by electrical spouts from the center of the plasma core of the moon, or it could be just tension, just like we have volcanoes here. But they're definitely an explosion from the inside of the moon and not something that's hit the moon. So those millions and millions of perfectly circular craters that you're seeing are not from particles from space hitting the moon's surface. But the other one is that I bumped into a guy that said that when he saw the moon missions, he said he knew that they were fake. And this is funny because I met him at a house where the individual who owned the home thinks that they're real. And I said, well, tell me why you think this was fake. And he said, I built a machine in college that I installed into my university. And I forgot what the university was, but this guy's a famous car painter. And he said, all I did was, it was a catapult system. I put the finest of sand in this room, and my catapult just threw varying size rocks in a particular trajectory such that they would always perfectly land straight down. And again, this is what doesn't happen on the moon. This doesn't happen in reality. So he built the machine to do this very specific thing. It weighed the rock and then said, okay, I got to pitch you in a certain way. Boom. He said when he saw the moon's surface in these studio shots, he goes, that was my machine. And coincidentally, NASA bought his machine in 1964. Nobody knows that little factoid, do they? Now, whether or not they used his machine or not, we'll never know. But they bought it. And he said it was a perfect match between what he had and what he saw in the photographs. But let's just say they use bombs, they use this catapult system to create this beautiful surface. It must remain pristine from all the cast and crew during the entire process. You can't have Nike shoes here and loafers there, or human foot there. You can't. Any of that would reveal the evidence that this is fake. Now, some of you are also hip to the fact that some of the rocks look like they're made of paper mache. Well, for those of you who are recently born, paper mache was a massive form of entertainment and crafts at high schools and middle schools and grade schools all the way through the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. Okay, so building these things out of crumpled up newspapers that have been soaked, and basically you reduce a newspaper to pulp, and then you can do anything you want with it. You can build an object out of cardboard and then stuff the stuff on the outside, and it'll look like a rock, especially in black and white. But all of the objects that are supposed to be on the moon's surface are going to have to be lowered from a crane down to the surface. The astronauts have to be also carried by cable across this surface and put on the ladder without having stepped on the moon. There can't be any tracks on the moon until they do it themselves. Well, the one thing that they screwed up, and it probably would have been extremely hard with the set that they put together. Maybe this was intentional, and they thought no one would ever care, they could get through this, but something that we now know as a complete sign of proof is that when the Apollo 11 lunar module came down to the moon's surface, you've all seen the footage of all the dirt scattering underneath. You know, when they looked out the window, they shot that all this soil from the moon's surface flying away. But when we have pictures of the outside of the lunar module, one, there's this little, I don't know what it is, it must have been a sheath for the motor cone that comes out of the bottom. None of the soil has been moved underneath this thing, and the legs, which I believe are only 4, I think I said 5 the other day, had no soil on them. And so they're moving metric tons of soil with this 10,000 pound thrust rocket supposedly, but no stuff is on the legs. It's proof that this stuff was lowered down by a crane. Okay. But now you have to have astronauts inside of these suits that are air pressured, and they're real suits. They really probably have 100% possibility of not the radiation that they're going to get out on the moon's surface, which would kill them, but they would most likely be able to be pretty airtight in these things. But the problem is that it probably would weigh so much, especially if you put the environmental pack on, that you would need 1/6 gravity to be able to move freely inside of them. Any of you who have been in a scuba tank, you put 2 scuba tanks on, you're going to do a really long dive, and you try to walk around the ship deck, especially with a big parka suit on that's, you know, super insulated, you know, inflated. You know that moving around, if you're a scuba diver in this spacesuits in 1/1 gravity, would be very, very tough. Every time they trained in water, they were on all kinds of harnesses and cables because they just simply weighed too much. And so they have to do something about the environmental systems. Well, they just take them out. They're empty. Well, that means you're inside a very hot outfit. And there was this pathetic attempt to dismiss the myths, and Bart Sibrel put a great video out on his channel that proves that the shadows were converging on the moon, which means they had multiple light sources. Again, Hollywood people have put it through software and said there's at least 5 sources and 5 light sources in most of the shots from Apollo 11 at least. But these guys are really hot and sweaty, and on this set where they went out to the desert to simulate this, the astronauts, the actors inside these astronaut suits are already sweating profusely. Their faces are covered in sweat when they pull down the little shield, which we're going to get to in a second, that covers their face. So the whole soundstage has to be cooled down, and I mean cooled down. Those of you who have seen the making of The Exorcist, when they wanted to make sure that Linda Blair's breath was super cold, they had to literally chill the room way, way down. So the actors walking around in dresses and suits are freezing to death in those sets. So the problem with that reveals evidence is that these fans are actually blowing the air at the actual actors that are pretending to be the astronauts. So every time that they jump up and down, I wouldn't say every single time in the shots that I've seen, but a lot of them, I think they adjusted for this, the dirt that comes up from their feet travels really far away really fast, as if there's an atmosphere on the moon and wind is blowing, which is obviously not the case. But we have this other problem, is that if you can see who these guys are inside the suits, then we have a problem. They're in low orbit, throwing around tuna cans and faking all the shots of the Earth, in opposite chronological order, of course. So you can't have the actors on the ground being identified. So the brilliant idea they came up with was to to line the inside of the big glass faceplate that comes down. Any of you StarCraft fans will know exactly what I'm talking about. They lined it with gold, as I understand it, creating sort of a sunglasses effect. Their excuse for doing this was that it was going to be too bright to look down at the surface of the moon and survive. Now, we all know that skiing is something that has been done long before 1969, and we've all gone out with sunglasses on like the ones I'm wearing, and we're just fine. We're just fine, right? So this excuse is a bit of a stretch, but it 100% solves the problem for actors being on the soundstage. It blocks them out. Now, a few of the things that are interesting is that the doorways inside of the lunar module main environmental area where the two astronauts are, in this particular case with Apollo 11, you have Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, they never filmed each other coming out of the door hole. You have Buzz going down a ladder. This is the famous shot with 5 light sources, which NVIDIA did a laughable job trying to debunk. I mean, it's amazing who's in on this thing, right? Those that try to debunk the moon hoax are in on it. It's just, especially at a corporate level, right? Individuals who watch YouTube and are simply butthurt about it, well, those are just free agents, right? And, you know, some of this is going to be a repeat from the recent episodes, but this is all geared at the hoax, right? According to Bart Sibrel, with some of the original photographs from NASA from the 70s, you have 2 different colors of terrain soil. You have a brownish soil towards the bottom and a bluish soil towards the back props. Now, or maybe that's reversed, but it's one or the other. But it's all been color corrected nowadays with obviously modern software, and so the hoax has been concealed. But why were there 2 colors of soil? Well, part of it has to do with the fact that you have a physical floor that they're stepping on and doing all this fake 1/2 gravity, right? Which is, again, rolling the camera up 2x. These astronauts are still on supports. So every time they jump up and down, there's this cable above them that's insulating their fall back down to give them the sort of the motion of a less than 1/1 gravity look. And I forgot what mission it was, but one of the astronauts actually stumbled and fell down. And they have this little thing that they do, this little kick-up thing that they do, where they push on their hands and then they push on their feet and they push on their hands, and it gets them to be upright again. One of them had fallen down. He was calling for help from his buddy, and his buddy is hopping across the set to help him out. And he reaches down with his hand to help him out. But before his hand ever touches the astronaut, whoever was handling his wire, the guy that had fallen down, he pulled too soon. And this astronaut pops right back up on his feet with physics incapability, right? There's no force that he has been able to derive from pushing off the soil to get upright again. So by the time guy touched him, he was already upright. Big mistake right there on our eyesight. But again, we want to believe this stuff, so we believe it, right? Now, a lot of people think that they saw it on TV, so when they saw it on TV, it was real. For Apollo 11, it was unbelievably pathetic the way that we got the initial footage of Neil Armstrong coming down that ladder. Of all the footage of all the missions to the moon, that footage, the most important footage in the world, was the lowest res footage that you ever saw of the mission as it was portrayed on the moon. Why was it low res? Well, one of the technical reasons why is that the networks were never allowed to have the original feed. The original feed would reveal where the original feed was coming from, which was Earth-to-Earth transmissions from the studio through a bunch of pipelines directly to the location where they were actually able to see it. The way that the footage was actually presented to you, technically speaking, was that the networks filmed a wall. NASA projected their feed from the studio onto a wall, and the networks were allowed to film the wall. Pretty unreal, right? But now, logistically speaking, Neil Armstrong had a Hasselblad on his chest, which is a big, gigantic, I think it's 110. It's like 100, it's a square, huge square negative. I probably have that wrong, but I grew up with these cameras, and the negative is almost 3 inches by 3 inches. So super high resolution, right? Now, we may wanted to have done two different things. We want a live broadcast to this whole situation, which is going to have at least a 4-second delay, probably more like 10, 12-second delay by the time the signal gets to Earth and has to bounce through all the transmission mechanisms. But we also want to preserve this for time. This is, if we really do ever step on the moon, we want this in 4K, right? Now, obviously in 1969, we don't have such resolutions, but what we could have done is have a live camera feed, and we would have a small camera with a very tiny amount of film. At that time, it could have been a 16 millimeter camera. That would have been enough to capture a super high res compared to what you saw footage. Now, the module itself has plenty of stuff on the outside of the system. Now, we all know that the radiation would have probably exposed all the film and all the scenarios had they really gone to the moon, just been holding a Hasselblad, right? The solar radiation would have gone through the Hasselblad in 2 seconds. And just like Madame Curie, who found out that uranium is radioactive by storing it bars on top of film in a closed cabinet drawer and then developing the film and finding these big overexposed sections where the bar was, that's what would happen in space, most likely. So at the time, that the module's in low orbit and the sound stage is acting out all these actors, you are having a script, again, that 2-column script for Buzz, for Michael, and for Neil to coordinate with what's going on in the studio. And it must have been a pain in the ass, but they probably rehearsed it quite a bit. But let me loop back for 1 second. The terrain in the background, the mountainsides and what have you, we think were simulated by a prop that was simply painted to look like the actual background. And so from certain perspectives, this is going to work perfectly. You're always controlling where the camera is in a studio to get the illusion that something's going back further than it was. So the color palette between the soil on the ground, which is probably made of something we can find, volcanic ash or something we pulverize here, and the paint that's on the back is why these photographs had two different colors of soil, easily modified in software today, right? But according to Bart Sibrel, they went out very cleanly inside of inside books back in the day. The other one I want to draw your attention to, which is utterly a smoking gun of all smoking guns, is the blue marble shot, I think taken from Apollo 17. And it is the clean shot of Earth from space. And unfortunately for NASA, there's two gigantic problems with this. One, Google Earth exists today, and the proportions of Africa in this shot are completely off, and Madagascar is way further north than it would be in reality. Now again, if you study the Peter projection map, then you're going to realize that all the shapes of the continents are wrong on all of our globes, and they've been wrong for over 70 years. Super sad on our part that we can't replace the globes with one that's actually accurate. But that's not the big smoking gun. The huge smoking gun is the Red Sea. I believe it's the Red Sea. It looks like a Great Lake. It's just kind of a little worm that goes left to right, east to west. And the problem for NASA is when they composited the shot, they have the Earth closing off the lake, opening back up, closing it off, opening back up, because it's a composite shot of high altitude planes, or maybe even low orbit photographs. But they made a huge mistake, and coincidentally, they fixed that since then. Again, a pure shot. If I just say, I'm going to walk up to you, I'm going to be 3 feet away with my Nikon zippity zap camera that's got a mega, gigapixel, whatever, and take a picture of your face. You're not going to be Picasso one day with your eyeballs on one side of your face, and then later on it just miraculously moves you to have both eyes on, opposite sides of your head. This is what NASA wants you to believe. Now let's start from scratch and review very quickly. The Saturn V launches. 3 astronauts go in low orbit. The set on Earth is timed perfectly with what they think this mission is going to would have been had it been real. The satellite that was inserted into space, I think in March of 1969, somewhere in that time frame, that simulated the entire mission for all the ground control people, has been either relaunched or the data on the satellite has either a script 2 or they were able to upload a different script. Probably just had a script 2 in it. When the launch happens in July of 1969, that satellite is still going around the Earth and beaming down to all the listening stations, including NASA headquarters and the Russians and all this other stuff. Anyone who wanted to monitor this launch is actually getting information from a false satellite. Well, it's a real satellite, but it's not the anything to do with the capsules going to the moon. So at all the precise moments, they're saying, because you hear this a lot, the Russians watched us go to the moon. Well, they didn't watch us with telescopes and having the module go down to the moon and come back up. No one has that footage. That doesn't exist. What they were watching was the telemetry transmissions from these supposed spaceships back down to Earth, all being orchestrated by this satellite that was used to simulate the full mission 3 or 4 months before. Just prior to getting to the moon, quote unquote, in the script, the astronauts want to furnish footage of the Earth getting smaller, as if they are going away from the Earth, right? Well, the problem is, when Bart Sibrel did his movie, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Someone leaked, I think, a 56-minute movie to him. At least the full version I saw on YouTube a long time ago, which I can't find anymore, was about that length. They are using a window, a round window with a fisheye lens, piece of glass in it, that's obviously going to grab a tremendous amount of the spectrum. It's a wide-angle lens, basically, of the Earth. Now, Neil Armstrong says to NASA on recording, I've pushed the camera lens directly against the window, and everything that you see is Earth, and the black part around Earth is space. And again, can't see the Milky Way, can't see Sirius, which is complete bunk in itself, but let's just say you adjust your brain to believe that suspension of disbelief, right? The problem for them is that they've actually got a gel over the right side of the window simulating the sun, creating the sun's moving to the west, and they're simulating the sun going dark on the right side of the Earth. But they film this with atomic clock stamping in the camera in reverse chronological order. So they film the further away shots first, because it's easier to kind of get your ball bearings together, get the equipment set up. And then as they perfected the shot, they moved the camera closer and closer to this window, and the blackness that you see is actually the inside of the cabin. It's not the edge of the Earth. In this shot, you have arms that got in the way, that moved in front of the camera. Like right now, if a third person, if you're watching this on YouTube, put this way, if a second person was with me and they put their hands in front of the lens, you would know that I'm not by myself in this backyard, which I am at this point. But you have shots with arms going between the camera and the window. You also have the red lights that are in the room got in the shot. At the very last shot, they turn the lights on in the cabin. You see someone pull the gel off the window, and Michael Collins turns the camera to his face and makes a goofy expression to basically signify, well, that's part of the hoax that we just finished. Awesome. To review, when they were supposed to be close to the Earth, they're filming the faraway shots. When they're far away from the Earth, they're filming the close shots, all in reverse order, thus exposing the hoax. And someone leaked this video, either by accident or on purpose. As Bart described it, he said that most people that were doing moon documentaries were sent giant canister stacks of all the footage from whatever mission they were interested in covering. And he said, of everyone I've ever talked to, they only used the first 2 or 3 cans of this footage. But he went all the way to the bottom and watched every single piece of footage. And again, all he ever asked for was Apollo 11, with the assumption that if they were going to make any mistakes, it obviously would have been on the first try. And he was right. Now, many of you have seen, I think it's 16, where someone actually walked onto the set during the filming and pulled an object off the ground and walked off the set. And in the original shot, you can see this human being. You get the astronaut over there by the lunar lander, and this guy walks onto the right side of your screen, takes something off, and walks off. Now, some people think, oh, that was faked later on, through After Effects or something, and this creates this fake disinformation. When someone rolled back the footage that NASA actually broadcast, what you see is the shadow of the person suddenly appear and suddenly go away. The person has been cropped out, but their shadow is still infinitesimally registering in the original footage. So we think that that's pretty evident that this is obviously a soundstage and someone accidentally walked in the shot during a broadcast live moment. So they're in low orbit. When someone who's watching the clock based on the mission idea of the slingshot theory of getting to the moon, when it starts having to be the moon footage, the studio kicks on, the astronauts are given their cues, and it's got to be a pretty good rehearsal back and forth. Now, I wasn't alive when this was happening, so I have no idea whether or not footage from the moon, other than Neil Armstrong jumping down the ladder with this horrible grainy footage, okay, trying to hide the mistakes is basically what they're trying to do with super low grain footage, broadcasting it on a wall, projecting it on a wall, making the networks take it off the wall. Atrocious, right? Let's put it this way. There's more logistics in broadcasting that on the wall and hiding its original signal than just giving the networks the original signal source. What's interesting to me is that I can't imagine that source being able to be encrypted in any way, shape, or form. Maybe they could. I don't know. They mess with the scan line length, so normal television can't process it. I don't know. I mentioned this in episode 26. I'll just mention it briefly here. The Hasselblad camera that Neil Armstrong had to his chest is a camera that is a square box, and you have to look down inside the viewfinder to see if you got the right shot. Now, the amount of time-life cover shots that Neil Armstrong was able to take in a camera that held probably about 30 frames per roll of film, and I was not aware that they ever reloaded the camera, because that is not an easy step. He'd have to, I guarantee you, he would have to be inside the environmental capsule with that camera to, at all, get it off of his chest so he could see what he was doing. In order to reload a Hasselblad back, you have to put this silver door into the back of the actual film canister, and then you can disconnect it, and it's protected the film. You can put that down, grab another one, put it on, pull the sliver out, then you'd have to reattach it to your chest, right? Now, how many of you have shot selfies over and over and over again just to get that perfect angle of your face and your friends or whatever? How many of you just taken a ton of pictures with your camera at Disneyland or the beach or wherever, the Eiffel Tower, and you're trying to get the right shot? Now imagine I give you the best camera in the world. In fact, I give you a Hasselblad and I wire it to your chest. And I say, you're at Disneyland. Easy, tons of stuff to take pictures of. And I want you to bring me back the amount of shots that Neil Armstrong got perfectly composed in his camera without being able to look down. The excuse is that he was highly trained. Okay, yeah, right. You've never been here before. You've never done this before. You have no idea what you're up against. You're standing on a crater, you're up and down, whatever. You're not going to get everything cropped perfectly. As well, the gentleman who built the Hasselblad for the moon missions was interviewed on a face-to-face interview. I can't find this anymore, but they asked him what would happen if this camera heated up to 250 degrees Fahrenheit, which they actually claim is about 280, I think, and then went down to 280 below zero, and then back up. The guy said, well, the camera would explode. They can't handle that. That means that they couldn't have pulled this off. Because according to NASA, and this is the problem with the SpaceX rover in space thing, or the Tesla in space, you can't have metals with this gigantic discrepancy in heat and cold. It twists and expands in the opposite directions, and so you're going to have actually an object explode. At least distort so much that the shutter isn't going to work inside, and nothing's going to, maybe even the Zeiss lens cracks, you know? How many of you have had a windshield crack when it's really hot out and then you accidentally wash your car and it goes split, right? My neighbor had his passenger side window explode on his truck across the street when it got really hot here the other day. They thought someone actually abused his truck, but they kind of figured out, well, it's probably just got fractured somewhere in the construction that he does. And then when the hot and cold happened, it just took it all the way. But now think about the claim that a bunch of people have to be in on this conspiracy. We're going to get back to the mission in a second, but it doesn't take much, does it? I mean, it takes probably a few hundred people to run the sound stage, to get it all worked out. It takes a lot of people to communicate secretly with the capsule in low orbit, which we have evidence by a third voice that tells the astronaut when to talk. It totally told Neil Armstrong to talk. Because they're trying to, when they communicate with the astronauts, they're trying to simulate the time delay of 2 seconds up and 2 seconds back. most of the communications are way under 4 seconds, which means this couldn't be real. When Nixon calls the astronaut from the White House, I think he talked to Neil Armstrong, he said, you know, you guys are doing great. Those second delays are like half a second, a second. It's way too quick to have this conversation, the fluidity that they did. Another sign that it's all on Earth and it's a big hoax. So when it comes time to land, this is one of the things that blows my mind about people. They'll say something like, well, how did they splash down in the ocean if they didn't really go to the moon? And you're like, what does the moon have to do with splashing down in the ocean? Now, before we get to the actual splash, this lunar module, this, again, cone-shaped craft that they all come back in, all right, is said to turn around, so there's a blast shield on the bottom, like a shield that's designed to take amazing temperatures as they're coming in at this very perfect angle, because if they get too shallow, they're going to bounce off. They come in too steep, they're going to vaporize. It's the ship rubbing against the atmosphere. It's pretty brilliant that they figured that out. When they got into high-speed aircraft, they figured this out very quickly. Was that the SR-71 is said to be so hot, its windshields are so hot you could take an egg, throw it against the windshield, and it will cook before it falls back down in your lap. Pretty interesting. By 1969, as I understand it, the SR-71 was well in use, so they had this knowledge, right? But if they're truly in low orbit, which I think they were, as evidence of their video of the Earth through this portal window, of course they got to come down. Now, a physicist did a simulation of this shape, of this bullet shape, hitting the atmosphere, and could not, in any circumstance, throw it at the atmosphere in a way that it didn't turn so the point was down. So that's a bit of a mystery as to whether or not these astronauts came down in an upside-down configuration or a bottom configuration. Maybe there's a way to get it to happen with the bottom configuration. But they splashed down in the ocean from a low orbit. And for some people, that was the complete validation of all this other hocus pocus, these bad photography, all the evidence on the moon that it was an absolute hoax. The perfect shots, this ridiculous contraption called the lunar lander. If you ever just pull up the shot of the lunar lander and disconnect your mind for a split second from what you're seeing as being real, you'll start to look at this thing and go, really? That's the best they could do in terms of coming up with a ship that looks like it could land on the moon and then take back off again, right? Because the top part has like some sort of explosive with this little, I don't know, I always heard it was an explosive that just blasted it back up into space, right? This is a maneuver that is probably the most volatile, dangerous thing of the entire mission, is to get back up into moon orbit and then rendezvous with the module and get back home. Worked the first time, every time, and no one's ever been able to do it since. Again, no other nation on Earth has been able to go to the moon with computer power 1,000,000 times more intense than what they had on those ships. Our rocketry is now profoundly more powerful than the Saturn V, and no one can do it. Now let's go on to Apollo 12, because there's a little bit of evidence with that one too, of the soundstage. Now everything else is pretty much in the bag. Launching the Saturn V, doing the low orbit shots, and landing back and splashing, that's locked in. No problem there. I mean, obviously it's a super complicated thing, and hats off to everyone who participated in that. They're all geniuses, and without them, you know, this thing we never would have any accomplishments in space. So I have big respect for everyone involved with this thing, up to the point of killing Gus Grissom and his buddies. But they needed to improve on the mission to make it more exciting. Why would anyone continue watching missions on the moon? Well, according to all of my friends who watched it back in the day on TV, they said that it was super duper stressed on Apollo 11, that these boosters were completely, they were at the bare minimum of thrust. The F1 boosters were the bare minimum of thrust to get this thing into space and make this entire mission possible. They even said, as I've heard it communicated to me from first-hand people that saw it, that you couldn't bring a paperclip. Now, this is an exaggeration most likely, but they couldn't bring 10 pounds more on this Saturn V and the mission, and have the mission be successful, because it wouldn't have enough thrust to make all these elliptical slingshot orbit theories work, which I'm not completely convinced that actually works at all, but whatever. So what did they bring up in Apollo 12? They bring up what I like to call, and my co-host from MK Ultra Radio, Kyle, said, the Chrysler. They bring up a Jeep. It's based on the Jeep, the military Jeep that you would see in like the sitcom MASH, those old Jeeps from World War II. They strip one completely down. They realized inflated tires aren't going to work. Again, ingenious ideas. They come up with this sort of corrugated steel tire. It's just unbelievably brilliant. It's mostly hollow, right? But you have this, I think it's about 700 pounds, 699 pounds or so that goes up on this rocket. Well, they didn't adjust the F1 boosters one iota between the first mission and the last mission. So how were they able to put this in orbit? According to them, it was impossible. Again, according to them, it's impossible to do. But we're just like, whatever, man, take up a spaceship, whatever, right? Well, the very first shots we ever see of this moon rover lacks any tire marks. They filmed the front left quarter panel of this vehicle, and there's no tracks. They also don't have any footage of actually unloading this thing and putting it together, which the whole thing is supposedly folded out, right? Brilliant idea. And then there's something else you start to notice when you look at all the rover footage, and I mean all of it. It looks like the astronaut outfit that's inside this thing is a dummy. I mean, it looks like a human, but it doesn't move. As this thing is bouncing around and throwing up the big rooster tail, again, it's all off of, it's all inaccurate to 1/6 gravity, but so you buy that double X thing. Again, if you take all the moon footage and you double the play speed to 2x, which every player in the world can do, right? Just download some footage and play at 2x, you're going to see real time. That's not 1/6 gravity, okay? It's just not. But you don't see anybody on this car. I mean, if you see this footage, please send it to me, because I watched probably, 10 minutes of this stuff, and I never saw an astronaut wave. Hey, how's it going, man? Or take the wheel and really strong arm it here and there. There's, I think both arms are on it, or one arm's off, or something like this. But the thing that the person in this vehicle doesn't move like a normal human being. Turn in the head like this. Hey, what's going on, right? I mean, I know you got a little bit of restraint from the suit, but it looks like they ran like some remote control vehicle. It might have been that when they put a person inside the suit and put them on this Jeep and then put them on the set, that it gets stuck like a dune buggy on the beach, which I see it all the time, right? People drive these little ATVs or whatever they are, all-terrain vehicles on the beach, and for the most part they're okay, but if they get in the loose dry sand and sit there for a while and crank the tires a couple times, they're stuck. They need people to help them get out. Now, I'm trying to keep this out of the how we know all this, like all the evidence that this was fake, because you can watch my other episodes where I go through that at nauseum. But because they made the mistakes in Apollo 11, they repeated the mistakes in all the other episodes, all the other missions, right? Which are episodes on TV filmed in a soundstage. The lack of any soil on the feet of the lunar lander, they kept that mistake going the entire time. They never even attempted to move soil underneath. There's at least 2 missions that use the same exact set, meaning the mountains in the background, which are paintings or maybe rear projection, are the same. And all they did was they rustled up some rocks on the ground. One of the interesting things that that no one really talks about is that the first 3 astronauts came back, Buzz, Michael, and Neil, and in their press conference with the world, they looked like they'd been crying. And you know what that looks like, that red face. They look like they've been crying, which, I mean, all three of them look super depressed. There wasn't one of them that was like giddy and the other 2 were depressed. All 3 of them were absolutely just, dead. But the additional groups of 3 that they put up there were totally and completely into this. And they had no problem taking the interviews and talking about it at length. It's very interesting. Now, what do they do to make us believe today that it was real? Well, aside from faking more and more evidence, fake shots of the lunar landers on the moon, which are 4 times as large as they would normally be on the moon. You have to understand that when we take a picture of a foreign planet with a surveillance satellite, again, this is probably all fake, but they tell us that a pixel equals a certain amount of cubic space on the surface of wherever they're taking these pictures. And so when we take the ratio of the pixel, so let's say 1 pixel was a yard, 3 feet square, and we look at the lunar module pictures that they brought back, and we study the 4 feet that are on the lunar module, it's 4 times as big as it should be. Well, it didn't just grow, okay? Another painful piece of evidence. But the interesting one that I hear a lot about, and I haven't got a barrage from you guys in a while, it's usually only the newcomers that do this. I mentioned this in previous episodes, but some of the astronauts have been told or elected to keep this facade going by talking about aliens. They say, this is one of the defensive theories, that we did go to the moon, but when we got there, we found a bunch of alien stuff. Alien, like, huge sculptures and cities, and on the black side of the moon, the dark side of the moon, that there's all kinds of alien bases and all this other stuff. John Lear's all into this kind of thing, right? Your problem with the logistics of this is the following. 1, we have telescopes that are massively powerful in the amateur astronomy world. If there was any logical movement on the surface of the bright side, which is where we landed in the Sea of Tranquility and all these other locations, we'd be able to see a craft moving across the surface of the moon. Now, there have been videos submitted on YouTube, loosely sourced, that claim to have this kind of stuff. I'm not convinced any of that's not just someone having fun with footage. If you have one that you think is very believable, please link it down below on YouTube and I'll take a look. But the chronology of the problem of creating the hoax to protect the alien encounter is the following. If this was all real, and there would be no soundstage anywhere. There wouldn't be any soundstage anywhere in the world because they really are there and they're really taking all these shots. The idea that overnight, Neil Armstrong comes down the ladder and he turns around and there's freaking Klaatu looking at him or these gray aliens looking at him. There's not enough time to fake all that stuff I told you about, such that the population doesn't have we'll get you the moon footage in a month or 6 months, all right? All of it happened chronologically just as we thought it was real, as it was portrayed to us. So there's no time to fake all this stuff. Yeah, sure, the additional missions, you can make up any story you want. But one of the things they want you to do is to say, well, we know there's aliens on the moon, or I've heard a really credible story by some of the astronauts, okay, that went there supposedly, right? They're peddling this stuff. I forgot what astronaut lives in Malibu, but he's the guy that shows up to UFO groups and lies out his teeth about all this crap that he saw. Because if you can just automatically assume that aliens exist on the moon, then that validates the moon missions. Well, of course we went to the moon. Well, how do you know that? Well, we saw aliens. That part is true. Oh, okay, well then everything about getting to the moon is true then. It's a backhanded way of making a lie a truth. I'm going to suggest you don't fall for it, okay? Now, I have a whole episode about the moon and its mystery of why it's there, why it's so huge, and there are a lot of anomalies with it. For those that are flat earthers, which some of you just rolled your eyes, there is a mysterious thing that, the moon perfectly eclipses the sun. And I mean perfectly. And again, what are the frickin' odds that we've got this 1,200 mile diameter ball surrounding our 8,000 mile diameter Earth? It's too big for us. The sun is 93 million miles away, supposedly, and it all just aligns perfectly so that this eclipse happens. There's probably nothing more suspicious than the fact that those two objects in space are the same exact size. In my moon episode, I talk about the theory that the moon is actually a burned out sun. I heard this somewhere and I thought it was utterly fascinating. It was like, yeah, so if you're going to replace the sun, if these are light bulbs that just basically burn out, then you would replace it with one exactly the same size, because that's the one that provides the ecosystem for this planet that's down here. Or if it's a flat Earth disk, it's just up there rotating somehow, right? I do think it's interesting, and I'm just going to end this on a bumper. For those of you who hate flat Earth, you can just click off the video right now, but I'll just tell you coming in as a super science kid, having been super privileged to meet utterly brilliant people at NASA that have done other things that have nothing to do with the moon missions, it fascinates me that someone can be so cavalier about the flat earth thing being wrong. I think at best, if you are a discerning scientist, okay, you're going to be left with a paradox. If you really just subtract out of your brain everything you've been told is true, you look at the Peter projection map and you realize that our continents on all of our globes are wrong, and that there was a movement in the early 50s to get all of our globes updated. I mean, we made them a long time ago, and so of course we didn't have space travel, we didn't have high altitude planes and all this other stuff to look down and go, oh, this shit's actually a different shape. Here's your problem if you want to be so certain about where you are. All the pictures of Earth from space are fake. Every single one of them. There are videos out there where they interviewed the latest guy in the last 10 years, from 2018 back to 2008, this young kid who does the composite work of the shots of the Earth using high altitude pictures, either from satellites or from planes or whatever. And he says on this tape, well, it's a composite. It has to be. It's a composite. It has to be. It's interesting that the person gifted with this job has no other scenario in his mind to take a picture of the Earth from space, but a geocentric orbit satellite should be able to be a live feed of Earth. And they've attempted these live feeds where they say, oh, here's an animation of 24 hours of the Earth rotating, and we find out that storm systems have literally been cut and pasted over and over and over in the same shot. So the same unique snowflake of a cloud is repeated a bunch of times, you know, pretty far away from each other, so it wouldn't be any sort of pattern that would be a natural phenomenon. And unless any of you have been an astronaut, you've never had the opportunity to fly up there and see it for yourself. So how can you be so certain? Where do we have the footage of a plane flying over the Antarctica with continuous shot? Just fly over it, man. Just put a camera out there with some ungodly 512 gigabyte RAM stick and just let it film out the door. Hell, go with a 1980s camcorder that can film for 8 hours in low definition. We don't have that footage, right? But now a lot of the evidence that has been suggested to prove it's flat has also not been proven. The gyroscope in a plane, no footage of that, just a claim of that, over and over and over and over again. So you get some disinfo and you get some sort of official science info. Now we do look out into space and we see the moon. It's a round object. We see the sun. It's a round object. We have colleges that film these things with kids that watch it all day. They watch the sun rotate, right? And it rotates and you can see it's a big ball in space. We can see a lot of our neighboring planets pretty good in a telescope, and they're round objects. They seem to have gaseous sort of surfaces with at least Saturn and Jupiter, right? But the real thing I want to bumper into this thing with is this. The space agencies of this world today are in the picture business, in the movie business. They are only selling you, once the rocket is out of sight and out of mind, right? Once it's launched and lost all of its vertical lift, right? You can just see it falling around maybe the side of the Earth, I don't know, maybe crashing into the sea, I don't know. As soon as it's out of sight, out of mind, with especially this little blackout period that they say they have to have, which seems ridiculous, but whatever, we'll go with that little thing being a necessity. I think it was a chance for them to change the feeds from, resetting the script. Well, we're going to tell everybody that we can't communicate for X number of seconds, minutes, or whatever, and then we're really just changing to the ground feed, or we're syncing the two feeds together, or whatever they're doing. But after that point, all you get is pictures for your $60 million a day. The Voyager satellites, again, like I've said, Hollywood had perfected by 1984, I said 2004, I think in my episode, unfortunately, they were able to simulate in a computer spherical projections of whatever surface that they think that object might have, whether it be Mars or Jupiter or Saturn. They were able to do the rings, that's no problem. It's really just a flat plane that's invisible, and you project the spherical drawing on there, which the rings are situated. But the other thing that struck me the other day, especially about the Voyager, which I think launched in 1976, the first one, hey, we have amazing artists in this world who could take a sphere built out of whatever's the most perfectly round thing. It could be steel, could be wood, could be anything, and they could paint that thing to look exactly like whatever we think these bodies might look like closer up. right? Now, I think because Saturn having the hexagon or the pentagon or whatever it is across the top, I think it's a hexagon, it's a spherical calculation that's deteriorating as the orbit of the algorithm actually starts to condense on itself. Again, I've said this recently, I'll say it again because we're on this episode. When I used to use paint applications back in the 80s and all the way in the 90s, of course, obviously till today, drawing a circle on paint applications was fairly decent when you would drag the circle very large, but when you drew them smaller and smaller, there was no anti-aliasing back in the day, so it wasn't smoothed out through, differential grays in this thing. It was a binary thing. It was either black or white pixel. As soon as you drew it smaller, these things could not remain circular. And it was a big problem in Photoshop all the way up until probably the 21st century, where what I had to do was draw a bunch of little circles or draw big ones and try to shrink them down. Maybe the algorithm for scaling was a little bit better. But it was a problem. Everything was pretty whacked out. And I can imagine when they were inventing these algorithms, it didn't work out well. But it was still amazingly convincing, right? So where could they be lying today? Everywhere. Rovers on Mars, more missions to the moon, which are just orbital. All these different things trying to orbit moons from Saturn or Jupiter. They could all be fake. But they seem to only greenlight missions that are fairly simple for them to use their existing platforms to fake, right? But the 2 points I'm trying to prove in this episode is that, one, not a lot of people had to be involved in terms of, let's say, for instance, 10,000 people participated in the creation of the Apollo project that went to the moon. The CERN Hadron Collider supposedly has 10,000 people as well. Well, think of the Hadron Collider. A bunch of people build it, and they generally know what the scientists meant by building these collider, these wafers that check all this scattering proton matter. But in terms of the actual sensor data going through a bunch of software and outputting on a monitor as to what you think you actually found, well, there's a lot of places in between the pipeline of the collider and the actual output data that could be hijacked, right? They could hijack that data and say, well, we want to see is this. So we're going to make this little interrupting piece of software that goes, this is what you saw. The real data is being pulled off to a separate location and looked at perhaps for a different objective. Who knows, right? But all we need is a bunch of people, probably, I would say 50 to 100 maybe, to participate in the creation of this soundstage. That's where most of the hoax becomes absolutely laughable. In terms of the low orbit, well, that's a real mission. That's a low orbit mission. In terms of what they're doing in the capsule, you only see the capsule if it has a transmission coming from it, right? If the transmission is encrypted, going down to special sources on Earth that are, again, bases that we don't actually have access to because they're military bases, then the astronauts are simply beaming down to these stations that are not in the public domain. So we can get Neil Armstrong's voice to coincide with the script. The fascinating thing is that all three men sat together during the entire mission to the moon, every single time. But they had to simulate that two of them are down on the moon and one of them still in the orbital capsule around the moon. Right? Remember, one of them never goes down. So Michael Collins never touched the moon. That's kind of a bummer, right? What I don't know why is that I think Michael Collins didn't take an interview at all. And when Bart Sibrel tried to approach him at a supermarket, he absolutely would not talk about anything, which is, again, I think it was 40 years after the moon mission, and he wouldn't talk about it. I mean, it was 32 years after he did that mission, he wouldn't talk about it. Probably a couple more years after that, because the other movie, Astronauts Gone Wild, took a couple of years to make after that first one. But anyway, he wouldn't talk about it. Why wouldn't you talk about something you did that was amazing? Why not? Why not level that guy? If he's out there peddling lies about your missions, why not sit there and just Occam's razor the guy down, right? Instead, all the Occam's razors turn out to be, well, if this stuff is improbable or impossible, you must subtract those things. Whatever you have left is what the mission actually was, which is not there. NASA has lost all the original footage. NASA has lost all the original schematics, right? The F-1 boosters have never been revealed to the public. The rocks that were donated to, the Russian ambassador in England turned out to be petrified wood. Fake, fake, fake. There must be something about the original video that they got from the moon that if studied, if the physical film was studied, it would be very evident it never went to space. And again, for those of you who are pilots, remember, you have to wear a little radiation badge on your lapel so that you can study how much radiation you've been exposed to as a pilot. And after 20,000 hours in space, in just commercial airlines or flying fighter jets or whatever, you're pulled out of commission because you've received the maximum amount of radiation your body is supposed to ever receive. What would an astronaut feel in a 1/4 inch aluminum capsule going through the Van Allen belts? Something that nearly killed all the astronauts in 1998 in the space shuttle. But you're going to spend days inside this thing because you're doing this big loop-de-loop thing through the Van Allen belts, right? And you're going to head off to the moon, which has no protection whatsoever. And you're in this hot, and you're in this cold, and you're in hot and this cold. You're going to die. You're going to die super duper fast, way before you ever get to the moon. And again, it's the only accomplishment of man that has never been repeated by any other nation. That should give you a pretty good indication of the fact that it's a hoax. So anyway, I hope this episode was useful. You can now answer the question of how they did it. You can also rebut the fact that a bunch of people had to conspire to make this thing happen. Yeah, it's more than perhaps a small group of people, but it's not a massive group of people, and by no means the overwhelming majority of people. Again, remember, probably 97 to 99% of everyone who participated in these missions could be interviewed and they would pass the polygraph test because to them, they saw the evidence that they needed to see in order to prove to them that these missions actually occurred. But none of them actually saw it. Those of you who are so certain the world is a heliocentric ball, it's only through logic presented to you by the science community with a capital S, the new religion, that makes you feel like you're on a ball. Explain to me how the moon perfectly eclipses the sun. Okay, just do that for me. If you haven't been to deepthoughtsradio.com, please go. There's audio, video, a locked Facebook group, and a Patreon page. For those of you who support me in any way, shape, or form, thank you very much. Your comments have been amazing. Show's off to a good start. And I will see you in the next episode. So take care of yourself and someone else. Over and out.
How's it going, guys? I hope all is well with everybody.
What's up? What's up? 24/7 in the house. I see ether grass lighting up there. I saw Truth Acknowledged light up there. Yeah. I see TOS UK in the house. Sydney Hensley. All right. Ripcord, Resolve, Morvis, Wave Mixer, and I'm Sunny down at the bottom. Trying to shine the light to brighten up your freaking to brighten up your Tuesday.
Yeah, man. I hope all is well with you, dude.
We got wild tropical weather happening here. Yesterday I was checking out a storm off of Baja, 500 miles west of Baja. So that's like line of sight from the coast here. You could probably point your finger at just about, maybe not quite.
Can you hear me now?
Right there. But anyway, so that's going out. So it's coming up, of course, and we have extreme weather warnings going on because these clouds come in from these tropical storms. They go to the east. They kind of bypass the whole coast.
Can you hear me, Sonny?
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Okay. I was just making sure my mic's coming through clear as well.
Yep. So these storms come in. These huge cumulonimbus clouds. Try to say that real fast. 10 times. Anyway, cumulonimbus clouds. They build up and they look like a freaking nuclear bomb went off. They're towering.
They do. They're
It's
huge.
like freaking. It's like black cloud too. It's like this dark black ominous thing, like in one of
It's a
those
literal
shows.
skyscraper.
Yeah,
Like they
like
actually scrape the sky.
yeah, like what was that movie where there's this big black thing in the desert? It's hovering above, but it looks like a big thorn or something. A giant, giant ship, and they go on board, and I forget what happens after that, but it looks like something big, huge. I don't know. Giant clouds. And so now it's all clouded up. It was bright and sunny earlier today. Now it looks like it's going to rain. Clouded over like instantly, like within like 15 minutes, completely clouded over. So I usually see that in the afternoon. If I'm in a certain place over look in the harbor, I can see there's hills off to the west. When the weather comes in from the west there, it rolls up against these hills, so it looks like a huge fog bank just pile drived right in, and it kind of stops there because when you have a hill, then more water, the water kind of keeps it from. Well, it's a thermal barrier, so and it dries it up before it can make it or something. So it just stops right there at the hills until the weather gets cooler at night. Then it just rolls in. It's pretty phenomenal to watch that. You can get a good viewpoint. I'm sure you see that up in the Great Lakes area. Oh, Ethergris, you're not in the Great Lakes, right? Or you are? My bad. Forget. You are usually driving, right?
No, it just sounds like that because there's a fan on.
Oh no, I thought you were a truck driver.
No.
Okay.
There is somebody who does drive and then call in a lot.
Yeah, Paul V, right?
Exactly. I think so.
Yeah.
There's actually a
Anyway.
couple people who kind of tune in while they're working.
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Yo, guys, it's too silent here. I have to break it here. I have a question, and that is, who is that admin in this server? The core function collapse. I've never seen him. Does he talk and or is he present at all? Or I mean,
He's the man hiding behind the curtain, just like the Wizard of Oz.
oh, okay. So he basically runs the server.
Oh no, I've never looked behind the curtain.
Okay. So anyway, how is your guys' day?
I'm just waiting for my day to end. I got about another 45 minutes or so before I can go home.
Okay, and how was it so far?
Well, I'm still working, just waiting for the phone to ring again.
I mean, it's something.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Thank you for clarifying that for us, Neil.
Yeah, nobody had to leave because of this short clarification.
You will believe that person because he is your priest. You will believe. I say, you will believe.
I mean, you have to. I mean,
Yes.
if you're off the facts, then yeah. I mean, there's no other
Yes.
way. Otherwise, you're
Or
delusional, and
or
delusions are uh, psychological issues. You know, we might have to call an ambulance for you, and
yeah. Like
yeah.
I've got a new saying called "Get the fact out." Get the fact out.
uh,
Get the fact out of town, man. Like it started raining here, so that's about 1/10 of an inch in 200 years. So it seems like a lot to us, though. Just kidding.
a strong one.
Not yet. But the mountains. They say those warnings for the foothills and the deserts because they literally get flash floods where you have a 10-foot wall of water coming down these gulches.
What you're talking about deserts? Are you living in Texas or something, or?
No, I live on the coast. I'm in San Diego, extreme southwest, right near the border.
Mm.
Yeah, within about 20 kilometers from the border. 17 miles.
Hey, Sonny, do we got 30 seconds here? I've got a friend of mine that wants to say something.
Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Mayhem has been telling you about these 3 points, and you should really be paying attention in class.
Thank you, Neil. Carry on, Sonny.
I mean, to be honest, even if we would have not have a dome, we would still have gas pressure. I think.
Uh-oh.
No, there's no uh-oh, because in the creational realm that God created, I think that he has air and water all around him, you know? Just for us, it is separated. So we
And
would be contained.
that's exactly what it says in Genesis, that he created the firmament to separate the waters above from the waters below.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying, even without this, we still would have air around us.
But you can't have pressure without a container.
I mean, yeah, of course, I know where you're getting at. And we do not know how the outside works, because for us, when it gets dark, then we assume, or the globers assume there's space, and therefore vacuum, which for me it does not exist. I mean, there would be darkness besides Yah, his son, the angels, and such. But still, I guess there would still be gas pressure, because they are spiritual beings. I think they do not have need for air. I mean, it would make sense, but they could either way manifest or whatever, and it wouldn't make any difference if there would not be air. They could still somehow breathe. I don't know how this works. I wouldn't go too much into it. But, I mean, if they can taste, then of course, yeah. Because some things, including air, you can taste. You need to taste gases and such for dangerous situations, for the flesh, for instance, and such. So, yeah, it's very difficult to determine.
So, Sonny, did you say it's raining down there?
Say again?
Well, I was just asking Sonny. He lives down the coast a ways from me here. He said it was raining down on his end of the coast. I was just curious if it's still raining there, because it's dry up here.
I don't know, maybe Sunny is okay.
I hope I didn't upset Sonny when I had Neil jump in and say something.
I wonder if we would be able to measure the size of the dome by measuring the time how gas expands to fill a container based on Miguel's Sosa's post from NASA.
I don't know. It's a good question, but just to help fill some dead air here, while Neil was visiting, I asked him to record a voicemail for me here. So I don't know if anybody wants to copy that for their own personal voicemail, but here's what Neil did for me.
If you don't leave a message, I will assume that you are an unsolicited spammer bot calling. If this is the case, your phone number will be immediately blocked. If you do leave a message, I might call you back.
Thank you, Neil.
Sunny just left.
I don't think Sunny
Maybe,
likes Neil.
or maybe he got a storm or a power outage. Is anyone a brain surgist or something? Or I guess not. Would be a very coincidence.
Season 12, Episode 4.
Wow, what a view!
Wow, what a view!
What?
The pitcher, steroid Santa Claus, kicks and deals. It's a long fly ball going back. And the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium. Oh, Simpson just broke this dream's reality wide open.
Simpsons movie.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't know. No, I haven't watched the Simpson cartoon for probably over 5 years. I know that.
I mean, Simpsons is something. I don't know who the people who made Simpsons are involved with this, but they predicted some stuff that is very curious. How they got the information.
I think it's obvious that they had the information. There was a lot, like you said, there's a lot of curious things they predicted. The glass ceiling, they hit the baseball and broke it. When Hillary Clinton was saying there's a lot of cracks in this ceiling, you know that, but we haven't got
Yeah.
through yet. But one day we will, she said. She said, even Hillary Clinton said that one day.
Oh.
There's a lot of cracks in that glass ceiling above us, but I don't even know if that's true.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be curious about this because if it's guided towards a younger generation in terms of pre-programming the people that are being watching this, just so that when any event happens, they are
They'll
just
remember.
calm.
They'll remember, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this shit on The Simpsons and wherever else that they've been pre-programmed with this ridiculous stuff. You know, I agree, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, anything. If you're up to date with the current episodes of Simpsons and such, anything new, and you know that some things have happened and such, you're kind of curious about. Okay, what can I see now? What do I have to be afraid right now? You know, what's going to be happening next? It's like you basically expect something to happen, and I don't know if this is a way of being fooled. You know, there's a time where some information is presented for programming and some information just to fool you around, you know?
Yeah, I think it's all propaganda one way or another. I agree. I think it's all propaganda. So either it's to fool you or trick you or set you up or all the above. I mean, yeah, who knows? And who knows which episodes have those little nuggets of information in them. I don't know. I haven't watched Simpsons for over 5 years, so I really wouldn't know. But there's probably people out there that follow it for that reason. There's a lot of people that know about this stuff, so I would imagine. And The Simpsons is not the only place they do this at either.
Yeah, no, I mean, anything new on Netflix, Disney Plus, and what have you, they push out something in some episode. Maybe you watch 3, 5, 10 episodes, and then there drops a bomb, and then it's cut off at that moment. So no, you have to figure it out somehow. But usually you're only being able to figure it out until it happens, you know? Then you are kinda being able to rewind what it was connected to.
Yeah, I agree. But like I said, I haven't been following The Simpsons, so there's going to be a lot more people that would know or have heard or seen this that may or may not be programming for the future. I don't know.
I mean, thankfully so, you know? I mean, the people who are growing up, I mean, they are boomers like us. They see this, they remember an episode, hey, I saw something like this. And then usually people who go into symbolism and the blatant way they present stuff, you know. And when you studied MK Ultra and such, and how they manipulate things, and with certain music and words and such to trigger some emotion or way of life in you, the way you react afterwards, after you have seen this, by being pre-programmed, maybe 1 year or some kind of round. Some people may being affected by this, you know, and this is what they count on afterwards. So they do not calculate, oh, we have to have make a certain amount of people. No, they have to have some people, and those people are usually the most influenced, or the let's say the most stupid, because they are being programmed. They have no critical thinking developed to distinguish between this and what they are going to do in their life.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
I mean, it's sad to see, because if you have to talk to those people count you as stupid also, because you conspiracy theorists or what have you. You know, they are just rebabbling what media makes you,
Yeah.
basically.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The world, by and large, thinks that we're complete idiots for believing in what we do, and you know, because they're programmed the total opposite, and they've been programmed to think and to basically, you know, call us idiots and say how stupid we are, believing in these ridiculous conspiracy theories and various different things. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that you just say the word flat Earth, and they just see them roll their eyes, and then they don't pay attention to anything you say after that. It's like it goes in one ear and out the other. They don't even hear what you say. It's just like, oh my God, this guy's so fucking dumb. And it's sad. It's really sad, man. Because what you know, there's people here that have spent years and years, and I'm one of them. That, you know, I'm in this thing almost 5 years now, and I've been a flat Earth, or knowing that we don't live on a spinning wet rocket ball flying through space. I've known that for 5 years, close to 5 years, maybe a little over. I'd have to go back and look, but for at least 5 years now. And so,
yeah, I mean,
I've had personal friends, family members. I've tried to talk a little bit about this stuff, and 99% of them react exactly like all the other ones do. You know, you're stupid. You're believing stuff that isn't right. You're real. You just, and it's so much the opposite that it's almost unbelievable, really, to see this many people that blind and so indoctrinated with false narratives that they absolutely believe 100%. They believe this stuff that is literally impossible to exist. And they believe in it wholeheartedly. And anyone that doesn't believe in it is just flat out dumb. And I just find that so. I mean, these people have invested a lot of time in this project, whatever you want to call this, what's going on. There's been a lot of time and a lot of effort put into this pre-programming.
Yeah, and years, for instance. I mean, we make effort in discovering the truth, connecting the dots by considering multiples of information and sources that sometimes takes years to put them together. And then you talk to your best friends or family or whatever, and they just disregard it. It's just a spiritual firewall is activated by them by blocking your information. Truth is not allowed.
Yep. To them, it's not truth, though. See, to them, it's complete craziness, and they believe that 100%. And it's just like, to me, that is so weird, because we know enough about things that are true to know that these people that are so indoctrinated, and they just don't even see it. They do not see it coming. They don't see it happening.
So
they're oblivious to it.
Here's the way I see it. Well, you have a couple of choices in people. So now let's just take it for granted. Once seeing the information, then you can separate the people into groups, categories. Like, I know that sounds sickening, I agree, but we have to categorize things. So those two categories are going to be, if they still go with the globe after seeing the information, they didn't understand the information is probably number one. And there will be a caveat in there too. They didn't understand it. They're completely just not able to understand things very well at all, like on a common sense level. Or they have a secondary gain by staying where they're at in their frame of mind. They can't handle the idea. Like, they may even know it's flat. They probably, a lot of them probably do know it's flat if they have any kind of a logical mind. They're gonna figure it out after seeing the information that it is exactly what we say, not what we say, but what it actually is out there. That's actually what it is. There's really no way to refute a lot of those things. So they'll just stay out of the refutable range. So because they have a secondary gain, that a secondary benefit.
Well, I think I think they have a primary loss that they think is there. They'll lose. They'll become stupid like us, and they'll lose their standing in society.
Right.
They'll lose their jobs. They'll lose.
So that's like their gain. Their gain is to stay where they're at, the status quo, instead of risking what they have.
Right.
Like, it's really, it comes down to food on the table. And Susie needs a brand new pair of shoes,
And I need a Corvette.
Yeah, or Lamborghini.
Me too. I wouldn't mind a Corvette. I saw one going down the road. Sounded like a V8 in there, but rad V8.
Oh, Trickster.
Something
I'm
super.
just saying, these people out there, that's what they see being a successful person. They see success in inanimate objects and big houses and Corvettes and all that kind of stuff. That, to them, that's success.
No, it's probably not across the board. But do you think? Sorry, it's probably not across the board. But God Rockin', do you think that most of us in here probably have gotten beyond that or moved beyond that materialistic kind of viewpoint because of how detrimental it is to us? Do you think that's true with us?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. I think most of us have.
Yeah. I do. It doesn't mean that we don't require some. It doesn't mean we don't require some of this stuff, because we do.
Yeah.
It's a standard for being able to move around, to be able to have a job, to be able to function in society.
Exactly.
It's a standard that you've got to have some of that stuff. You don't have to have the most expensive car, the biggest house on the hill.
Well, yeah. Look,
I mean, the standard.
I'm sorry.
May
Go
I?
ahead.
Yeah, may I? So the standard is usually determined by the people you're surrounded with, and also your family is surrounding you with as being raised up. So if you're in a normal society, you go to a normal school, normal public school and such, and usually you get the basic gist of everything. But if you're, for instance, in a high society where much money flows and such, they usually put you in private schools and such, and you learn different things from different high educated people they also have been surrounded with, and so you get their education, then you're most likely to develop the same traits as your parents have, and you are going to seek the same people they surrounded them with. And the societies are very much split up.
Yeah, I wonder if this high society programming that you were just talking about, I almost think that it might even be more severe. You know what I mean? Because these people that are
I mean, it is. If you go, I mean, for to uh, and I mean, I had it right now on my tongue. I mean, Harvard, for instance, all the ritual stuff that is going on in there. I've never seen any ritual stuff in my public school or even thought about this. Of course, because I was raised up in a normal school surrounding, you know. But the people who go into Illuminati type stuff, like the occultic stuff and such, they are being initiated from a young age, and they become part of it and don't know any better. And because they know any better, they become teach that they are somehow better or have a higher status and have better connections because of their parents, and the parents bring them to a certain position, and then you see a new person after 10 or 15 years instead of their parents. And then you have to the public has to remember a new name that is present before them, but they don't know the associate family trait that goes around them. You know, it's like every new politician basically is somehow like this.
Yeah, well, the politicians, in my opinion, they are part of the insider trading. You know, all these politicians, they don't make you don't acquire $200 million, and that's what most politicians, after they've served 10 years or whatever, they leave that position with a couple $100 million. That's not what their salary would allow them to make. So they're involved in some insider information and whatnot, these connections that you're talking about that put them in positions to make this extra money and gain this higher status in society. And that's just what happens. I mean, they think it's normal. They think that they have a right to do these things, even though it's ethically wrong. To them, it's not, but I think it is. You know, we're
Yeah,
not.
of course, you're right. I mean, for instance, if you look at the Rothschilds or so, there was some saying about if you see any war, know that my sons are doing it.
Yeah, they
It's
finance
like,
both sides. They finance both sides of these things, so
yeah,
they can sell armaments and weapons of war and stuff, and you know they're getting rich over it. They start these wars so they can make money. That's what it's all about.
I mean, what they have to fear? You know, they can. I mean, from their money standpoint, right now, they could put up 15 generations, even without
Making any more money?
gaining any more money. They could sustain multiple generations. They should not have to worry about this. No, it's about power. It's about power. They are greedy. They become narcissistic, egoistic, and what have you. You know, they push this into their bloodlines, into their family. Basically, they teach them to act so.
Yeah, and they don't see it as being what we see it as. They see it as being perfectly normal. They see it as taking advantage of what they have the right to do. They have the right to acquire these things and then use the methods that they've been taught to acquire this stuff, even though it's ethically wrong. To them, I don't think they think that. I think they think that they have every right to it. And I think the programming that they go through is that powerful, that severe, that they do not believe there's anything wrong with what they're doing. I honestly think at least a high percentage of them, they don't think they're doing anything wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, this is a problem. We do not know how their spiritual progress is in terms of being indoctrinated by their families and such, how the Holy Spirit is basically being able or being pushed away from them by, it's like, oh man, this is
I
what
know.
we have to do. We have to pray really for those people, even though they have, some of them, not all of them, some of them have done horrible things that are unspeakable and would put anyone into rage if you would see this in your eyes. I mean, I don't want to. It's like
I agree. I
let's
know
say
what you're talking about.
I have seen enough. I mean, it put me to a point where if I've seen this, I would be put to jail, or even I would be put to death because I would have murdered that person at that very moment. I wouldn't have contained myself seeing this, or it's like it's no.
Well, I don't know that I would do that because I don't think that's the way to approach it. I think you can damage your own spiritual, you know,
Yeah, I mean,
enlightenment.
I know. I'm not the judge. The judge is Joshua.
Right.
He has the keys. He is the
And
one.
he's gonna take care of it. Trust me. He's gonna handle this shit. And I don't
Yeah,
know
and
when.
that's why we have to pray. This is
Yeah.
our only option.
Yeah.
You
I
know.
agree. You're right. It is. You are correct. And I don't know if it's going to do him any good, though. There might be people that might benefit from our prayers in much better ways. I don't know that I'd waste it on these kind of people myself. I got family members and friends and people that I know are destitute and various different things. I think I'll waste my prayers on those people.
I mean, I think it's not a waste. I mean, if they make, let's say,
Not a waste, but yeah, this
the
is my
the
time.
the
I'll
spirit,
spend
yeah,
my time.
the Holy Spirit was at some point being able to guide them, make them known to what they have done wrong, even though they might have not read the Bible or such or whatever, you know. But it is said that those who know right or wrong by heart will do so. So they know, everyone knows basically what is right or wrong, but the details lies within the spiritual realm. And I hope that they themselves can determine when to stop, and if they not, then yeah, consequences are following. This is not
Well, it should
our.
have stopped. Shit should have stopped a long time ago, and I just don't. They're going to have to be stopped. Is what it's going to have to happen. They're not going to stop. They're going to have to be stopped, and it's going to have to be the Lord that does it, and that's all there is to it. He's going to take care of it again. He's going to clean the earth one more time, and I seen a thing on the news, a video. It wasn't on the news, a YouTube video. Excuse me. They just claimed that they spliced human genes with an animal. And they're claiming it's for medical purposes so they can grow human organs like hearts and kidneys and lungs and things in animals and then transplant them into people so you can live longer lives. I don't know if it's true. Maybe it's all propaganda. Might be all propaganda.
So they're basically telling the whole shenanigans about the apes and the human genome to us again by missing uh, 80% of the human genome that is concurrent with the animal genome in apes with us, which is 99% if you left the 80% out from us. So they want to gain. This is ridiculous.
It is.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's what caused the Lord to cleanse the earth last time was when they started messing around with the human
Yeah,
genes.
this is what. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
That's a pretty big no-no when you start changing humans
Then screwed
from
mine
something
up.
they're not, or crossbreeding them with something that's not human.
but
That's
it
a
is. But it is prophesied. What
Yep.
has been done in Noah's time
It's
will
going to
happen again,
Yep.
and we see it right now,
Yep.
basically.
They claim they've done that now. So here we go.
Oh yeah, they have.
Here we go.
That's just what they're telling you. Just now telling
Yeah.
you. They already
What
have
they're
it.
telling
They've been
us,
having
but like
it
I said,
for the last.
I don't believe much of what they say anymore. But I can certainly see them trying that because that's what they already done once before, and then I just think it's a really big temptation for some people to want to do those kinds of things, even though I just don't think they understand the ramifications. They must not, or they wouldn't be messing with that. I mean,
I mean, that's why they're testing, but it's not about only testing, but the way they do it, like the genome splice and such. The what is it called? The specific program they use to do this. These genetic markers that are being found out to determine what kind of gene determines, let's say, ears and nose and eyes and whatever,
right. Yeah, they're starting to discover, I think, more of that stuff all the time. A little bit here, a little bit there. And now it says that I've seen the video, and it says they have been successful at this point, and it's on a small level, on a small scale, but the ball has begun to roll again.
I mean,
So you're talking about eugenics.
It's been rolling, bro. It's been rolling.
I mean, eugenics is more likely the
Just now telling you. That's all.
race thing,
I
It's
know
like
the ball's been rolling, but now it's rolled into a success. They say. I don't know, but maybe
I'm
it
saying
has.
they already had success. That's what I'm saying. They're just.
I mean, we do not know about the Black Project. They have not publicized, or that is not being known. They have still programs going on that is beyond our sight or being exposed by. It's like, I mean, of course, they must have.
Well, if they're bragging about it now, then all I'm saying is
There are
here
things
we
that are more
go.
powerful than the flesh, though. I will tell you that. That is the spiritual
Uh,
side of things.
Say again, Mike.
There are things that we know that are more powerful than the flesh alone. And just leave it at that,
Yeah. I mean,
Spiritual.
if Yah allows it, then it happens. But it happens then only because it points towards his fulfillment. Like he knows the people's ways, and what we do
Well,
not.
he could stop at any time. You know that. We all know that. If he's allowing it to happen, then it's obviously part of the end game. That's I can't see it being anything but that. But who knows?
I mean, if we are talking about this, how about the all the rockets and the that have been stopped or being blown up by unidentified objects? It is not necessary that those objects are made by fallen angels or so. Of course, I personally think that the most part, which the government is working towards this, is being used for the end goal of the grand deception. But we do not know if certain objects or projects have been stopped by angel's hands by Yah's command. You know, it's like go in there and make your thing, make it stop. You know, and it is being silenced about, not talked
Oh yeah.
about, and
Yeah,
then they,
yeah, he does that.
yeah.
They'll get ahead of themselves sometimes. He has to go in there and blip it out for a little bit. You have to refigure it out again.
I mean, we can look for an example. I mean, we can look for an example when we have CERN, for instance. There was one time, I think in 2006 or so, suddenly when they finished the accelerator, the whole structure in itself, somehow they came an apple inside this structure, way outside the workers have access to, and they wondered why something was being disrupted by a certain kilometer that was kilometers away, you know, and they had to disassemble the whole structure to get to this object again to determine what it was, and it was an apple. Or was, I don't know if it wasn't exactly an apple, but it was something that disrupted the whole process. And they asked every worker when they ate something, when they drank something, when they, you know, they have everything documented to a T, even better than government or whatever. If you would
They
look
got their memory
uh,
sap.
at
Mm-hmm.
at people with a camera or something, it's like it's being recorded always, and they could not found it. So it basically was summoned or spawned into. I mean, this would for me say that no, the key has not been granted to you yet, which is being spoken about. You know, for Satan to open the bottomless pit and such. I mean, I personally think that the accelerator does something that opens a spiritual realm to make manifest into the fleshly realm so that they can pass somehow. I mean, I do not think that portals exist.
You do.
You do? I mean, I cannot imagine. I mean, I've seen some YouTube videos where people suddenly spawn in without any frame degradation or frames missing, you know. But we do not know if it could be tampered with, you know. I take it with a grain of salt, so to say.
I ain't talking about video evidence.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you have to see it with your own eyes, unless.
Yeah. That whole thing.
I mean, if I would see something like this with my own eyes, then I would. I would talk about this. Even it would take my life, you know. It's like this is information that has to be known.
It's pretty instant, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Freaking instantaneous. Just poof. They're there.
I mean,
Without light or with light, it depends. It's all up to them. If they want to come with some light blinging or not light blinging.
I don't know if you have seen the videos from France where a car was basically spawned in or teleported into a how was it called? Um Give me a second. Highway, into a highway. Underground. So the car spawned in basically and immediately caused a crash. It was like just like a curse or something. Just a menace. I don't know how to describe it. It was very disturbing to see because the people who crashed into that car that basically spawned in died. You know, it's like. I mean, if you're talking about teleportation and such, and you think that it is possible, I cannot say that it is not possible. I wouldn't say
I
so.
wouldn't look at videos. I wouldn't look at videos. I wouldn't go looking for it. Not how
Yeah,
I
yeah. I mean, exactly because everything can be tampered with, and I do not know exactly how much in development we are in technology and such. Therefore,
They're kind of there. I can tell you that.
yeah.
It's funny you guys were talking about this car or whatever. My brother was driving down the road about a year ago, and this girl was texting on her phone and hit him going full speed, flipped his car upside down. His little mini Blazer flipped him upside down. So I've been waiting on a settlement from Sigmund and Jensen or whatever, some law firm, and they've been holding it up because he's been on SSI for years, and they're trying to take all the money away from him, and lawyers are trying to settle with him. And anyway, so just when you brought this up with car trouble and stuff, brother's having some really bad luck right now. Got wrecked, and the girl that hit him lives right next door to me. I showed up at the accident site 5 minutes after it happened. My mom called me, told me he'd been in a wreck, and I was like driving down the road, and I was like a mile from there. So I just hurried and flew over there, got out of the car, walked out in the middle of the intersection. Two of the cops are friends of my son's. They knew me real well, and they just let me kind of walk around out there. Nobody else, they wouldn't let anybody else out there, but they let me because it was my brother and they knew me. And I walked up to the car that had smashed him, and it's my neighbor. It was so weird. And she's still driving. I don't understand that. She still has a driver's license and got a new car and everything. My brother's car still hasn't even been replaced yet. It's really weird what's going on, but yeah. How do you do that? I heard that texting while you're driving is the same thing as a DUI. She admittedly told the cops that she was texting and hit him with her foot still on the gas pedal, and just flipped his car upside down. He was in the middle of the intersection, hanging from his seatbelt. Took him about 15 minutes to get him out, and yeah, she's got her car replaced. She's got her driver's license, still driving. I mean, how does that happen? I mean, she's the one that caused it. She's all taken care of. She's got a car, still got her driver's license, but she was texting and caused this severe accident.
Damn good insurance.
It's magic.
Fuck, telling you.
Yeah,
I might have a picture somewhere of my brother's car flipped upside down in there. I did take a picture of it, but I don't know if it's on my phone. I haven't looked recently. Probably there somewhere. Why, you want to see it? Is that what you asked? I might have a picture of it. I was told that if you get caught texting while you're driving, you lose your license. It's the same thing as a DUI. Well, she not only got caught, she caused a bad accident. She's still just tooling around, driving around her car, got a brand new car. Insurance bought her a new car. She didn't lose her license. What the hell's going on? Brother was the victim, and he still has no car, no settlement, no nothing. It is so weird. Oh well. They supposedly have a check for $140,000, but they're trying to negotiate with the state and the medical. They want the hospital bills paid. And it's like, it's more money than they got in the settlement. So they're going to have to make some kind of a deal with him, I think. He's going to have to they're going to have to at least give him enough to get him another car. I would think. Maybe, I don't know, man. It's weird. She's tooling around in a brand new car. Still driving.
Yeah, sorry, I was on the toilet, so I couldn't hear anything about what you said.
Just my brother got hit by my neighbor. She was texting and hit his car going with her gas still on the gas pedal. And she's got a brand new car, didn't lose her license. My brother still hasn't got his car replaced, hasn't got no settlement money. The insurance settled for $140,000. The lawyers have it, but they won't release any of the money to my brother for whatever reason. I don't know. It's weird.
Okay.
I just don't get it. I thought driving, if you were texting and driving, it's the same thing as a DUI, is what I was told, especially if you cause an accident. But she's certainly don't think she got it. I don't know. She's driving around like this, like nothing happened. Brand new car. So I don't know. She's the one that caused it. The victim's got nothing. It's fucking weird, man.
Yeah, usually they are very thorough and look into it very deeply because they do not want to pay you. You know.
Yeah. Between her insurance and his and everything else, they got $140,000. The lawyers have a check for $140,000. Yeah, but they don't want to give my brother any of it. It's like, what? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it'll work out for him. I don't know. He's very depressed right now. It's been almost a year.
Happy Tuesday afternoon, everybody. Those of you that are still in the afternoon, if you're in the evening or whatever time of day you are in, happy whatever to you.
Well, happy back to you.
Yeah.
So I'm just leaving work. I'm on my way to my son's house where I'm about to meet my brand new grandson, who's only a couple of days old, for the very first time. So I'm kind of excited.
Congrats.
Cool. I don't have any grandkids. I got one son. He's 37 years old, has no kids, never been married. I don't think he wants any kids. I'm not very happy about it, but oh well.
Hey, when your grandson goes home, make sure there's no planets above his crib. So make sure. No, hey, no planets, no suns, no moons above his crib. I put my foot down right now, man.
There's the Lake Michigan guy. There's the Lake Michigan guy I was referring to earlier. I couldn't remember. I'm sorry, Jim. I have name difficulties, and all the different voices we have on here, you know, and then the names. We do pretty well, but
Hey, wave mixer, no planets, no solar systems above that child's crib. No, I forbid it.
What
Yeah,
about a
let's
mobile with
let's
rockets
not
and flying saucers?
Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
right.
No
Not
flying
none of that
saucers, man.
either. None of that either. No. That
Hey, speaking about
SE.
objects in the sky,
Mm.
speaking about objects in the sky, lately I've been monitoring live air traffic and monitoring this one specific plane that comes out of a military base down by Long Beach, Orange County, right in along and around in there. And I can see it
Yeah.
making a pattern, just going back and forth, left and right, and then it'll go up and down, north and south, and just covers a grid in the sky. And I've got that plane's numbers, and I've been watching it every day. I don't have those numbers right
They do
now, but
that.
if anybody's interested.
You know what? They do
Pardon
that
me?
here. They have pairs of helicopters. No, these are probably Navy, or they could be Air Marine. There's a Marine Air Base. It used to be where Top Gun was. Now it's the Marine Air Base, but they're flying the latest equipment and all. But we see that I see them fly out of Coronado, North Island, where they fly out these vertical lift copters. Well, they're vertical lift aircraft actually. So I don't know what they're called exactly. But they take off vertical and then they just move their engines. They turn the props forward and they fly like a regular plane. So I see them flying around in pairs, and also the choppers flying around in pairs as well. These Blackhawks.
Yeah, I've seen the helicopters too, and I've seen that vertical takeoff that you're talking about. I saw one of those maybe a month ago, and I We was got a on my bunch of way them home here. from work. We got a bunch of them here. We got the F-35 maintenance program here at Hill Air Force
Yeah,
Base.
I believe it.
They
So
got those vertical takeoff ones. Yeah,
Wait a second. Is that something that Miguel Sosa posted?
let's see. I'm behind on the text here. Let me check it out. You guys are quick. Oh, the moon.
No,
That aircraft,
three
that
up.
fighter pilot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the fighter.
I've seen him taking off from the Marine Air Base when I was on the beach, when I was camping last summer, and they fly directly overhead from that area. Or they fly right over you in that area. So that's pretty astonishing when you see this fighter just flying, and they're like pedal to the metal because they're once they're free of the land, they're over open ocean. So they don't really have to worry about the deck anymore as long as they stay above it. But they have to watch for air traffic. But they are jamming out there. So probably talking 1,000 miles an hour, I'd say at least. What's at least 1,700?
What? On takeoff or right after takeoff?
Right after
takeoff.
when they
You're talking
click in those when they click in the
talking about
afterburner. Yeah, they
about
as
400
soon as they
knots.
get as soon as they get offshore, 1,200 miles, 1,300 miles an hour. So as soon as they get offshore, they hit the afterburners and it goes, and those things just fly. I mean, it's really wild. Like because they move so fast and they get so small so fast. If you're not really paying attention, you lose sight of them very quickly.
700, 800 knots after the afterburner's been on for like 2 minutes.
That's wild. That's really wild.
That's about Mach like Mach 1.2, Mach 1, Mach 1.4.
I was listening to this guy, Anders Osborne, great guitar player. Never even knew about him. Anyway.
Yeah, I've been playing some of his music on the bot. I like a lot. I played one of his songs earlier today.
Yeah,
he's
that's
the
where
only
I found
song I
it.
know of.
That's where I found it from. That's where I found it. I found it. I went and looked his name up, and I found his other songs. And I'm like, I like it. I like the song he did. I watched one of his live. Anders Osborne.
Anders Osborne. Okay.
Anders, yeah, Anders, Anders. So he's been around for quite a while, apparently.
So
Is he
instead
related
of
to
Ozzy
Ozzy?
Osbourne, it's Anders Osbourne, huh?
I like the song he does, "Burning on the Inside," baby. Burning,
Yeah, that
burning.
sounds about right. Funny.
Burning on the inside, baby. Burning on the inside out.
Talking about jets, I just got my track IR the other day. It allows you to put this thing on your head and this little track IR camera. It'll track your head movement when you're in the game, so you can like look around in the game without having to push a key to look around.
Yeah, looking forward for a GoPro here pretty soon, next month. But I'm making more money right now, so I plan on doing much better here in the next coming years. I think we were talking about earlier. I didn't get a chance to chime in about when you have resources. The most important thing is your caloric resources. Literally, if you're not eating well, the rest of you is not going to be doing too well either. So if you're trying to rebuild your strength, like I am, like gain weight back and still have enough energy, like I have to eat a lot of food, a lot of
And again, though,
hopefully higher quality food. So I've been
and
doing
again,
just
you can eat
that,
all good
and
you want to. You could eat all the good you
it,
want to, and your thinker still not be right, and you still be sick. There's that
that's
element
true.
too. So.
It could be.
Sonny, did I hear you say you're going to get a GoPro?
Yeah, well, eventually, yeah.
Wow, when you do
I
that, you'll
had
be able to
someone
find
send
the
me one.
curvature of the Earth.
Someone was supposed to send me one, but what happened with that? I don't know.
So when you get your GoPro, you can find the curvature.
I
Yeah,
did
you
get
can.
sent some.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
that's
go.
right.
That's right. You can go
I
pro.
didn't, that's it. Because see, riding the bike now, I got a mount for my bike. It's good for it's built for the bike. So it has like a cushion. It has like a suspension system. So,
Vibration dampener.
but it still bounces around too much. So if it was on my helmet, your head is where you try to keep the most still when you're riding, or you should be. If you're not, your neck is going to be hurt. But so
I see a
yeah,
lot of motorcyclists with GoPros attached to their helmet, either up on
yeah,
top or in front by the mouthpiece on a full face helmet.
Yeah. The gyro in your head is going to try to keep you smooth.
hmm yep. So eventually I get that. Uh, yeah, look how flat that is, and that fighter pilot taken away there. Damn.
You got a nerve that ain't working right in your neck.
Flatterized.
Instead of turning your neck, it just twitch when you think about turning.
Oh yeah, I know.
That would
I've
be
had
bad.
trouble because I've tried to be riding and then look around, and you can really mess your
Neck
neck
spasm?
up because that
Yeah,
bounce
yeah.
you're not prepared for, and you have your neck turned the wrong way. It's just not good. I've had trouble with that, but I try to stop if I'm actually gonna like have to look more than about 40 degrees or 50 degrees. Like I don't look a whole 180 degrees to turn my neck that far.
Well, yeah.
Can't do it. So I probably should get a mirror. I still don't have one. That's okay. I'm usually going faster than traffic. Ah.
Strangely, I can. I can turn my neck, turn my head. I can see in my peripheral just fine. I have really good peripheral. I can
Yeah,
see
yeah.
180 in my peripheral. I can see all the detail just fine. Of course, I'm looking at the edge of my eye too, not just my peripheral, but you know.
So, talking about going faster than traffic, Sonny. Not in my present job, but where I used to work before, I used to take surface streets all the way into downtown LA. And I used to see this guy almost every day on a bicycle, and I'd pass him up, then I'd be in traffic, and he'd pass me up, and then I'd get going a little faster, I'd pass him up, and we'd just go back and forth almost all the way to work, and he almost always made it there right about the same time I did.
Exactly. So that's really the point. Because the cars aren't going that fast. They can barely do 25. And sometimes, so if they're doing 50, in a 30, that I'll see them at the next light. I don't care how fast they went. in between the lights.
I live approximately 20 miles from where I work, and it takes me a minimum of an hour and a half to get home at night. So do the math. 180 minutes or 180 minutes to go 20 miles. 18 minutes and 2 miles. So that's about 9 miles. I can't even think of the math right now.
9 miles an hour?
Something like that. That didn't seem right when it started coming out of my mouth.
Wait a minute, how many miles now was it?
Okay, 20 miles, and it takes me 180 minutes.
That's 3 hours.
Oh, that's an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 90 minutes. I'm sorry. An hour and a half.
Minutes.
Yeah, duh.
Okay, so 90 minutes. Okay. Okay, so an hour and a half. 90 minutes. And it's 20 miles.
To go 20 miles.
So it's about four. It's about four. Wait a minute, 4.5 miles an hour.
It's 45 miles an hour, I think.
Is it 45? No. 45.
Oh no, not 45. Hell no.
It's 4.5. Yeah, because 4.5.
I think I could walk faster than that.
90 times 90. Now, if it was only times 9 or whatever, or times whatever, times 2, times 20, it's times 20. So times 20.
Where's my little Jetsons car so I could just fly to work?
Yeah. 90 minutes. Holy crap. Yep. Let's go do it. Sometimes you can't think. You just got to let the calculator do its job.
Yeah, I'm usually fairly decent with math in my head, but I'm trying to navigate traffic right now, and I hate taking my concentration too far away from my driving. That's when people get stupid. So is it raining over there right now, Sonny?
No, it was. Now it's clearing up again. It was just sprinkling, just enough to get the streets wet. Now it's already dried up pretty much.
Well, I just washed my car this weekend, so I'm hoping it doesn't rain over here and smudge it all up.
Well, this time it's probably going to come from the south, so that's what we're getting. You'll probably see it later if it gets up that far. Sometimes it doesn't make it up to you guys.
Dry where I'm at. Grass is dying.
Do you have the big clouds too?
Nah, it's hot.
Oh.
Hot and dry.
Oh, okay. You're in Texas.
Patches of clouds here, real patchy. A little bit of blue showing through, but nothing raining yet. No dark clouds. So you know who I haven't heard on here in a while is Mimas Aurelius, or however you pronounce his name. I remember I used to see him on here a lot, but I haven't seen him around lately.
Yeah, something's going on. I don't know what it is though either. He's one of the admins.
I know. He was one of the people that I really enjoyed listening to a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I hope everything's okay with him. Indio is another one of my favorites to listen to. There's a lot of good people to listen to on here. All right, I'm moving 41 miles an hour. I'm hauling ass now.
Are you on 405?
I'm on the 10 right now.
You're on I-10. Okay.
Yeah.
I found out that from the I-5 from LA, from San Francisco to LA, not down to LA, over to LA, is 383 miles. And there should be like 97,000 feet worth of curve, or like 18.48 miles. And you know what I found out? There's none. What do you think about that, man?
Well, I'll tell you what, I've taken that stretch of the 5 many times, and you can see straight ahead for miles. The vanishing point goes out, and if I had a P1000, I could probably see quite a distance because it's level and flat most of the way.
Yeah, that is a really super flat highway. I mean, most of the ways, even up, going all the way up to Seattle area. I've driven that.
Are you telling me that there's no 18.848 miles worth of Earth curve between LA and San Francisco? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, you know why?
Why?
Why is because you see next to the land over there, up there along the coast in California here.
Uh-huh.
Over there, there's some water over there. We navigate on that water. You would have to navigate on the curve as well as drive it. It would all correlate. If the land was curved, supposed to be curved, then the water would have to be curved too to boot. Now they can boot scoot with their they could boot scoot with their convoluted globe. Toot toot.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've arrived at my son's house, and I'm going to go meet my new grandson. So y'all have a pleasant day.
Hey,
and talk to you later.
Now talk to that grandson. Make sure nothing's going on above that crib. None of that space stuff, man.
You got it. Take care, everybody.
Abscond with the space junk. Yeah, get rid of it. Maybe you can. They probably got some in there somewhere.
No globe. No
Get
globe.
rid of it. No globe.
Get rid of the globe.
No globe at all. Do you feel like you're spinning, dizzy, confused about where you are? Are you in the 99.99999 club? Then you need the new drug, no globatol. Yes, that's right. Pick it up at your closest prescription pharmacy store. There you go. No globatol.
How about that new illness that they recognized a few years back called globelepsy? Yep, globelepsy. Globelepsy. Yep, globelepsy. And then we are going. I just saw this game online. I almost bought it, to play because one can play, but up to four can play. It's called Photon Foosball. It's the best game ever. You throw the massless photon into the air and you try to hit it with this little bat they give you. It is so much fun. It's called Photon Foosball.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
$19.99 on Amazon. $4 shipping, man.
All right. They should have the neutrino version coming soon, I'm sure. Like the dude was talking about neutrinos. We can measure neutrinos. You couldn't measure neutrinos unless Earth was a globe. So we detect neutrinos on a photographic plate. Therefore, Earth is a globe. What is a neutrino again? I don't know. What it is? I could probably almost copy his voice, huh? That's not what it is. I don't know. Next question. It's a pair.
Burning on the inside.
Baby.
Sonny, I have something bad to tell you. I know you're really into your Big Bang and you expect it to be 14.5 billion years your whole life, but
Yeah.
they just changed it to 26 billion. So I want you to sit down and think about that for a
Wait a
while.
minute. 26 billion what?
The Big Bang,
The age of the universe.
it started 26
Oh.
billion years ago, Sonny.
Oh my
So,
God. There was 14 billion last time I checked. So
yeah, now
now
it's
they went up almost double. And how
26, man.
what pixels? I mean, what information did they use for that?
Had to add those extra billion years because the aliens are on their way, and they couldn't calculate how they developed so quickly. So they had to add
Yeah.
another 10 billion years, 12 billion years,
Yeah.
whatever,
Here's
to
what they
allow
did.
for the aliens to be more advanced enough to do the alien invasion.
All those lights, all those things out there, they just look like smudges. So what they did is they increased their resolution while they're squinting at the smudges
Uh-oh.
of the lights in the sky. And
Uh-oh.
great.
We have to recalibrate because I was told that a massless photon can travel 13.7 billion years or 80 sextillion 600 quadrillion miles with 18 zeros behind it to reach John's eye in Utah. So and now I have to go from 13.7 to calibrate to 26 billion. So I got to get my calculator out, man. Where's it at?
Well,
Yeah,
does
they
the
don't
light
have enough.
burn? Does it hurt your eyes more when it travels that far, Jim?
I heard that when it travels 13.7, you got to wear sunglasses, but when it travels 26 billion, you don't have to.
Oh, I thought maybe it just got
What?
stronger and stronger and stronger as it traveled because
What?
that's probably what's next.
Yeah. So
What?
I just want you to know that the inverse square law of light allows you to look at that massless photon from 26 billion miles away, but not from 13.7
I
billion
think the
miles away.
inverse square law is going to be flipped upside down. It's going to work in reverse now next. That's going to be the next big surprise.
What it is?
what,
what
did you say?
it is? I don't know.
Oh shit!
I'm telling you, I looked, I was just browsing online about 6-7 months ago, and they told me Andromeda was blue shifting toward the Milky Way, and it's going to hit it in 2 billion years. But don't worry about it. There's so much space between in the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxy, nothing's going to hit each other. And everybody picked up on that. Now everybody knows about it. It's like, cool, man. And now they're going to be going. It's 26 billion years old now.
So yeah. So what are the
Man.
So what are the implications? I don't think we've even
Stupid.
like
They're saying that two
digested.
galaxies can pass through one another, and there's so much space between the stars that they don't expect any collisions.
Well, we're not sure. We're not going to know for like 1.9 billion years, John.
Oh
We
yeah.
got to wait till it gets a little closer.
I'll hold my breath then because that
Who's
shouldn't
going to be
too hard
keeping
to do.
track of that? Who's the record keeper for 1.8 billion?
Yeah.
More than 1 billion years from now. Who's the record keeper then?
Hold your breath. You'll be all right.
I want you. I want you to know. I want you to know. I'm probably not going to be alive, but somebody might be.
Somebody apparently had recorded it and gave it to these amazing scientists. We should call them science spliff. Science spliffs.
Science blips.
That's spelled
They're pretty
science
stoned. They got to
with a
be to
spliff
come up with
on
the
the
shit
end.
they do.
That
Science
That reminded me of another fairy tale. I got to write down just a second. I got all these fairy tales I got to write down.
How many fairy tales you got now, Jim?
I got like 60 fairy tales now, man. If you combine fairy tales with their insane belief system, with their belief system, you add all those together, about 60 of them now, man.
Are they all hanging off your butt?
Maybe
All
50.
60 of us?
60
No, John, I'm older. I had to write them down to remember them.
60 million, you mean? 60
Well,
million.
I only got like 50.
Yeah, so you're only feeling old right now because every morning when you put your feet back down on the ground, you traveled 5 trillion miles. Yeah, I'm getting a little sleepy here.
So stupid.
Every freaking day. Every day.
The Parker Solar Probe, went through the sun's corona January 2022. It was reported then, probably did before that. But the Parker Solar Probe went through the sun's corona for the first time ever, and it encountered 1.8 million degree Fahrenheit. 1,800,000 degree Fahrenheit, and the most they can test for here terrestrially is like 7,100. At tops, maybe not even 7,100. So I did the math because I'm into math because math proves the ball. And I divided 1.8 million by 7,100 degrees, and it came out to be like 250 times more. So this solar probe by NASA encountered heat of 1.8 million degrees Fahrenheit, which is 250 times more they can test here on Earth. But don't worry about it; it happened. I'm dying, man. I'm just dying. I tell you, the lies, the lies, the lies, the lies. Unbelievable, man. I watched this because I have no life. I watched Neil Armstrong give a interview from 2011 yesterday. I think it was yesterday. This one guy couldn't get over the fact he was talking to Neil Armstrong, right? And I'm telling you what, I mean, they went through the whole mission. It was like, how much can you lie to me, man? I mean, seriously, you sit there and just lie with a straight face, and you don't care. Where'd John go? I was going to give John an update. Where'd he go?
Eddie, we're being propelled into outer space! Deep in the sky? This is impossible!
Ed was right. The sky is falling. Thank you very much. So now what?
I'm afraid we may just find out, Eddie.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but glass ceiling.
Huh. I think we went too high.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth.
We're living on the flat Earth with the dome, the firmament. As we start to look around us, we start to wake up, our eyes open, maybe that third eye opens, we start to understand, wow, this isn't what I thought it was. Maybe instead of being a worthless blob of goo that came from nothing and then developing into apes that were oohing and ahhing and then eating bananas like a bunch of idiots, maybe instead of that, we actually are the center of the universe. Maybe we are special. In fact, maybe there is unbelievable evidence of creation. But the government has decided to hide that from you. Why? Why is there so much misinformation? Why is there a giant disinformation campaign going on right now when it comes to things like flat Earth? Are my eyes lying to me? Or can I trust what I'm actually seeing? But Christopher, the Earth is a globe. I was told that when I was 1 year old. They said, look, this is a globe. Isn't it interesting? It's one of the first things that you're actually taught. The Earth isn't flat, it's a globe. Even though for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years, they thought that the Earth was flat. Oh, but Christopher, we have all these images of outer space that show that the Earth is a sphere. Really? Where do the images come from? NASA. Oh, you mean the same NASA that is our government, our secretive breakaway government that hasn't been back to the moon since the 1960s. That NASA? Have you ever seen it with your own eyes? How come none of the electronics account for curvature of the Earth when you're flying a plane? None of the engineering of bridges and train tracks, buildings, all kinds of infrastructure that goes for miles and hundreds and maybe thousands of miles, none of it accounts for, in its actual engineering blueprints, for the curvature of the Earth. I mean, if I was building a giant bridge of hundreds of miles, wouldn't I have to account for the curve?
No one has ever gone to the moon, turned back around, and snapped a photo of Earth. If you believe that they did, in 2023, it's only because you've been indoctrinated into a faith-based belief system. Because every shred of evidence points to the moon landings being faked, and every picture of Earth has been proven to be fake.
The blue marble in all her glory, the most widely used image of the Earth. This image has been used over and over and over again for decades. In my opinion, it's one of the most realistic looking images of the Earth from space. Now, NASA claims they don't have very many authentic photos from space, but they claim this one is authentic. They say the photograph was taken by astronauts on December 7th, 1972 at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is one of the most widely distributed photographic images in existence. The image is one of the few to show an almost fully illuminated Earth disk. Earth disk? That's an interesting choice of words. Okay. And the astronauts had the sun behind them when they took the image. To the astronauts, the slightly gibbous Earth had the appearance and size of a glass marble, hence the name. Well, since they gave us the exact date and exact time they supposedly took this picture in space, I decided to go to timeanddate.com and then use the day and night world map feature. Now, this website is really cool. It'll actually show you which countries and continents are in daylight and which countries and continents are at nighttime at any given time that you type in. So I typed in that exact date and that exact time, December 7th, 5:40 in the morning, and this will show you which areas are supposed to be in night and which areas are supposed to be in day. It's pretty easy to read. Now, when we look at the blue marble, we can see that Africa is lit up. We can see the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia and Yemen, is lit up. We can see Madagascar. We can see a little of Antarctica. But other than that, we don't see a whole lot of land masses lit up. So that would mean all the other land masses would have to be on the other side of the Earth in darkness. However, when we go to timeanddate.com and we type in December 7th, 1972, 5:40 a.m. in the morning, Africa is indeed lit up as shown on the blue marble. However, South America should also be in daylight. Europe should also be in daylight. An entire chunk of Russia should be in daylight, and the western end of Australia should also be in daylight. Yet none of these places are featured on the blue marble. So therefore on the blue marble they would be on the other side in darkness. As the astronauts said, they took the picture with the sun behind them. So this is a major flaw, a major glaring hole in the blue marble. And literally anyone within a few minutes can take the time and convert Eastern Standard Time to other world times and find out all these places should be in daylight, such as Rio de Janeiro, 6:39 a.m. should be in daylight. Helsinki, Finland, 12:39 should be in daylight. Moscow, Russia, 1:39 should be in daylight. Perth, Australia, 5:39 p.m. should still be daylight. I think this more than proves, folks, that this photo is not a correct representation of Earth. It is just as fake as all of the other admittedly faked Photoshop composites. However, this one NASA claims is a real authentic photo of Earth. Only problem is, all your other continents that should be in daylight are on the other side of your marble. I'd like to see the other side of the marble with all the other continents in darkness. Can you imagine looking at the other side of the marble where all the other continents are all crammed together? Yeah, that wouldn't look stupid at all. So there it was, folks. It was right in front of our face the whole time. They show us Africa, but then they don't show us hardly anywhere else. And there's all these other places that should have been in full daylight at that exact time when this supposed photo was taken, but they aren't, which proves it is not an authentic photo. 100% debunked. The NASA blue marble is done. Anytime you ever see anyone post a picture of NASA blue marble, I would really appreciate it if you shared this video.
If you're watching this video right now, I want you to take a moment and be real with yourself. And if you'll be real with yourself and totally transparent, you'll agree with me on a couple of things. One of them being, you've never, ever, ever seen where you live. You've never been up high enough to look down and verify that you live on a spinning ball in outer space. You've never seen curvature. You've never seen an actual image of a real satellite orbiting our, quote, planet to verify that they actually exist. You've never seen a planet. Most people go their entire lives never looking through a telescope to verify that what they're being shown by space agencies and network television is indeed what's up there. You have no idea how many astronauts there are. And this isn't to bash anybody, it's just that the average person doesn't really care about this kind of stuff. But let me inform you, there are 48 astronauts. Out of 7 billion people, there are 48 astronauts. And here we are, hurtling through space for 13 billion years. That should give you an idea as to how vast space is, okay? 13 billion years we've been traveling through it. Trillions of stars and planets and galaxies. And we got 48 astronauts to cover it all. We should have 7 billion astronauts and 48 non-astronauts. But we don't. We should have trade schools all over the world training people to be astronauts. The same way we have trade schools training people to be auto mechanics. I'll be the first to tell you, something fishy is going on. I'm sure we can all agree on that. But I'm going to show you a video clip now. And at the end of this video clip, I want you to ask yourself, if you really live on a round ball spinning through outer space, what reason would they have to fake any of it? And please, let's be respectful in the comments and try to figure this out together. No need to call each other names or disrespect someone because they have a different belief system than you. Let's just find out together who's lying to us and why.
I received an email the other day from a flat earth investigator asking a bunch of typical questions about the flat earth. In his email, the investigator included a link to one of the many YouTube-promoted flat earth debunking videos out there. Apparently, the investigator's brother used it as proof of the curvature. The lies make me literally sick, but I need you to watch this short clip from the video. Here we go.
A few years back, the Discovery Channel had a program where they used lasers and telescopes to show that the surface of a large lake was curved due to the curvature of the Earth.
Let me know when you can see us on spots of the horizon. All right, Brian, how many feet are we above the lake?
24 feet. The Flat Earth proponents responded to this program with a series of videos on YouTube.
I'm going to go with CGI on that whole helicopter thing because people would say, oh, look, well, what do you mean it's CGI? You saw the helicopter. Yeah, I also seen giant robots fighting in downtown Chicago. That doesn't make it real.
All of which supposedly show errors made by the people behind the Discovery Channel program. What drives this sort of stubborn refusal to deal with reality? Part of the problem is that even the simplest demonstrations, like Wallace's or the Discovery Channels, require careful preparation and specialized equipment. Not everybody has access to a helicopter and a telescope to do these sorts of tests. That's often a complaint that the Flat Earth people make. They need to personally experience the evidence, rather than trusting the measurements of other people.
Yeah, like, we need a helicopter to measure the supposed curvature. But I do think it's awesome that D. Marble got it absolutely right. But we'll get back to that. It's also funny that that's the same D. Marble who proved with a laser that there was absolutely no curvature at a distance of 10 miles, much further than the Discovery Channel's bogus helicopter claim. But what makes the PBS video, and to be clear, it wasn't the Discovery Channel, but PBS's series called Genius, but what makes the PBS video so rotten is that this helicopter event was entirely fabricated and it's provable. I made a video on it a while back. Remember, PBS claimed that the helicopter descended behind the curvature and then came up from behind the curvature of the Earth back into view of the telescope. But as you will see, when the helicopter descends, there is a group of birds with a peculiar flight pattern. And then when the helicopter subsequently ascends, the same birds appear and in the same exact flight pattern. Not only that, the waves match as well. Only the image of the helicopter changes, meaning that the helicopter video was added.
As it lands,
I got him. I got him.
As it lands,
Without question, PBS lied and faked the curvature. And this isn't some simple mistake. This was intentional, as it took serious effort to add a fake image of a helicopter supposedly hiding behind the curvature of the Earth. Why would PBS lie about the curvature? So, to the individual who emailed me that link, send your brother the proof that PBS lied to him and is still used by globe propagandists as proof of the curvature. But here's another big lie about the curvature, this time by National Geographic. Here's a clip from an old video I made on the subject.
But sure enough, as the boat reaches the horizon, the stripes begin to disappear one by one.
It's pretty amazing. You can actually see it pretty clearly with this camera here. And you see that the red stripe that was at the bottom has completely disappeared, and it's now getting closer to sort of the middle green stripe, that is.
So we've lost about 1.5 stripes.
Right. So this can only happen, why?
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
Why is this claim 100% false? Because if you'll notice, the horizon line is behind the boat. Therefore, no curvature can be obstructing the boat. Now, if you begin to look at everything critically like this, people are going to start calling you crazy like they call me crazy. But you know what? I like crazy. I prefer crazy over sheep because sheeps get led to the slaughter. I don't want to go there. What about you?
Explain why we're not getting to see these images live. I mean, I believe the Apollo 11 landing was broadcast live. Why now
don't we have the technology to see all of this live?
Space is tough, especially whenever you're trying to show video from space.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
If you're looking for a launch site anywhere in the world, the ideal location is an island in the middle of the ocean.
You have to be close in order to see it. If you are not in the vicinity, you won't see it.
The actual pad is in the distance, well beyond those trees, so we'll get to see a little spark travel up through this fog.
Remote location, which, it's obviously important that it has to be here.
Wonderful spot because we have very little air and marine traffic, so.
Keep in mind that nobody is actually aboard the drone ship, and it's 200 miles away.
In the middle of the Atlantic.
It is in the middle of the ocean.
Cannot go near the rocket site. No one can go near it.
So we have a cool animation to show you what's going on.
I'm going to be showing you a graphic.
Be sure to follow the animation.
The animation is informed by real-time data.
So the graphic on the right, the simulation you've been seeing, the telemetry simulation, it looks like it's moving pretty slow. It makes for a pretty slow-moving simulation experience, but it is actually going very fast right now.
Still be some raindrops on the screen. That's not surprising. We have rockets. We don't have windscreen wipers, but we'll do the best we can.
And we're being as transparent as we can here. Looks like we might have a little bit of problem with the video, but we are waiting to hear exactly what's happening.
Just a reminder, this is 200 miles away. There's no Wi-Fi, unfortunately.
We've been expecting more views, not only of the mission, but also from the launch pad.
This is a phenomenon we will expect to continue throughout the rest of the mission.
If we lose video, everything is likely still operating nominally. We just have the limit of our signal. So hope we can hold signal here.
At this point, we lost video feed of our drone ship.
Dragon is just about at the limit of the Newfoundland ground station. We're probably going to lose video shortly.
Issues with file transfers.
We lost satellite signal to the connection in the drone ship, but this is pretty normal during rough seas. It's a satellite link. It needs precise pointing.
There will still be some raindrops on the screen. That's not surprising. Unfortunately, there is not much we can do at this point.
There's a possibility we might lose the video signal for several seconds from time to time. Our team will be trying to bring the video signal back as quickly as they can.
We did have a number of communications glitches.
So it is pretty tough to get a good connection, but hopefully we'll get some good data off of it.
Again, I would just ask for your patience and let us work through that process, and we will absolutely share what we can as soon as it's available.
And we've just lost signal again, we're being told, unfortunately.
We're currently in a satellite handover for the International Space Station. This happens periodically.
Behind me you can see the deep dark velvet obscured somewhat by some beautiful smoke.
To the magic of television.
It does look like it's foggy there. It may make it a little bit difficult for us to see today's mission.
We had either forward or return link problems.
I don't think we have reliable video for it right now, so I'm not sure if we're going to see it exactly perfectly.
And it looks like we have
exactly what we saw is exactly what you saw, and now we are done.
I love that, we've got a media team that is as excited about what we're doing as y'all are.
Tom Costello with NBC.
Kristen Fisher with CNN, The Atlantic.
Reuters, the AP, Bloomberg.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
Cal's live shot, if you look closely at your screen, once we punch him up, we can still see the rocket somewhere behind you there. Cal Perry clearly not ready for us to come up to him on the air right now.
Space is tough, especially whenever you're trying to show video from space.
Uh-oh. Hope we can hold signal here.
Hello everyone. I have another great video to share with you today, and it comes from the channel Nouvelle Géographie Planétaire. I'll have a link in the description. Nouvelle Géographie Planétaire has had some fantastic long-distance videos in the past. I shared one of his videos a couple of years ago, and I do highly recommend that you subscribe to his channel. After I shared last week's video on the potential record long-distance video from Israel to Crete, filmed by Shimshon, I received some messages letting me know that I forgot about Nouvelle's video. Okay, I admit it. I sometimes make mistakes and miss things, but I'm very glad I re-examined Nouvelle's video, because I do love this flat earth proof. The video segment I'm going to discuss is centered on this photograph taken by Andrew Bailey. and I'll call it the Bailey photo. And I don't know anything about Andrew other than he can take some awesome photos. And in this case, a world record photo. I will include a link to the Bailey photo so that you can download it yourself. The Bailey photo was taken from the highest mountain in Wales called Yrwythfa. It has an awesome little train that takes you to the top. I just love the views there. I don't know about you, but this definitely is my kind of thing. This is now officially on my bucket list. Yrwythfa has an elevation of 3,560 feet. Now, what makes the Bailey photo so amazing is that you can see the Alps that are over 700 miles away. Here is Yrwythfa, and here are the peaks. There are 8 peaks we're going to look at, starting from right to left, and please excuse my pronunciation. Jungfrau, at a distance of 701 miles. Grand Combe, 709 miles. Dent du Midi, 686 miles. Mont Blanc, 701 miles. Point Percy, 685 miles. La Tournette, 683 miles. Meige, 729 miles. And Bar des Secrets, 735 miles. Looking at the Bailey photo zoomed in, of course the naysayers are going to claim that those are clouds in the distance. And admittedly, it can be difficult to differentiate between white clouds and snow-capped mountains. But those are not clouds, and that's what I'm going to prove. On the Bailey photo, here is where you can find the 8 peaks. The Bar des Secrets there on the right is 735 miles away. Absolutely amazing. It would simply take too much time to look at all 8 peaks, and so I encourage you to watch the whole video by Nouvel. He did a great job at lining those peaks up with the Bailey photo. For us, we're going to concentrate on only one path here, Yrwythfa to Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc, which means the White Mountain, is the highest mountain in the Alps. Here is Google Earth's elevation profile from Yrwythfa to Mont Blanc. Maybe you noticed that Google Earth got it right, and that there is no curvature for the elevation profile. But notice how there is little elevation in between our 2 points, which gives Yrwythfa at 3,560 feet a great vantage to see Mont Blanc at 15,774 feet. Here is where Mont Blanc is located in the Bailey photo. This is the same photo cropped. Compare this cropped photo of Mont Blanc with another picture of the same mountain from a distance. I don't think anyone can reasonably disagree. The Bailey photo certainly looks very close to the other actual pictures of Mont Blanc. It's very close. But if that were the only evidence, I'd probably not share this video because it would be too debatable. For me, this is what ends the debate. It is the fact that all 8 of these peaks match up with the Bailey photo, and I encourage you to examine it yourself. But let's look at Mont Blanc more closely. This is the Google pathway to Mont Blanc from Yrwythfa. I think you can see it much better from this angle, and it absolutely matches the Bailey photo angle. It's a definite match. But all 8 of the peaks line up. Add on the fact that the mountain, it looks just like Mont Blanc, and so it's dispositive. Yeah, I think this ends the globe. According to the globe model, with an observation height of 3,565 feet, that's with an added 5 feet for the observer, and a distance of 701 miles from the vantage point of Yrwythfa, a huge 49.5 miles should be hidden in the shadow of the Earth's bulge. Here are the calculations in metric. That's enough Earth curvature to hide 96 Burj Khalifas stacked on top of each other. Mont Blanc has an elevation of 15,774 feet. The top of Mont Blanc should be 46.5 miles below the Earth's horizon. Of course, I would like all of our local UK friends on a clear day who have good cameras and are willing and able to take the beautiful trip to your Witwa and see if they can replicate the Bailey photo. And some of those other photos on the Nouvelle video that show some interesting but much further possibilities that I'm still skeptical about. But without question, under the globe model, Mont Blanc should not have been visible from your Witwa 700 miles away. The Earth is truly flat. Thanks for watching.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Show me a picture of something over land that's 1,000 miles away. May I suggest the middle of the country where there's not much in the way? It's a straight shot after all, so what's the problem? Use a telescope. Pull Las Vegas into focus from Dallas, Texas.
Okay, anybody with a little bit of common sense knows that you're not going to be able to take a picture on land of something 1,000 miles away due to the fact of trees or mountains or hills or landscapes obstructing your view. But, however, you can take a picture of something 1,000 miles away if you're elevated high enough to look over the trees and hills and landscapes. But if you know what you're doing, like this right here is an infrared picture taken by J. Tolan Media One. And what they do is they specialize in filming and taking pictures with infrared cameras, because the infrared takes out all the haze in the atmosphere, which distorts your view. Anyways, this picture was taken from a plane that was just taking off over Lake Michigan at 1,800 feet in altitude. And 1,000 miles out over the horizon, you can see the Rocky Mountains. Now, just in case a globe earther says that's not 1,000 miles away, let's take a look here on Google Maps. So let me zoom this in so everyone can see this. And as you can see, it's actually 1,006.78 miles from Lake Michigan. So, anyways, there's your picture. And just in case you think that's impossible, I'll let J. Tolan Media One show you how it's done.
So this is my infrared filter. It's a 950 nanometer long pass infrared filter. Blocks visible and lets infrared through, basically. I'll be putting that on the front of the camera, and then I'll switch the camera to night shot. You'll be amazed, just watch. Wow, look at that. Isn't that incredible? This green tint is default and I cannot change it in Photoshop or Adobe Premiere. I'll be changing it. So this looks much better. Desaturated the clip and adjusting contrast. And you'll see me adjusting contrast throughout the clips.
It's like, wow. Just blew away through all that haze. That's just
Now in the foreground, this mountain is Mount Charleston. Behind it is the Nevada test site. Now you can see Groom Lake and Papoose Lake to the left. Just incredible. Look at that. Look at that. Just take it all in. This is incredible. Just incredible. That bending of the atmosphere. Something else, isn't it?
Now, these guys film throughout the whole flight, so I'm going to time-lapse it just so we can move on. And if you guys want to watch the full video, I'll leave the link to their website in the description.
Because when we look down, it appears we're in a flat world. Everybody's got to make up their own mind. This is strange.
Now, as you can see, these guys are really good at what they do. And as you can see with your own eyes, it's flat as a pancake and you can see everything in detail with the infrared. So this debunks the 1,000-mile away picture.
The truth is too scary for you to face. It's complicated. It's not. It's actually very simple. Everything here is actually really simple because when you follow your heart, the earth is flat.
This video is about showing how the ball earth shills that come to my channel defend their spinning water-covered sphere by describing a cylinder. Okay, so what I've said is, in order to see scenes like this, when the wind's not blowing, with perfectly still water, like glass, like a mirror. And remember, the Earth is still rotating, right? Hundreds of mile per hour water would have to turn. In the northern hemisphere, that would be turning to the left, right? Because remember, the ground is kind of rotating out from under the water. So for the water to turn, that would defy Newton's law of inertia, which is also his first law of motion. An object in motion will tend to stay in motion at a constant speed and in a straight line, unless there's some kind of force to change that. Now some would say, oh, gravity is that force that would change that, P-brain. No, it wouldn't. Gravity actually aids in things going straight. Let me explain. As you throw something across the room, throw a pen across the room, piece of paper, you'll see it goes in a straight line. If you draw a straight line between any 2 points on a sphere, that's the beginnings of a great circle. A great circle is the biggest circle you can draw on a ball, and it bisects the ball. And a great circle drawn on a sphere shares the same center. The center of mass of the sphere would be shared, that center would be shared by the great circle. So that's how Newton came up with his things going in a straight line. It's consistent with his gravity being located at the center of the Earth, which we know is just co-opting our still flat Earth, right? So essentially, as you throw that object across the room, it's like an orbit. Right? All orbits go straight. This is why they have their geostationary satellites above the equator, because the equator is not turning left or right. It goes straight, so they can get in sync with the rotation. Of course, it's all fake. They're not doing any such thing. But you can't have a geostationary satellite over a latitude and stay in sync with the latitude. It's not possible, because it will want to orbit the center of mass, and all latitude lines are a turn. Okay, everything would move at a right angle to the axis of rotation. And on a sphere, that takes everything to the equator. That would be dirt, rock, water, clouds, air particles. Everything would want to go to the equator. And as per Newton's law, everything moves in a straight line. On a cylinder, it would work with gravity evenly distributed throughout the pole, because there'd be no conflict with Newton's first law of motion, where things want to stay in a straight line, right? Because water would have to stay in a straight line on a rotating cylinder. To stay in its latitude lane, it requires a straight motion. So it works perfectly. And that's the only way you could see scenes like this, is on a cylinder where water would stay in a straight line. On a sphere, though, straight moving water is death and goes to the equator. Because to stay at latitude on a sphere and to see scenes like this, the water has to turn and stay perfectly in sync. And remember, the ground is rotating left. It's rotating out from under the free-flowing water, the hundreds of mile per hour moving water that's moving in a straight line. Okay, so this picture right here debunks the rotating Earth. Okay, so Charlie Goy said to me in a comment, "Hi there, Brother P-Brain. You present such an effective proof that totally invalidates a spinning globe Earth. Have you come across any serious rebuttal?" Yeah, right. I don't know if I'd call them serious. They've definitely been confused. There's some confused ballers out there. Perhaps that would be an idea for a video. Well, thank you, Charlie Goy, and here's a video on just that. I picked a couple guys. They could be the same guy for all we know. They could be Neil deGrasse Tyson for all we know, right? JSS Tiger and Wolfgang Lawn. Okay, they describe a cylinder. And I'll prove that to you in their comments. Okay, here's JSS Tiger. He's quoting me. So I said, water's got to move to the equator. No, it doesn't. The water tends to go outward, parallel to the lines of latitude, perpendicular to the axis of rotation, P-Brain. Here's another JSS Tiger. Water would have to turn. That's what I said. Insert waft twack. That was a good one, P-Brain. So he's laughing at me saying that latitude lines are a turn. They don't even understand how their sphere works, or with the latitude lines. He just sees this 2D picture and thinks, there you go, the latitude lines are at a right angle to the axis. No, they're not. Not the surface of the sphere. On a 2D drawing, sure, it looks like that, but you don't traverse the outside of it. If you did, that would be traversing a cylinder. We're talking sphere. So you can see the surface of the cylinder is parallel to the pole, but not the surface of the sphere, right? Only at the equator is the surface of the sphere parallel to the pole. As far as your question, why wasn't your tape measure parallel to the axis of rotation? Because my tape measure is on a sphere, Dumbo. The surface of the sphere is not parallel to the pole, except for the equator. On your cylinder, yes, that's what you're expecting in your mind. The cylinder, the surface, is always parallel to the pole. Here with my rubber ball, you can see clearly I put this straight line against the ball right over the latitude lines. Now you can see it, JSS Dumbo. Latitude lines are a turn. All the water would be pushed straight, perpendicular to the axis of rotation, just like you said. And on a sphere, it goes in a great circle, and a great circle takes it to the equator. Okay, and now for the other winner, I promised, Wolfgang Lahn. He says, on a ball without any attractive force of its own. Okay, he's not talking about the Earth, I guess, because he said, on a ball without any attractive force of its own. He must be talking about this. The guy throws the red ball up, and the water all spins off and spins to the equator and spins off. Okay. So he says, on a ball without any attractive force of its own, rotation causes centrifugal force, right? Which is always pushing things away from the axis and at a right angle. Hence, water remains at the same latitude. Oh wait, did he just switch to the Earth? To the ball Earth? There is no force to push it to the equator. Okay, I think the force we should be looking for is the force that's going to cause water to turn around the pole. That's the force, because going to the equator, as I just showed already, it's a straight line, right? As I show on this ball, a tangent or a right angle to the axis of rotation on a sphere does not stay at latitude. It clearly shows here latitude line is a turn. From the side view, it may look like a straight line. It's kind of like looking at a racetrack from the, eye level. It could be a circular or an oval track and it'll look like a straight line, but clearly it's not a straight line because the surface is what matters. The surface of the sphere, when you put the straight line on it, the straight line goes down to the equator. Okay, so that's the force we should be looking for. He says there's no force to push it to the equator. Well, Newton's law of inertia. Everything wants to go in a straight line unless there's some outside force to change that. So Wolfgang Lahn and JSS Tiger, what is that force that would cause water to rotate around the pole? Around the axis of rotation, the pole. Do enlighten us. Okay. All right, everybody. I'll wait for you to hear a response from some ball earthers. We want to know what force is there to make the water rotate around the pole. All right. Talk to you guys soon. Bye. My friends, you are going to love this. This is going to debunk the spinning ball. It's definitely going to debunk the, oh boy, spheroid, but it's also going to debunk the entire ball because you'll see. They say we live on a rotating sphere with 1,000 mile per hour rotational speed at the equator. And as you go up 10 degrees from the equator, let's say up toward the North Pole, it drops to 900 miles per hour. And you go up another 10 and it's 800 miles per hour. And another 10, it's 700, so forth, all the way up to the North Pole where it's essentially not even moving, right? And so they say there's a 14-mile high bulge. That's twice the height of a commercial airliner. This is rock and dirt and everything. It would be everything. I'll get to that in a minute. It would be everything, you know, clouds, air particles, and a lot more. Okay, it would all shift, and the poles are essentially just collapsing. They're just filling the void, right? So the ground that was shifting and moving, piling up 14 miles high, is packed, right? It's packed up with dirt. And so here's the big takeaway from this. The fact that the ground has stopped moving, yet the rotation is still going. So the ground has filled in as it's all moved toward the equator, and it reaches a point and it stops. It's packed up, it's filled in all the voids, right? It's filled in, and this is where they'll say, well, that's why we're in equilibrium, B. Wayne. Well, no, because nothing has changed for us. The rotation that has caused the ground right below our feet to move and shift and to the equator and pile up 14 miles high is still going. This shows you right here, this is a complete fraud, a complete utter joke. Neil deGrasse and his, oh wait, spheroid, complete joke. The rotation is said to be sustaining and holding this in place because, to their own admission, they say when the Earth rotated faster, the bulge was bigger. Now that it's slowed down a little, the bulge receded. It's a little smaller. They're shooting themselves in the foot with this one. I love it. Thank you, Neil deGrasse Tyson, for reinforcing this nonsense. So, again, the ground below us, the only reason it stopped moving is because it's piled up, and it stopped. At this speed, that's as high as the bulge will get, and that's as far as the ground will slide down. As per Newton's law, an object in motion will tend to stay in motion at a constant speed and in a straight line. And remember, everywhere on a sphere, on a rotating sphere, except for the equator, everywhere else, all the other latitude lines, is a turn. And the turn gets more severe as you go toward the North Pole. The speed slows down, but the turn becomes greater. So you have water and everything wants to go in a straight line. Us people would want to go in a straight line. This is what we would look like. We would look like tumbleweeds on a windy day out in the Nevada desert. We would all be blowing. Everything would be flying towards the equator. We'd be piled up just like the ground is below us. And this is right now. They say this is right now. The Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. This sphere. This is such a joke. It is so busted right now. And all these tumbleweeds would be akin to being stacked up at the equator. Right, from both north and south, people, everything on the Earth would move. Don't believe that? Well, I'll try to convince you with this. Here's a spinning water balloon and a spinning soaked porous rubber ball. So the water can freely fly off of this ball. The balloon is holding in the water, of course, right? But it's bulging. Now, this would be akin to the ground on the Earth. It's bulging, but it's not falling apart. It's just bulging and flattening. We would be the water and everything on the Earth, right? So as this starts to spin and bulge, once it started to bulge, it's already way past the water flying off. We're all doomed. This is just to show you what a hoax this is. That if you have water on the outside of this balloon, it's long gone. Before it even bulges, as you can see, just as I start rotating the rubber ball, the porous rubber ball on the right, the water starts to fly off immediately. Right there, it's gone. It didn't even get up to speed yet. But it doesn't matter. The balloon is going way faster, but yet it has a skin to hold in the water, right? And the reason it moves to the equator, as I've said, is the Earth wants to turn left out from under it. As per Newton's first law of motion, the law of inertia, everything wants to move in a straight line and wants to stay in a straight line. So as the Earth turns, that's why you would theoretically have this equatorial bulge. But it's not real. But if you did, again, the ground is currently spinning right now underneath us, but the ground is done moving, kind of like this water balloon. The water is stacked up inside there. It's pressing against the walls, and it's done moving. From both poles of the water balloon, it's moved into the center, and it's not going any further. You could just have a steady rotation there. But the stuff that's free to move on the outside of the ball that lives on this balloon is gone. Do you understand? We cannot be rotating, the ground sustaining this huge bulge, 14 miles high, and the poles flattening, and us on the surface not experience. Don't you see? This is physically impossible. This is not a reality. It can't be. It's fake. That's all. Let's go on. The hardest thing I've had to do is try to explain this and even get it straight in my own head. It's been very hard. That's why I was silent for like almost 3 months. I didn't put a video out because I've been struggling with this. But when I got this, it's because the ground has stopped. Oh, but we are on the ground. We haven't piled up against each other. We're not all at the equator bunched up. We would have to be. All the water, look at this still water like a mirror. This is busted. Oh, man. I hope you guys get this. I imagine I'll keep putting videos out on this just because. So give this a thumbs up right now, please. And maybe I'll come up with more graphics and stuff like I normally do in videos. Give this a thumbs up right now. Share it with others. Watch it more than once. Come on back. It's a short video. I'm going to end it like right here. So that's it. What's the takeaway? Is that this bulge that they say is right now 14 miles high all around the equator, and the poles are squashing in. Again, the poles do nothing. They're just filling in the ground that's voiding, that's vacating out and moving up 14 miles high at the equator. All that ground has to shift. And so now it's stopped shifting, not because the Earth has stopped rotating, but because the ground is packed up against itself. And so it's stopped. So that's it. The fact that the ground has stopped, yet we're still on the ground, we're still on the rotating ball, the same rotating ball that moved all this rock and dirt and piled it up 14 miles high on the equator and shifted it from the poles all the way up to the equator. We're still on that ball. The same force that moved all that stuff is still here. Nothing's changed, except for the part where all the dirt and rock has reached its limit of movement as far as it can go, yet we're still under that same force that has done that and is sustaining that, yet we're to believe, and we're told, we're gaslighted into believing we're living on the surface, no problem. No, we would be stacked up at the equator, same as all the dirt. Busted! Gaslighting, fraud alert. Woo, woo, woo. All right, my friends, I hope you enjoy this. This is a game changer. This is a huge part of their ball. I haven't looked up, but everybody's told me, besides Neil deGrasse and modern physicists, they said Newton came up with the bulge. So this goes way back. This is, if you debunk this, oh my gosh, now sky's the limit. Just the whole thing has to come into question, right? So, woohoo! We did it, folks. All right. Thank you, and stay tuned.
Join discord.tv/flatearth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffy you to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Enemy spotted.
Pinky Bundinsky again.
Welcome.
Hello, Arthur Grass.
How's it going, man?
YouTube, and I noticed how you were saying like a flat Earth, globe Earth is kind of believe in a religion. So if you want, could I possibly at a very high level, not even really going into specific like observations or experiments, just tell you why I think the globe is flat. Sorry, not flat, round, spherical. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I didn't want to cough into the microphone, so it kind of interrupted my ability to respond quickly.
Oh,
but yeah, go ahead, man.
So, yeah, and also just to let you know, if you don't want to, because sometimes people don't like globe Earth is coming in here. So if you ever don't want to talk to me, that's fine. I don't want to like ruin this chat by being here. But anyway, just add it really quickly. It seems like science can never prove anything right. Really can just add evidence to it. So if you ask the question like, what shape is this world, this planet that we live on, or if it even is a planet, you can construct two models. You can have one in which the Earth is spherical and one in which it's flat. And then you can ask yourself, if it was either flat or spherical, what sort of observations would we expect to see? And so it just, to me, it's like there's just so much evidence in supporting the spherical Earth. Like, for example, and this might be a bit of a gish gallop because I'm going to be jumping from thing to thing. But at the end, we can talk about the individual stuff. But so for example, celestial objects moving, their apparent position in the sky changing as you change on the surface of the Earth, that supports us living on Earth with the radius that we expect it to. Right now, there could be other explanations, or maybe light's bending, but we don't observe that sort of stuff. But there's other science experiments as well. So like gyroscopes, if you change latitude, assuming the Earth is spinning and that's why the stars move, the gyroscope's rate of change changes based on the latitude and the way you'd expect. There's stuff like, the Yatvos effect. So basically, if you move in a certain direction, depending on your latitude, you weigh less because of centrifugal force. There's, every other planet in the solar system looks spherical. So it's like, seems like that's a bit of evidence. Again, none of this stuff proves that the Earth is flat or round. Like as Einstein said, no amount of experimentation can ever prove me right, and a single experiment can prove me wrong. But I'm just saying, like, just probabilistically, it all kind of starts to add up to the point where it's almost, you could almost say that either all established science is completely wrong, or either all of flat Earth theory is completely wrong. And it's kind of like a mutually exclusive set of things. But that's only the first part of my argument, which is the probability in terms of the positive claim that it's spherical. The next part is the probability that there's this huge conspiracy. Like, because that would be to be honest, at this point, the only way that it couldn't be spherical really is if there's this huge conspiracy. Because, like, we have photos of it being spherical in space. So that means, like, essentially, the scope of this conspiracy just seems probabilistically unlikely. Like, essentially, all scientists from a whole diverse set of fields from tons of different countries, different government entities over the past thousands of years would had to all be working together to pull this over pull the wool over people's eyes.
I completely agree. That's why it's flat.
I know, but think about so different militaries, for instance, or countries, they would have a lot of incentive to teach their troops or to have the position to basically make sure that their people know the true shape of the battlefield. Or
I agree. That's why they train for high altitude stuff in relation to stuff like that. They pretty much treat the Earth as a flat and stationary plane.
Oh yeah, well that's somewhat
for
actually
flight,
that's a good point.
For launching missiles, all that stuff. They just kind of say, okay, that's over there.
Yeah, they do that sometimes for for when you don't need to for simplified models, sometimes they do that. But it goes beyond even like essentially all shipping companies, airline companies, cartographers, obviously space companies, transnational companies, odometer manufacturers, satellite TV providers, like so many different government agencies, like different space agencies, like NASA and the Soviet Union's space Roscosmos. They have, game theoretically, if you know what that is, they have a lot of incentive to break from this lie, essentially. Because they want to outcompete the other people. It would make sense for them to, basically sort of break from this. Or I think about this, all the people that on their deathbeds, when they really have nothing else to lose, on their deathbeds, if they're, people part of this conspiracy, they would have no, nothing to fear from breaking this, or spilling the beans of this secret. But, and in fact, they'd have a lot to gain because they'd be famous if they, like, for example, if President Joe Biden, when he was about to die, was like, the Earth is flat, he'd be like, that would be.
I promise you that everybody in here would still be like, screw you for even saying that, Joe Biden.
Well, anyway, so yeah,
but
so
I get what you're saying, like, but that's the thing, man, is even if anybody did, which how would we know who did and who didn't? Because it's like, deathbed confessions, not all of them leave that room. And even so, a lot of these people, they end up kind of foggy in the head. Like, when they're older, they don't really remember much of anything. They just kind of fade away and die.
Well, I mean, okay, so at what point?
There's no confession to be had for those ones anyway. And then you got people like Gus Grissom and company who get like, how are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between 3 buildings? And then they get fried, like, within less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I guess.
But I get what you're saying, that you've got all this other stuff, but most of the things that they're doing is based off of standardized practices when it comes to how this is the mass that we're using for stuff. We're going to send this up and do this. So, but they can build mathematical frameworks that function as far as for their technological systems, but that doesn't make that reality. Like, they can obviously navigate, that you can get things going around in a circle over the Earth, and it'll still function and do all these things that they are saying that it does. You can still from the ground see something and look up and be like, hey, this is doing that. Yeah, that's true. But it's the story behind why it's doing that and like what they're saying is going on. Well, and even so, they wouldn't know, because for the same reason, it's like most people have never been to a high enough altitude to see the curve or whatever, because you're so tiny and you've got to be so high. Yet most people have never been high enough to see the curve because you're so tiny and you have to be so high. So it's a belief.
Oh, yeah, I get what you mean. You're saying you don't really need that many people to hold this secret, possibly, and the systems
even
that they
then,
like.
The people who might know, right? They might be in denial, right? So they're like, to them, they might know full well, but still be like, no, and their ego is in the way of them accepting it. They got that full-on cognitus, so many yes men and so much money that I can't possibly be wrong. Like that kind of thing. They can't even see their own folly. And then we have them on a pedestal. Oh, look, the big brain guy. He knows what he's talking about. And then the big brain guy's like, I can't possibly be wrong. Everybody says I know what I'm talking about.
And wait, does this big brain guy, is he like a CEO of a company or something that you're talking about?
Could be anybody. And usually money is the primary driving force for a lot of people, especially in a company position, like CEO.
Wait, and you're saying he believes in a spherical Earth,
They could, yeah. That's what I'm saying. They don't have to actually like know that the Earth is flat. A lot of these people are so rich that how would they ever know? They're so disconnected too. I'll just pay this guy to do this and that guy to do that, and then I'll do what I want. Now I have a rocket and I can go for a flight.
But at a certain point, like if it was easy, like if all the scientific things that I mentioned to you were like they didn't actually support a spherical Earth. It was all kind of a conspiracy. So they were like faking data, for instance, or like faking. Obviously, for all the like pictures of the Earth would have to be CGI, like the a lot of like from space and like all the
the popular things like the Blue Marble 2.0 is admittedly photoshopped and as that guy imagined that it would be. I even have, you can go to NASA and actually get all of the assets that he used to make it and make your own version if you want to, which I've done that before. Like the assets are actually pretty cool. Like I've downloaded a bunch of stuff from NASA. There's all kinds of things. There's 3D models and things that you can work with using like Unity or other stuff. And then experiment with the math that they give you to see how it would look in models.
Wait, so do you think that there's any humans have been to space at all, or that any satellites in the sky are real?
Even in accordance with what they say about the moon, right? Say they actually went to the moon. They're now saying that the moon's atmos goes, or the Earth's atmos goes beyond the moon. And they say the atmosphere reaches to the other side of the moon. So even in that case, even if they went to the moon, they still didn't leave Earth's atmosphere, technically.
Well, the exosphere goes to the moon. That's
yeah. So my point is nobody's been to quote outer space.
Well, I mean that's like making an argument from definition, but like it depends what you mean by outer space. I mean, they say what they say is plain. They're saying they went to the moon.
I don't believe that they went to the moon, but I would agree that yes, people have been to high altitudes, but that doesn't mean much.
Well,
nobody's left Earth.
But do you think, like, say, for example, the ISS is a real thing?
High altitude aircraft exist, is my point. I'm not in denial of that. Whether or not there's people on there or what those people are doing is another story. How that's portrayed, what's happening there, like that's all something else.
I think so. Right now we're having we're making arguments from the definition of like what it means to go to space and everything. But like we can define what we mean. Like say above 100 kilometers, we'll call that space if you want, or just for this conversation. It's not even in general. Just so then we can agree with at least be on the same page. And at that altitude, you wouldn't it wouldn't really even be an aircraft because it's not really like generating lift all that much. It's kind of just orbiting Earth. I mean, it has a tiny bit of lift possibly, but that's
Donato shared a link, by the way, that kind of cites what I was talking about. It has to do with because there's also some graphics that they show that are a little bit more scientific, I guess. They look like the memes in a scientific in a book that you'd see at school anyway. The ones that I'm talking about. And it shows that exosphere that you're talking about. It has like the atmos going around. And it's got this bubble kind of thing that goes around to where the moon is.
Yeah.
And so that was my point, is that entire area, everything we regard as this is part of what we call Earth. This is home. And everything here is part of home. The moon is still inside of home.
Yeah, I mean, but no scientist would agree. Well, I mean, so not agree, disagree with you. Like, there are air molecules up there. There's air molecules.
So that's what my standard would be for the definition for these high altitude things. Is nobody? This is still a contained environment that nobody has left.
Yeah, but just so you know, though, it's not like it's like it's not like basically in the exosphere, the air molecules are so far apart
I know what
that they travel like, in a straight line.
The parts per volume are like super far apart. It's like it'd be like a particle, like a molecule over here, an atom, and then like several feet away, there'd be like another one. I know what it says. I understand that.
Okay.
It's not that I'm ignorant of it. It's I compare it as being worldviews and perspectives from people who are going based off of something that they've seen at a distance. Like their studies of it are mostly based off of the opinions of somebody else. It's a hierarchy of people. I've got this, and I say that. Okay, but out of any of us, have any of us proved it? If you were to think objectively, like you're the scientist, now you have to confirm what these people have said. Have they told me the truth? Well, look at it objectively and find out: is this real? What can I prove? Because it's not about the story that we're told. Like we can all look that up. We're all born into it. Like I went to school. I know.
Well, yes. So that's a good point, because you're bringing me back to like why I joined this chat in the first place, which is why most people have never done experiments. Like I don't think Joe Biden's ever like done celestial navigation or anything, but he believes in a spherical Earth. I think the reason is probably like, let me ask you, do you believe that India is a country like that exists?
That's stupid. That's fucking dumb.
Wait, Araglass. It's the same thing as like basically not believing that India exists, even though I've never been
No.
to India.
You can go there, man.
No.
You can
Yeah, it's
go
a
to
false
India.
equivalence.
That's
India is just a
Go to
country.
India.
That's not an extraordinary claim. That's not fantastical. Your outer space vacuum, that's more on par with, say, Narnia. That's the category that goes in, not the same category as a country.
Well, so the reason I'm using that comparison is just because, in terms of the conspiracy, think about all the things that would have to be true for India to not exist. Like if there is a conspiracy where India literally it doesn't exist, like the Himalayas just ends.
Who said
and it goes
India
to the,
doesn't
to
exist?
the
why
to the water. Like essentially, like
Who
everyone
said
I've met from
India
India
doesn't exist?
would have to be actors. All the footage from India would have to be
Who said
CGI.
India doesn't exist?
No, this is a
this is what's
an
called
analogy.
a straw man argument.
It's stupid.
I'm just making
It
an
is
analogy
stupid.
to.
You're
It's not
presenting
an
cartoon.
analogy.
You're presenting cartoon images of a ball Earth with curving oceans all over it. Nowhere on the Earth do you actually see anything like that. It's not on par with India or any footage from India. Your point is stupid.
Oh, well, anyway.
Explain to me why would India have to be CGI? Because you kind of made a very weird claim, and I've never heard that one before.
Okay, so yeah, just to go back to why I'm saying this, because you said you have to do the experiments yourself. You can't just trust people that have done this stuff for you. And I'm just saying probabilistically, since so much of the world believes in this stuff, and you'd have to think how hard would it be to keep this secret? Who would have to be involved?
You were making a comparison.
Wait, can I just finish really quickly?
No,
it's a
you
similar.
can't finish
It's a
'cause
similar
it's
thing.
Stupid. You're saying
No,
you're
it's
saying
not similar.
because everyone believes in it, then it must be true.
No, I'm not saying it must be true. It is possible that India doesn't exist, and there is a conspiracy just to trick me.
No, it's not, because you can go there.
That's not possible.
Really pushing this
wait,
false
from my
equivalency angle, eh?
From my perspective, it is because I've never been to India. You know what I mean?
Who gives a shit? You can book a plane and fucking go there.
It's not an
Oh
extraordinary
yeah, that's a
claim.
good point. That's actually a good point. Because
And
people
yeah,
can just
you do
decide
have
to go there. So yeah,
you do have
actually,
the
that is a
option
good
to
point.
just get on a plane, yes, exactly, and go there. Do you have the option to go into the thermodynamics violation that you believe is in the sky? Can you just jump on a jet and do that?
I mean, you can do a lot of the experiments yourself, though.
What experiments?
Well, you can get a gyroscope to see the Earth's. You can measure
No,
your
you
weight
can't.
at the equator and at higher
No, you
latitudes.
can't.
You can go to South. You can actually go to Antarctica
By the
if you want.
time, so you measure your weight, and then you fly on a flight, and your weight's different. What's your water consumption that day? What did you eat on the plane?
Yeah.
Like, it's fucking stupid.
Those
man.
were both a complete non sequitur too, because we were talking about the fairy tale thermodynamics violation of outer space that you think is in
Yeah.
the sky, right? And then you went to rotation and other things that have nothing directly to do with that. Do you have anything coherent to say, Pinky?
Oh, I wasn't responding to your question. To be
Yeah,
honest,
you
I don't
weren't
really.
responding. It was just non sequitur what you said.
I was talking to someone else. To be honest, I feel like going down these very specific cases one by one is something that we could do, but I'd rather just keep it high level. And to be honest, I do have to.
High
I just
level.
wanted to respond
You're
to what's his
talking.
name?
Your high level was saying
Araglass,
that India may not exist. That's not high level.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so I know. So I do have to go, but I will let you guys have the last word because I don't want to feel like I'm just saying a bunch of stuff and then leaving. So if you guys please tell me why I'm wrong, and then I'll just
go find us an experiment that shows gravity containing air pressure.
Okay.
Thanks.
But all right. Yeah, I mean, I could respond if you want, but I feel like. Yeah.
You feel like there's probably nothing really to
got one?
respond with, so might as well leave.
Yeah, have you got one?
All right. Well, I just said I wouldn't. Okay. What about the sun? Isn't there like images of the sun?
Here we go. Yeah.
So you guys, this is why I don't want to do, because you guys have heard of all of this before, I think. So anyway, I do have to go, but nice to talk to you, especially you, Gress. And I'll be back. Yeah.
Ethergrass Tyson.
Ethergrass. Yeah. I like. Yeah. Thank you.
I don't think he likes us, heretic.
No. Not too much. See, I asked for a really specific experiment, and then he starts waffling about the sun.
Well, we were having a lovely conversation until you guys started asking him for experiments.
My bad.
Sorry, man.
I got triggered at the India thing too.
Yeah, I saw what he was doing there, but that is just, oh my god. That's why I had this image ready. I was posting. The soap is surfing. It doesn't work here.
Yeah.
I think it's something to do with his voice. His voice annoys me.
Yeah, it kind of does.
He's very high strung. Talks rapidly.
Yeah, for a
I
young
can
guy,
talk.
yeah. Like,
I can talk
listen to
really
that.
fast too, but I'm just not in the mood to do that right now. I'm kind of trying to chill. I'm like in
There's no
chill
need
mode
to.
right now.
When you speak so fast, you kind of just trip over yourself anyway.
He admitted that he was like, I'm about to kind of gish gallop right now, and then he just kind of hopped on his little gish galloping horse and started off he went. Okay, man. But yeah. I understand what he was saying. That's the thing, is that's exactly the point though, is the passion behind that is very reminiscent of, as I was saying before, religious belief. The same type of zealotry. And then the investing of the hierarchy of saying, well, all these people, they believe the same thing that I believe, so we can't all be wrong. My whole church can't be wrong.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.tv/flatearth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffia to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Enemy spotted.
Glonk and Treat.
Brothers.
What's happening?
You guys, I'm just happy,
even more
I'm just
people,
happy to be
that's
here.
fun.
I am blessed.
You guys friends in
Indeed,
real
brother.
life, just online.
Yeah. In real life.
Oh, okay, cool. You know anybody in real life that's a flat earther?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I've
I
only
know
met
one more person.
one person. Okay, I've only met like less than a few, like less than a handful. So I haven't met that many out in the wild. But I also don't really talk about it out in the wild. So what kind of stuff did you guys talk about in your class? What did your teacher say?
He just made fun of it.
Yeah, of course, of course. So what kind of stuff was he saying? Like, oh, it's a pizza planet floating around, or what? What was he saying?
We are being recorded on YouTube and other live online platforms. I'm gonna be famous. Hi, Mom.
So he must have said something about like falling off the edge or something like that.
Yeah. Because he said that so everybody knows, because we were talking about the airplanes traveling, and he said, so everybody knows that the Earth is round, right? Are there any Flat Society members? And no one said anything, so yeah. That made me interested in it.
I'm not sure why the Earth would have to be a certain shape to fly in the sky, but
I guess to make loops.
Many what?
To make loops around the Earth.
Loops?
Like loops around the Earth.
Loops?
Yeah.
Huh. What do you mean loop?
Because how it's described, as you can see on my beautiful profile picture, it's like a disc right now. See, so it's more difficult to travel between some continents than it would be normally if you would like loop around it.
Wait, so
let me see.
So where did you? Who told you it was a disc?
Well, it's flat, so he just imagined it to be like a wafer you eat at the confessional, in the church. That shape.
Yeah, but okay. So if I were to ask you to draw shape flat, what shape would that be?
Well, circle.
Circle is a circle.
Yeah, circle-shaped Earth, basically disc.
No.
What's with the sound effects?
Because you're not really thinking straight here, buddy. Flat is not a shape.
What is it then?
Circle is.
I mean, yeah, circle is a shape.
Checkmate.
Circle's a shape. Here's what I want you to do. You're in a room right now, I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay. Look, I want you to take 30 seconds and look around you, all the surfaces around you.
Yeah.
You'll see that there's two options here. You've got surfaces that are rounded in some way.
Yeah.
Or surfaces that are not rounded. You could call them flat if you want to.
Yeah, but that's not a shape. That's just a surface, like.
Exactly. That's the point. Exactly. So when we're talking about the surface, not shapes. So when we say the surface, it can only be one of those two options. So it doesn't mean circle, square, triangle. Understand?
Yes. And I said it's a circle.
It's not a disc, no.
That's what my teacher said, though.
Hell no.
That's why it would be a problem if it was.
Well, no, it's only the people. It's only the people who think other people think that are the ones saying it. When you come speak to someone who actually thinks the Earth is flat, they're not going to tell you it's a disc, bro.
Well, this guy would on the profile picture.
Who is that?
I don't know who that is. He's holding a disc in his hand.
Who the fuck is that guy?
I know, right? It was just funny. I had to put him on.
I actually do know what it is, but you can think of those ideas as there's something for new minds, people new to the topic that haven't really got an understanding of how it maybe could work. Think of like a a baby mobile above
What?
the crib.
What?
I'll get a
Baby
picture.
mobile. Okay.
A baby mobile hangs above the crib.
Do you have
And
like a representation of how it looks
yeah,
like?
I do.
The Earth?
I'll grab it. I'll grab it.
There
Oh,
you
the
go.
Earth?
It'll be
No,
easier.
I don't. No, I don't. I don't. No one has that. I'll explain why though, because I would ask you like, can you go outside of the universe and look back and tell me what it all looks like?
Well, that's different than the Earth.
No, 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 no. I'm
There has
actually
been
here to tell you
pictures
it's the
taken of the
same.
Earth.
Oh, I'm actually here to tell you it's the same.
So is it like not confirmed how the Earth looks?
Well, again, just in the same way that you can't leave the universe to turn around and look back and say, okay, well, this is what it all looks like. You also can't leave the Earth to turn around and say, okay, well, this is what it all looks like. You guys would say that the Earth is an object that exists within a large space. I would say Earth is the large space. So you can't leave that large space and say, okay, let's go outside and take selfies. And okay, well, this Earth looks like this. You can't.
But Earth has been left. The universe hasn't.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the thing, brother. There is no universe, and no one's left the Earth ever.
How come?
Well, because there's a container. There's a one of the arguments you'll come to learn. There's three big arguments you'll come to hear, and one of them is about gas pressure. So the question is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? You can think of multiple examples where you require a container. Say if I
I mean, yeah,
sold you.
but
Well, let me give you some
uh,
examples. So like if
okay, okay.
say I sold you like some soda, it would have to be in a sealed container. And then if you opened up the soda, leave it on the put it in a coffee cup, leave it on the counter for a week. Well, gas pressure that you had is going to dissipate from the higher pressure area to a lower pressure area. You needed that container to have the pressure. Same thing with like a car tire or a bicycle tire. You need the actual tire itself to contain the pressure, the air pressure on the inside. And so the problem is they're saying that you do not need a container. They're saying that the Earth is such a big wheel that you don't need any tire to contain the pressure that we have. And we're saying that that's cap and that you definitely do need a container. And that's why you can't leave the Earth because it's contained.
So, what about the rockets that went to space and the orbiting space station around us?
But on a screen. And
What is it? What is it? Repeat, because you cut out.
sorry, no, it does look like I might have been cutting out.
So was like going to the moon fake or?
Oh, dude, I mean, I used to believe in the globe my whole life, and I never ever believed in them. So, sorry, am I cutting out still? Hold on, let me.
No, you're fine. You're
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
I mean, a little bit, but
I was
it's
a
okay.
hardcore glober, and I still never believed in the moon landings. So I don't know why you would believe in that, even if you're Team Globe. Dude, I wouldn't even say the moon is land. So like, you can't go land on some shit that's in the sky. But anyway, no.
Sorry, I'm reading what the secret Asian man sent. I want to read that.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
interesting.
Here's what's interesting, guys.
Yeah, your mic is very low compared to us.
Sorry.
Just turn them up.
I'm at the library, so.
Yeah, you can also do that.
What you reading?
What's funny is they actually say that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere now. So even technically, even if you thought the Earth was a globe, like no one really left the Earth to go there.
So the moon is like in the Earth's container?
That's, well, what I'm saying is on the globe side, they're saying that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere. So it's not like a flat Earth thing. That's what the globers are saying.
How much time do you spend in the library?
It's like a recent update to the DLC. I'll get you a link to that. I'll probably hang out here for a little bit.
Okay.
So That's one of the biggest arguments, guys, is the gas pressure. Like, that's why people...
No, it's the biggest argument. I've never heard of it. So
Well,
that's
what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
this is
Because
also my first time.
that's what I'm saying, though, guys. Like, you're not going to hear the arguments anywhere else. You're not going to go to YouTube and they're going to, okay, this is what they're saying. Your teacher doesn't know what the arguments are. He's just going to call it dumb and say, look at these dummies. They think it's a pizza in space. And then you come actually to speak to someone and they're like, yeah, that's a stupid idea. No one thinks it's a pizza in space, except for other people who think that we vote for it. It was them.
I'm pretty sure the moon is further. What? Okay. So they're lying about the distance from the moon and the planet. Okay. Okay. That's crazy.
So this is the media. Okay.
Where's everybody else at? Anybody else wants to chime in? Ethergris?
I want God to speak, kinda.
I'm listening. I'm actually trying to eat something, so I figured that eating food while on the microphone would be rude.
Okay, no worries, no worries. I got you. So, yeah, you've never heard of that argument. Well, it's something you're going to want to get familiar
What is
with.
that
I would
gif?
say.
It kind of looks funny.
Well, so what is the picture supposedly taken on the moon, right? And then you have that other thing that's supposed to be the moon.
Okay, okay.
And then it's two pictures. So one of them, which one's the real one? Anyway, neither one of them are real, so it doesn't matter. Okay, well that's I guess we can go off to the other thing. You see how in that picture there, that GIF, how all the water, like even the lakes and everything, they're all curved.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're saying is that when you go into reality, the water doesn't do that. Like lakes and oceans, they don't form into a big hump or like a hill. I sometimes joke and call it a hill. But I would say water doesn't do that in reality.
That's because of the event horizon. You can see like past it, like the horizon. You can see past the horizon of the because the air, like you don't see you don't see it curve, right? But if you had a different perspective on it, you would see it curve.
So the thing is that we're not just looking; we're actually testing to see if the curve is there. It's just not there.
How are you testing this?
About the same way you would test how tall you are. So, like, the globe is claimed to be a specific quote height. So you can break down. Well, if you say you're 6 foot tall, then there has to be 72 inches when I go to measure you. So they claim that the globe is like a radius just a little bit under 4,000 miles. So that means at a certain height off the ground, the distance to the horizon, you called it the event horizon, it's just the horizon, would have to be at a certain distance. And so you can test that claim just like you can test how tall you are, essentially. So they're saying that at 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, the distance to the horizon or the curve of the Earth is supposed to be about 1.2 miles away if you're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth. So you can definitely test that. And if you have a lake that's at least like 5 to 10 miles big, you can surely put that 1.2 mile horizon claim to the test. If you see across the whole lake at a very small, observer height, just a few feet, and you're seeing across the whole lake, well, what happened to that 1.2 mile curve, the hump, the hill of water that's supposed to be there? What we're saying is that it's not there. A lot of people have a hard time with the word flat earth. They're like, well, we have hills and mountains and stuff. Well, if it's easier for you, you can just rebrand it and call it flat water. Because all the water is flat, essentially. All the lakes, the ponds, the oceans don't form into hills. So And the argument about the horizon is actually very important. It's kind of funny that you brought that up. It's good that you brought that up. Because when I first joined the conversation back in 2017, the whole debate was about the horizon. So the problem is that if you're on the Team Globe side, they're saying that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. So as if like you had a hill in your front yard, right? You can go put a flag in that hill and say, this is the curve of the Earth. But the problem is our argument is that day to day, that quote hill is moving around. So one day it's in the front yard. One day, the next day it's in the neighbor's yard. Like, wait a minute, what's happening here? Can't be the physical curve if it's moving around like that. So what we're saying is that that horizon isn't actually the physical curve of the Earth. It's an optical phenomena, and that's the reason why it shifts around from day to day. Even on during a day, it'll move around a little bit. So the horizon is not the physical curve of the Earth or curved water or anything like that. It's one of the big arguments here as well. So we have gas pressure, we have the horizon, that's a big one. And the third thing is just that the Earth doesn't move. Like, I joke around with people and ask them, do you think that the room you're in, or the house you live in, or the building you work in, do you think those buildings move?
Sorry, I was just reading the stuff they're sending right now. That's pretty interesting. It's hard to concentrate on two things. Although you're very good background noise.
I was just asking, well,
I must say you're pretty good at explaining, and I would like to ask you if there are more methods to like test, to test this.
Sure. Yeah, well, let me put something in the chat here.
Oh, okay.
Too much. You wouldn't really need a whole lot to get started. So you don't feel like you need like a freaking gyroscope and all these crazy things to go out and start somewhere. Somebody in the server named Dave Hinkle. Let me send him a message. Maybe he can explain. Oh yeah, he did like a lake with a friend. He had the mirror, someone on the other side of the lake. For myself, and so with the mirror, you're
He's so
basically
blind.
flashing light across the water, and you're looking for the curve there. Me, I spent a month in San Diego on the coast doing long distance observations. So you can use, say, like since you're looking out, like if you just go to the beach and you're just looking out at the ocean, there's obviously oftentimes there's not a lot of things in the water there, so you can't really gauge how far you're looking. But if there's islands or ships or piers down the coast, you can use certain landmarks to get a distance from you to that object. So if I'm looking out at the ocean and I see an island or a boat that's 30 miles away, well, you can use that to check the math, just like you would check to see how tall you are, how big your foot is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another way you can do it, is going to big bodies of water. Like if you live near the ocean or if you go on vacation to the beach sometime, you
I
can do
sadly
long
don't,
distance.
but I might go one day.
You should definitely take the chance. Even it doesn't matter what your position is on this topic. I think you should go out and put it to the test, even no matter what. So
Okay, then I'll make sure to do that one day.
sure, it doesn't have to be like tonight, but
Yeah, I know.
sometime in the future.
Yeah, but sometime when I get there.
So yeah, that's the big thing, is the horizon. There's Earth curve calculators you can use. I'll give you a link to one. And you can play around with the calculator a little bit. You can punch in how tall you are. Maybe if you live somewhere where you can see things in the distance, you can punch in their distance and see where the curve should be and stuff like that. So I'll drop that in the chat. Kind of fun to play around with.
Okay. I
Oh,
see that
thank you.
there are
I did
really,
drop it
really
for you.
many references.
People here are definitely sincere. We're not a bunch of like crazy people, and we're individuals. There's a lot of individual people. We're not all just like we all believe in this one thing. We're kind of all on our own journey. So it's not what the media tells you. I'd be very careful about listening to the media, what they have to say about quote, people who believe in this type of thing. So
Would do you guys agree with the time zones on the world then? If it's not the Earth isn't flat, if the Earth isn't round actually.
yeah, I mean, I think it's important to keep in mind that, like, say, you went to bed tonight and I flashed your memory, like you forgot about like everything you were taught in school about like the globe and whatnot, and the Earth actually was flat. The Earth doesn't change, so time zones wouldn't just like crash and stop working.
No, it's because of the sun, right? When
Well,
they're
yeah.
just made so when the day is at in each part of the world.
Well, just
And
look at a clock, right? Just think of a clock. You've got. I know we
I
talked
think
earlier about
about
how the
clock
Earth
all
doesn't
day.
have, the Earth doesn't have to necessarily be circular, but the way that the hands move around the clock makes some sense. Time zones could work just like that. So, and then yeah, there's some arguments about that. I'm not too well versed on the time zones because I know they're a little bit wonky and shaped kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say nothing really changes. The Earth doesn't shift and morph and change into something else when you learn that it might not be a globe. So still the same Earth as always. It's just you
So
change.
also, you guys don't believe in the satellites at all, like.
You can have technology in the sky, just not in outer space, because we don't think there's an outer space. So
All right.
kind of hard to have
So
technology
what
in
about other
Narnia.
planets then? What?
Are they
There's
fake?
outer space.
I would say that Earth isn't even a planet to begin with. So to start with, like, well, what about other planets? That's like saying, like, well, what about other land in the
Yeah,
sky?
because basically we're a solar system and there's planets. There was a
That's what they
planetary
say.
eclipse once, right? Not too long
Yeah,
ago, pretty sure.
yeah, that's
So
what they say. That's what they say. But I wouldn't really be so quick to compare the Earth to things that you see in the sky. There's really nothing up there that compares to anything down here. I see lots of trees here. I don't see any trees in the sky. There's a lot of land here. I don't see any land in the sky either. So I would say that like other planets a better way to phrase that would be what about other land? And I would say if there's other land, it's likely on the ground here with us, not in the sky. So planets, I think you can pretty much rule out planets, stars, and
stars. Okay,
the
okay.
moon because they're even when I was a glober, like I heard a quote that said that they're some of the greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, moon, and stars, and I still agree with that. It makes even more sense now. No
So
one
it's a
knows.
mystery to you why in the night there's little lights in the sky.
I mean, do you know why do they twinkle? I mean, think of the song when you were kids, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." It's not like anyone figured it out.
But yeah, nobody could figure out that riddle. I know that's very difficult to figure out. I'm pretty sure it's the light traveling to us and the
Nobody went and
star
got one.
fluctuating.
So okay, well that's cool. Cool. Like can you verify that or you know that's the case?
How light travels from very bright stars in the galaxy?
What is a star and how do you know it's in a galaxy? You see, that's just the problem when we start really getting
Do
into
you
like
think is it like a hologram or something?
you have see this is the thing. Get in
No.
line. We've got questions too. I'm not saying it's a hologram, but it's just that no one knows what these things are. So for you to say, well, no, of course it's light. It does this. It does that. You don't know that. And if the best thing you can offer me is just retelling me the story that we all learned
You know what's really funny that supports your guys, like the thing that the universe doesn't exist and we're like the only thing, right? You know what's really funny? Like a really funny thing that I just thought of. Like your theory explains why aliens hadn't destroyed us. You know, because there aren't aliens. That's pretty cool.
Right, exactly. Well, there you go. Like that's something you can,
Yeah.
even if you never say you never change your position, you can actually put that feather in your cap and say, well, like if they do try to do aliens, you might be a little bit more hesitant to question what they're doing. If
Like yeah, if there were other planets or galaxies, there would be other life forms that are more advanced than us, and they would have visited us. But according to your
well,
theory, there aren't like any other
they don't
planets or
have to
galaxies.
have visited us, but they can sell you on the idea that it's possible.
Yeah.
And so if you have the understanding that that's never possible, then maybe you'll never be so gullible to fall for it. So you can at least hang on to that. You can leave here knowing that if they try to trick your neighbors into thinking that aliens are coming, you might be a little bit more skeptical. Knowing what you learned here today. But I mean, here's the thing, bro. They're actually telling you all the time that things are falling from the sky.
Yeah, like the meteorites, sure.
Exactly. I have a clip I want to play actually, but so that's the thing. If people ask us, why does it matter? Why do you guys spend time on this? Why should you care? Well, dude, like,
Yeah, how did the dinosaurs died then?
oh, that's actually funny. This is part of the clip.
Sick.
Wait, really? You are prepared for everything.
Good place.
Where is it gonna play? What's this live stream, by the way? Like, what?
I can get you a link.
Wait, let me send you.
Okay.
Here you go.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hold on 1 second. I've got to convert a file and then I'll play it.
All right, take your time.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
What was that?
That was the clip. I'm sorry that took so long, but
Okay.
I can play it one more time. But it was just a commercial.
Yeah,
It was like,
yeah, could you do that again?
yeah, you ready to play it one more time?
Okay.
Yep, 1 second. Yeah, it's just a commercial for I think like State Farm or some car insurance company. It's just people. The reason why I'm playing this is because people will ask you, why does it matter? Why do you guys care? Why do you spend time on this topic? Like, well, because knowing some of the things, even just the things we just went over here today with Gronk and Tree, with the gas pressure and the container argument, no one can convince you that some asteroid's gonna hit your car, bro. So here's the clip one more time.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
Stop the cap.
Yeah,
So-
but it was just an advertisement.
Yeah, so I just thought it was really funny, and yeah, so yeah, you can
I mean, yeah,
know
a bit.
that the gas pressure argument is the reason why you can't, leave. That's why meteorites aren't going to hit your car, and all these other things. So that's an important argument. Like I said, it's one of the bigger arguments. I know you haven't heard it before, but it's a very good argument, I would say. And Miggy, what's up, dude? Long time no see.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Well, we got some fresh meat in here, man. You might be perfect if you want to step up to the plate.
Yeah, hello.
We got Glonk. You guys been pretty chill, so
Yeah, it's fun here.
so I asked a question.
Pretty much.
You guys didn't. You guys were a little bit busy reading, but I joke around and ask people if they think that their like their room that they're in is moving, or if they think buildings move. So, like, do you think that your house moves?
What? What do you mean my house moves?
Well, I mean, we're told.
I've never seen my house move.
yeah. But well, they're saying that the ground moves, the Earth rotates, so they say, right? So then, everything on the ground, your house included, would be moving with the ground. So
Because of the
question-
scale of the planet, you wouldn't notice.
Yeah, I know. I'm not asking about like, do you notice it? You better hang on, bro. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just simply asking, do you think it is moving?
Well, yes, it is.
Yeah.
We are
Really
right now
slowly, but-
accelerating through space, according to the normal theories.
So you guys that are in here right now.
It's a globe. Globetard.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Sorry, Mickey, go ahead.
Could you repeat?
I know. I was just gonna say no. He's just playing a funny clip. But check this out. How sure are you, like from 1 to 100, that the Earth is what you've been told is what it is? That it's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. How sure are you guys in here right now?
No, I'm just.
From one
He's
to-
asking me as if I was a globe
so
head.
just,
You know.
can you hear what I just said? I don't know. That's not too difficult, right? The question I'm asking.
Yes.
Is it
How sure I am
difficult?
if it's accelerating? No, it's
yeah.
not.
So both. No. Pay attention, please. How sure are you that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space? From 0 to 100.
I wasn't even considering. I was just trying to. I'm not gonna answer like you want me to. Sorry.
From 0 to 100, and the thing is, like, the reason why I asked this is to check your intellectual integrity, to see if you're going to be honest. Because when you start diverting away from this, then we can start seeing in this panel that you're not going to be honest to have a conversation with. So we're going to be
I'm
wasting.
trying to learn about it. I'm serious.
Oh yeah,
I,
we're gonna be
I
wasting our
miss.
time. So
Can you stop being so
unless
controversial? Thanks.
no. This is exactly why you guys don't answer the questions, because you don't want to be faced with the truth. So unless you're ready to have an intellectual, honest conversation,
Okay.
you will answer
I'm
the
all.
question. So,
Uh,
well, I'll ask you again. I'll ask again to clarify. I'll ask again to clarify. And if the answer is something else other than what the response should be, either 1 to 100, then I'll know that your intellectual integrity has been compromised. So, once
okay.
again, for the gentleman, let me ask again. How sure are you that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space from 1 to 100? Go ahead.
How many points is that question? For how many points?
Oh.
0 to 100. How sure
No,
are you
but
that the Earth is a globe?
if we answer it correctly. I want what's the price for it? What's the price for it?
Okay, why can we
Well,
not just answer? Why can't we? Let me take this, guys. Thank you. Why can we
I'm
not
not
just answer the
required to
question?
answer your questions. You know that, right? Sorry, dude.
Why can't we not just answer the question? I'm asking that to you guys.
Because I don't like
Why?
how you're talking to me.
No, you don't like that the truth is going to be revealed. That's what you don't like. So
It's not
you
going
would
to be
rather that
revealed if I answer a question
it
from
will
you.
be
Sorry, buddy.
it will be
You're not that
it
important.
will be revealed. It will be revealed. So unless you have no other business here other than to waste our time, you may see yourself out the door.
You're saying
Is your
that your
time?
time is being wasted because I'm listening to you
Yes.
guys and talking
Yes.
with you?
No.
How?
No. Your time is being wasted. Our time is being wasted because you're not ready to have an intellectually honest conversation. Our time is being wasted. If that's not what you're here for, the door is that way. You can exit. It's a privilege to be amongst these intellects, and if you're not willing to have a conversation, you can see yourself out the door.
Look at how
We're
many
not.
people here. Okay, listen.
I
Look
don't.
how many people here are, right? They're not talking. They're just listening.
I don't care.
I want to
I
listen,
don't
but I
care.
sometimes give some input.
I
I
bet they'd answer
don't
the question
care.
though.
I don't care. I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to you.
I'm not going to answer a question from him.
Well, then
He's
see
very
yourself out
aggressive.
the door. See yourself out the
I know,
door,
right?
please.
Because I don't want to answer your question.
Yes, because you're not intellectually honest.
I am.
That's why.
What do you mean by intellectually honest? Okay, describe what you mean by that.
Okay, these sound effects are annoying.
Stop talking. Intellectually honest means that you're going to answer the question if you're provided the context for it. The question is the Earth a globe spinning in the vacuum of space? How sure are you from 1 to 100? That's the question.
I'm pretty sure.
For sure, I am that it's
No, right,
a
from 1 to
globe
100.
spinning
How
in
sure?
the space.
Yeah, but
Like
how
I
sure?
would need more. That sentence is very
No, you
bland,
don't
you
need
know.
more. You don't
I'm
need more. You
closer to
just need to
100,
answer the question.
like 90%, let's say.
Okay, 90% from the
90
gentleman.
out of 100. Okay.
How about the other
I'm
gentleman?
going to be a bit more open, right? I'm going to say 50. I'm 50% sure.
Okay, and the other gentleman said 90. Is this correct?
Yeah. About that. I'm
Is
not
there
sure about
anybody?
that.
I'm still waiting for you guys to change my mind, you know? That's what I'm here for.
Well,
Yeah, that's why we joined this place.
Yeah, but if we can just have a real cordial discussion at this point, so like you guys can understand our point, right? Because you won't understand if you guys are jumping in and starting to ask your questions. You have to listen to what we're saying and then respond. So we're getting 50% from one gentleman and 90% from another. Is this correct?
Indeed.
Okay, so we got one indeed and the other one?
What's up?
Okay, so we're 50% one, 90% on the other. Let's move forward with the exercise. The exercise that I'm about to give you is going to help you understand whether or not you know the percentage that you just told me right now.
Oh,
If it's true
okay.
or okay. So let's move forward, and I'm going to ask both of you so you can help each other out. It doesn't matter how you guys do it, so long as you guys give me an honest answer. Either you know or you don't know. That's all I care about. You don't listen. Now I'm going to preface this way. I have to. Don't ask me any questions. This exercise is not for you to ask me any questions. The exercise is for you to be honest. It's for you to be honest, and if you don't know, say I don't know, or if you do know, just give me the information of how you do know specifically. That's all it is. Okay. You guys understand?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first question would be, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Because I'm going to give you the context. Because they're telling us that the Earth, as an oblate spheroid, has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. So on this oblate spheroid, that we live on, right? If it has a radius, diameter, circumference, there would be over point A to point B on any given part of the surface an arc, a sagittale, a hump of Earth between point A and point B. Now, what I'm asking you, gentlemen, is who's ever measured that ever in history, and what is the drop rate over that distance? Go ahead, Serge.
Like Serge, right now, I can tell you.
Oh, yeah, you don't have to. Just if you know, just tell me the specifics.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay.
So every single airline, right? They need to know this information, and they have people that tell them that how to travel across the planet.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
who, like the question? Did you hear my question?
Yeah, who measured the curvature of the Earth? The people that give instructions to the flight systems. What?
Okay, who are they?
Well, I'm not sure. Like I'm not into that.
Okay, so
I'm not in
either,
that topic.
So remember my question was either you know or you don't know, right?
Yeah,
So
but I
either
told you
you
who
know.
knows that, and
No,
that's a
no,
good
you don't.
answer.
No, it's not a good answer because you told me an answer that. Hang on a second, please don't interrupt. You told me an answer that you told me an answer that you think you know somebody who did that, but you didn't give me the answer that could sufficiently support who it is. You were like, I think it's some dudes that help people with the airlines. I don't know, it's a good answer. No, it's not. We need to know in this council, specifics are important, as in what organization, what
What do you mean by
person.
council? Wait, I want to know that.
Sorry.
What council?
Sorry?
The Flat Earth Discord Council needs to know that.
No. Yeah, you don't listen. The people in this room make up the body of this council.
Okay.
The
Okay.
ones who are the ones who are here listening to you give the answers.
Well, I didn't come here to answer your questions. I'm sorry, dude.
Well, I'm sorry then. If you're like I said, if you're not here to learn, then the door is that way, sir. The door is that way. If you're not here to learn.
I came here to listen to the live stream. You know.
Okay,
To
no,
watch it.
this is a session for you to learn. And if you're not here to learn, then you just excuse yourself from the
From
conversation
the
and
whole
go somewhere
Discord,
else.
or just the call.
No, from this call, you can go to another channel. You can do whatever you go play Fortnite or something because this
I
is
was
an
moved
intellectual.
into here.
This is an intellectual forum, and if you're not ready for it, then please excuse yourself.
Mayhem seems like a gamer.
Yeah, like mayhem.
I could be. I enjoy a good game, but I also enjoy people that are intellectually honest. I love that people are being honest.
I mean, I am honest. Like I wasn't acting like I'm a globehead, by the way. Let me just tell you something. Listen here.
Yeah, I really don't.
Because you're treating me like I believe that the Earth is round, like a little ball, right?
All right. So you see what happens when you don't stop.
Don't speak over him.
Oh, you get angry?
Okay,
Please be
now you are
respectful.
good.
Yeah,
I'm a moderator in this forum.
Yeah,
You
no.
didn't know. So I guess
One
you
of the
guys aren't
angrier
ready to
ones,
have a
actually,
discussion.
more feisty.
I'll unmute you one more time because I do give people second chances. I want you guys to do the best you can. If you didn't see my tag, I'm not just your average Joe Blow off the street. I've been doing this
Who
for
did you
many
mute?
years. And I'm here to teach you guys something very brand new and something very provocative. But you have to be willing to have the discussion. If you're not willing to have the discussion, you can sit on mute and listen to other people have the discussion. It's up to you guys. We can play it any way you want. Me personally, I'd rather you have the discussion and be honest. But I'm not going to force you to do that. And also, I'm not going to have you moderate my channel. You are being moderated. I'm not. I've designed
There's
this
need for
forum
moderation
along with the
here. We're
rest
all
of the
friends,
people that
right?
have built this forum for many years. We've curated this forum, guys. You don't even know what you just stepped into. This is an intellectual forum in which we like to have honest and intellectual discussions with other people that are being honest as well. If this is not what you want, please excuse yourself from this conversation out of this server into another channel. This channel is designed for people who want to be honest.
Oh my god.
I'm going to unmute you, and if you try to moderate my forum once again, you will be swiftly muted and back again, just like the way you are now. Do not
hear me
moderate
now?
my forum. I am the moderator. You aren't. So here we go.
Can you hear
I'll
me now?
unmute both of you because I do, like I said, I believe that you both have the potential to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's get back. Let's get back to the first question. And with honesty, remember, as I was framing the question, you have to be with the specifics. So if you want to have the specifics, go ahead and give them to me. If you don't know them, say I don't know. Remember, I said intellectual honesty in this forum is respected. So if you don't know, say you don't know, and we can move forward to the next question. But if you're giving us some hard time, we're not going to stand for that. So the question again, if you want me to repeat it, is who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in a people or a person, agency, it doesn't matter who you name, so long as we can figure out who it is, as in drop over distance. So as the Earth being an oblate spheroid, it has the consequent of it having curvature on its surface. That is the consequent of it being a geometric shape. So the geometric shape that it is an oblate spheroid, which is why I'm asking you, gentlemen, that if you know, as anybody's ever measured the drop over distance, to please provide that information. If you don't know, please say I don't know. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay, I already answered that, so I'm just gonna say I don't know, something to make you happy.
Same.
No, that's not to make me happy. It's for you to be intellectually honest, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I was
don't care
busy
about-
moderating your channel.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I said, please don't moderate my channel.
How was I doing that? I just told you. I just told you that you think I believe that the Earth is round, and you're trying to disprove me right here.
No, I'm
I
not
said that you were doing that.
I'm not disproving you. I'm actually asking you to be honest. If you know or if you do not know. That's what I'm asking for. Your honesty.
And I did
That's all
answer
I'm
your
asking.
question. You didn't like my answer.
We don't know.
Yeah, you
Like,
don't know.
I don't work for the agencies, you know? Like, I could answer it, sure, maybe if I worked there, right? If I did some research, I could answer you.
Yes. Thank you. Listen, this should be short and sweet. It shouldn't take forever. So you don't know is sufficient, right? You don't
Yes,
know is
sir.
sufficient. Okay. So let us move on to the next question.
Let's go.
The next question. Okay, so the next question is: they tell us that the Earth is rotating on its axis, so it's spinning around on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, allegedly. So they tell us that the Earth is spinning around, and day and night cycles and so forth. So my question to you, gentlemen, is: who has ever measured that spin, ever, any time in history, a person or agency?
You mean the
Go
time
ahead, gentlemen.
zones?
No. Listen to the question.
I did.
Who has, as a person, who has ever measured the Earth spinning on its axis? Who has ever measured the Earth spinning on its axis? You see what the question?
Yes, but the Earth spinning isn't like a measurement thing, you know? Like that's
Right. They tell us that it's been spinning around at about 1,000 miles per hour at the
Oh,
equator.
alright.
So
I
that's
get
what I'm
that.
asking for. Who's that? Now, if you understand the question, who, and if you know, please give me
And
the
I have to tell you
specifics. If you
the
don't know,
name and the surname of the person, right? And like everything.
exactly. If you know, then tell me you know. If you don't know, tell me you don't know.
I
It's just
have no
simple.
idea.
Yeah, thank
Bro.
you. It's just honesty. It's just honesty. That's all it is, guys. It's just honesty.
It's just you're
That's
going
all
to
it
hear
is.
the same thing because you don't like any other answer.
No. I want to hear
I'm
you
sorry,
being
but
honest
like,
that you
I'm
don't
not
know.
going to participate in a conversation like this. This doesn't make any sense to anybody here. Like, if you're going to
Why
ask
won't you
me
participate?
about something very specific, right, about the planet, and you're going
I
to
did.
ask me who is the person that measured that, exactly, right?
I just did ask.
Just like Sibi said.
Relax, guys, because I did ask you something very specific about the planet, as
Yes,
you
you
so
did.
put it.
Yes, you did.
Okay. And either you know or you don't know.
Well, there's systems to measure that right now. If I would be a globe head, as you say, I would say that the satellites. Okay, I know what you want me to do. Okay, I don't know. There you go.
Thank you. The other
No
gentleman?
problem.
The other gentleman?
I already told you. I have absolutely no idea.
I have so many answers to give you, but you wouldn't like them.
Well, it's the specific one that I'm asking for, so I don't want
So
other
who
answers.
is the
I want.
person that measure? Yes, I know. Not what the
Okay,
system is, or like how it's how it's done.
Listen, we could get into that, but we have first. Hold on a second, guys. I'll be right with.
Hey, Bear, can you come back? I liked you more. You talking more than him
Yeah,
because you're
much
in the
better.
library.
Let's be honest. Come back.
Did you guys notice, by the way? I want to ask everybody how aggressive he was to me at the beginning. Like, I am just here. I'm just one guy with two balls, and I'm just trying to talk.
He
He was a bit aggressive. Come on.
He makes it look more like a cult. Let's be honest.
Well, I felt
don't
like I was
feel
being
safe here.
interrogated. Let's say that.
Pipe down, you peeps.
You answer my questions, or you get the fuck out. That's what he did. I'm just gonna say
Yep.
that.
But I don't know why you guys were like kind of resisting. It was just a simple, hey, what do you know? Do you know or you don't know? I don't want to answer. It's like, bro, come on, dude. Like, it's not that.
Because the questions are too specific. Because he wants to know what is the name and surname of the person that did this exactly, right?
But there's
And
a
like,
method. There's a method to it. So it's not a trap. It's more like a status report. We're just checking to see what you do know because this is what happens, right? I'll give you in on the secret. And FLWS, you're there. I want you to chime in as well. But like, once we go through the 3 points, and you let us say, you let everyone know, I'm not too sure on these things. What people like to do is they like to double
I
back.
already said I'm 50% sure. Like, what's there to do? I'm just going to answer the
Like I
same
said,
question at the same
it's just a
thing.
status report. It's just a status report. We're just checking, because what people will do is they'll double back 30 minutes down the line and go, well, actually, no, I do know. It's like, wait a minute, dude, what? You just said like 30 minutes ago that you don't know. So people like to become experts all of a sudden. So it's
I
just
mean, I'm not an
telling
expert, but I know a lot of things about it. Like, but I don't know exactly. I did try to, but he didn't like it, and he said it's taking too long. You heard him. You witchy are here.
Well, here's the problem. Like, when he's asking the question, he's not asking you for help. He's not like asking you for the answer for him. He's asking to see if you know the answer. So you going, oh, here, hold on, I can look it up for you. That's the wrong vibe.
I
That's
didn't look it up.
already.
I just told you like I instantly replied. What?
Okay.
And
I said the techniques to use that to measure it, but I don't know like who exactly is the person that developed them and made them possible, right?
All right. So what we're getting to, I'm back again, guys. I was changing my oil. All right. So what I'm asking right now is the specifics on the information, and according to the information, we need to know the specifics in order for you guys to understand. You know what you're talking about. If you give vague information, like I think it was some guy in some country somewhere that did this one thing, but that's good enough. No, sir, it's not good
I
enough.
didn't tell you what
The reason
systems
why,
like it would be like
right?
who owns the
It doesn't matter
systems.
because it doesn't matter because like if you don't know the details to that information, the most important thing is that when you say I know, and then you start to tell me about the information, what this council, the body of the people that are in here, are gonna do is look into your information immediately. And we're going to find out if you know what you're saying or not. So I don't want you to tell me some half-cocked idea. And if you're coming in with some idea that you think is maybe an idea that you know, and you really don't, we're going to find out that you really don't, and you've just wasted like about 10 minutes going through this fruitless endeavor where you could have just told me, I don't
But
know. We
isn't
could have
it the
gotten to
point
that.
that we don't know that we're supposed to learn?
Well, the point is that from the point of knowledge of you saying you don't know, that's the point of where you start to learn. But if you tell me that you know, I'm going to give you the option to tell us the information how you know. You understand? And if you don't know would be the best way, I'm telling you. But if you know, then we're going to have to find out how you know. That's why I'm telling you to be honest right now. So if you don't know, say, I don't know. But if you know, we're going to ask for specifics. And this is just a rigor that we put for anyone that comes in here and says that they know. All right,
Yeah,
so
I'm sorry to break your heart, Mayhem. I'm not going to participate in this little show you have. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go. It was nice talking with you, but only a little, okay?
You're not
Okay,
breaking
Fred
my heart.
Kirschenberg.
I did
You're not breaking my heart.
Okay.
You're not. Okay, so you guys are just gonna have your own conversation.
Yeah, sure.
Why not?
All right, so yeah, then please excuse yourself from the panel, or put
Okay.
yourself on mute,
See you,
or put
dude.
yourself on mute. One of the two. We're not gonna lose sleep over you guys leaving. Trust me that. We're not.
All right, it was really fun. So it was
wasn't
nice to
for
meet
me,
you.
though. You guys just wasted my time.
I mean, it was even nice to meet you, Mayhem. So yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Be, I don't know, yourself. So see ya.
We're back.
don't know why. I don't know why they didn't like you, Maggie.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm asking them to be honest, for once in their life.
Well,
Nobody's ever asked them that.
they were falling asleep. They liked me, but they were falling asleep in the background. So like you got them to think, and they're like, oh, I don't want to think.
Yeah. I'm not concerned about feelings or that they want to ask this or that. The most important thing is if they're intellectually honest, they'll answer the questions, and then we can proceed forward with a robust conversation. Because we'll start to say, okay, now we know that you don't know. But admitting that is the first step. And a lot of people listening on the panel are going to be like, well, we know they don't know. I know that, gentlemen. I know that. But they have to admit it to themselves and also in the panel when they're here. And if they don't do that, the wall will still be up. And we'll never get anywhere. You're going to keep hearing excuses. So it's important that they get to the point that they admit that they don't know so that then we can continue with our discussion with them. And that's why it's a shock and awe, because nobody's ever gotten to the point where they have to admit that they don't know. And they get into it hurts their fifis whenever we start talking about that. And, oh, I don't want to have this conversation. Yeah, you bet your ass you don't. Because now you're starting to be honest, and that scares you, doesn't it? What are you telling you, man? It seems like I'm the villain at times, and I don't know. It is what it is, man. It do what it do.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
somebody in the server called Dilo. Hello, Dilo. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Well, yeah, really well, thank you, mate. What brings you into the server this evening, or this afternoon, or this morning, depending on where you are?
Just trying to learn more about flat Earth.
Awesome. How long have you been interested in the subject, mate?
Pretty new to it.
Okay, and what have you learnt so far?
Not much, to be honest. I joined.
Oh, okay. So have you got any questions you'd like to ask us?
Yeah. Well, yes, explain like the flat Earth. I'm trying to learn more about it. I don't know much about it.
Okay. Well, for example, let's say the surface of the Earth is primarily water, and the waters of the Earth are observed, measured, and practically used as a flat surface. That's a huge problem for a ball because we don't observe, measure, or practically use the curved surface, for example. So, water, when it's contained, it remains level upon the surface and reflects light above like a mirrored surface. You notice this in your cup of coffee in the morning, when you go and have a bath, and when you go to the swimming pool. The water's level and reflecting like a level surface. Exactly the same thing is noticed when you observe a pond, a lake, a sea, or an ocean. The water appears to be level, reflecting the light from above like a perfectly level mirrored surface.
All right. So if we go to solar system, right? When we spin around the sun, like, how does that work? How does day and night work?
We don't move, and the things in the you know what a light is, like a torch, and if you turn it on, you'll notice it only illuminates the portion of the surface you're standing over. You go for a walk with that light, the area that you was in is left in darkness because you're taking the light with you. It's kind of like the sun. The sun moves above the surface of the Earth, taking its light with it. Where it was and where it isn't anymore, it's darkness because that light isn't illuminating that portion of the surface it was once over. So day and night, that's because the sun moves.
So the Earth doesn't move, right?
No, the Earth is completely stationary, mate. Unless you feel or have got any direct measurement of the Earth moving. Do you observe the Earth moving at all?
I got another question. So the moon.
Okay.
Would the moon be like...
Not going to answer my question. Just going to go straight to yours, yeah? I asked you, do you feel the Earth moving?
Not really.
Not really. It's either yes or no. A little bit.
No.
Excellent. So that would be a claim. That would be a claim that they make, right? That's outside of your senses. Have they proven the rotation of the Earth? Oh, okay. Let's go straight into yours then. No problem.
All right. So moon, right? If you look at the moon for a week straight, it changes form. It changes like the holes and stuff on it. It changes. If it was flat, wouldn't it like be the same?
We're not a flat moon server, though, are we? We're a flat Earth server. Whatever the moon is, the moon is. It's got no relevance to the surface that you're standing on, has it?
No, I think he is talking about the cycle, how it's
the cycle.
developing.
Sorry, I thought you said
the
flat.
crescents
Yeah.
and such. Yeah.
So I don't understand the question. So the moon has crescents and phases. Okay, that's done by the sun. No problem. The Earth is still underneath the sun and the moon and still flat. However moon phases work, I couldn't actually verify to you, but being as one idea is the light from the sun is reflected off the moon, both sun and moon are above the surface of the Earth, so I don't see a problem with it. The surface of the Earth is still flat.
I really want to look. I'm not saying against you. I really want to go into the flat Earth thing. All right, so I'm gonna have some arguments against you, and
that's fine.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Yeah, so no, that's fine.
So if Earth was flat, right? Why wouldn't we be able to see, like, really far away?
Why do we need binoculars and telescopes in the first place? Is that because our eyes are limited with how far they can see? Would you think
Is that
that maybe
true,
the
though?
limit?
Because we can see to the moon.
Well, do we need
We can see
binoculars
to
and
the sun.
telescopes? Hold on. Do we need binoculars and telescopes to look across the surface of the Earth to see ships far away at sea? Yes.
I mean,
It's quite simple. We need binoculars, and don't worry about looking up at the sky, mate. You can't see infinitely, or you wouldn't need binoculars and telescopes to look across the surface of the Earth like captains on boats do. Now, ultimately, you have a limitation of your view. Your eyes can only see so far. Depending on the technology that you use, you might be able to see further. But ultimately, with distance, the atmosphere increases. So you are looking through a lot more atmosphere the further that you look. You understand what the attenuation of light is, right?
Right. I have another one.
No,
so if Earth is flat, right?
Okay. On to the next question.
Imagine.
Okay.
So if Earth is flat, would it be a circle or like a square?
No idea.
No idea. But that doesn't really matter if it's a circle. If you stand in the middle, right, and go straight from like if you stand middle on the Earth and go north, what would you end up if it's flat? Wouldn't you like fall off?
Fall off into what?
That's the thing. If it's flat, there wouldn't be anything when you reach the end. You basically just hit the end, right?
Yeah. The end of reality.
Yeah.
But I don't know
there's
how
no
far
end, though.
away. Well, that would be an infinite idea, which is just mathematical. Obviously, reality stops somewhere, right? Unless it goes on forever. Yeah.
No, the thing with Earth is if you drive a car straight, you always end up at the same spot. And if it was flat, how would that work?
That's because you use a compass to navigate around the Earth, to go round in a circle and come back where you fucking started.
No.
So if you got, you will be. So if you've got cardinal direction system and north is at the center, and you go east to west around a central point, like you've got a table and you walk in a circle around it, you're going to end up in the same place that you started because you walked around a central point. This is what a compass does. We navigate east to west around north, north being the central point. You don't need to be on a ball to walk around in a circle, do you?
All right, listen. This is one of my point. If the Earth
Did you hear what? Hold on. I've given you a lot of time with my answers, but you've just fucked off onto the next question and not understood anything that I've said. Do you understand what I've just said to you?
Because there's another topic. You start talking about another topic.
Yeah. Did you start talking about going around the Earth and coming back where you started from?
No. Listen, there's no need to like this. I'm not trying to be. I'm just trying to learn more.
I know you're not, mate. But you're not listening to my answer. You keep going on to the next thing, and then you're telling me that I'm not talking about the fucking thing. Why are you talking through me again? Can somebody else talk to him? Fuck me.
Like, you're not talking about the same thing. All right, so what my point is, if Earth is flat, it doesn't matter if it's a square or a circle. You stand in the middle, exactly in the middle, and you walk one direction.
Well, where's that?
Like, if I draw you a picture, right? If you walk one direction and reach the end, would you just fall off the Earth?
Why would you?
Because it's flat. There's
It's a contained environment. What are you imagining you fall off to? Sorry, I didn't catch what was prior to this, Jedi. Maybe you should just continue.
You're right. He's already changed subjects from going around in a circle. He started going, what he just said, going in a straight line. Then he went round in a circle. So I don't know. No. He's not listening to anything I fucking say.
No, but if you start a point, imagine I can't screen share, I can draw, right? But
we get the concept.
Earth is flat.
We get the concept. We've answered you 3 times.
No, you didn't answer.
Hold on. Fall off into what was the first answer? And ultimately, we haven't gone that far to reach the limitation of reality. So whatever idea that you've got, we'll just go, yeah, but we can't verify it because we don't know.
The thing is, I have myself traveled almost to many places, and Doesn't matter how much forward you go, you always come back to the same spot if you go. So it's
Which is why I started talking about east and west and cardinal systems and going round in a circle, and then you said I wasn't talking about what you were talking about, you idiot. I was.
Look,
do you understand what a compass is? Yeah.
Is there a mod? Is there a screenshot? Screen share?
Yeah. You see the PFP of the server?
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, look at that. You see the central point? That's the north bit. A circle, left or right, is east or west, and you're talking about going south away from north, getting to the end of the earth. I'm definitely on the same fucking page as you are, mate. Stop skipping forward.
Okay.
So, excuse me, Jedi, I have one question. I'm sorry to interrupt. But if we're looking at a compass, you have north, east, south, and west. All of that is on one singular plane, correct?
Yes.
Like, we're not thinking that we're the middle of a spherical ultimatum. Like, we're not standing in the middle of a Rubik's Cube.
Think about this.
If we are the vortex, then there's north, east, south, and west. Therefore, everything must be flat.
Think about this. North is the only direction, and everything else is relative to north. So,
How does that make sense?
how does that not make sense?
Because your compass.
I'm not saying
points-
against.
Hold
I'm
on.
just wondering.
I'll answer. Your compass only points to north. That's the only absolute direction. Everything else is relative to north, south, east, and west. But the only absolute direction is north. You know what a compass is, right?
If you hold a compass and you look south, it will show you south. It wouldn't show you north.
Hold on.
How do you
A compass
hold a
only
compass?
points north.
Have you ever used a compass, Tyler?
Yeah.
Tell us about.
How do you derive south with a compass?
Or how do I drive south?
How do you derive south with a compass?
What do you mean by derive?
How do you figure out where south is with a compass?
It shows you on the compass. You hold the compass like flat on your hand, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And you move with it, and the thingy, like it's stuck on north, right? But it shows you like what direction
That's the
you're
point.
moving with.
It shows you.
So where's it pointed?
Yeah. So there is south, and there is west, and there's
Where's the compass pointing when you find south?
Yeah, it always shows north, but like you still know where south and east is. That's
So
my
you
point.
derive south by going 180 degrees from north.
Yeah.
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 Can you pop into the live stream voice text chat room for me, please, mate? Where lots of people are posting lots of images of what we're talking about.
Wait, is there like an image where I can send images?
Yeah, live stream voice text, the very thing I said 5 seconds ago.
You don't have to post anything, Dialogue, but if you have something relevant, you can send it to Jedi and he'll drop it for you.
All right. I'm just gonna draw here. I still don't get the like thing.
Well, look in the voice text before you begin your drawing, because you might be drawing the same thing you were showing.
Can I interrupt for 1 second to help with the?
I don't know. I don't know if that's such a good idea. Because you're brand new here, so maybe some of the more, veteran.
I am brand new, and Lo-Fi just agreed with this while we were on mute. That as far as south goes, sure, it's Mexico. As far as east goes, it's Europe. As far as north goes,
That's relative to where you
Canada.
are. That's relative to where you are. I think you should just let some of the more seasoned characters handle this.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so here, this is a beautiful picture I just drew. I'm gonna send it to Jedi.
Awesome stuff. Whilst you're sending that to me, can you scroll up in the live stream voice text and observe the pictures that we've posted for you regarding compasses?
You see this picture I sent? So this is me. I'm standing in the middle of the planet. I go left.
Am I fucking talking to myself?
Right.
I'm talking to myself, aren't I? Yeah.
Where the fuck would I like? What is this? What is like? You see, like where I drew now. Where is this? Would I just fall off?
Help.
No, I'm trying to get
Are
explanation.
you looking in the voice text for this live stream?
Yeah. Yeah, I am seeing.
What do you see in there? Describe something you see in there.
South, 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 north.
Are you internalizing the information or are you just brushing it off?
No, like, what happens if I go straight south? Would I?
You're not going to get past the 60th parallel because maritime will turn you around, buddy.
Why would it turn me around?
Whether or not you're looking for an edge and you're looking for us to say there isn't an edge. Whatever straw man that you have of flat Earth, that's not flat Earth.
Tackle off the sandwiches if you do manage to get out there. You're going to find a dearth of resources in that neck of the woods. So good luck, have fun, report back on whatever you find.
So the thing is,
you know how Antarctica is a continent on the bottom of the Earth, if it is a ball, right? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
You've heard of Antarctica, haven't you, my friend? The continent on the bottom of the ball Earth, right?
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, some people suggest that Antarctica goes around the Earth, containing the waters. That's why I asked you to look at the PFP. So if you go south, you'll end up in Antarctica. Exactly the same thing as you would head south on a ball. You would end up in Antarctica. Same thing. The thing is that north is the centre and south is out wide, like a wheel. So you've got your spokes radiating out from the central point. Let's call that central point north, and the tire all the way around the outside, that'll be south then. Because if you use a compass, you'll notice that it's just pointing north, and 180 degrees from north is south. Walk around north, 180 degrees from south is always south. That makes sense yet?
The thing is, north would be always. North wouldn't be in the middle, though.
Well, north would be where north is, and that would be the thing that you'd be going around. So relative to you, yeah, it would be.
Yes, wherever north is actually located will be the center of your navigation.
Your compass points to a magnet. Put the magnet on a table. Point your compass at the magnet. Walk around the table. You'll notice that.
Question.
Of course. That's completely disregard what I said on to the next question. Awesome. Let's go.
All right. So if Earth is flat, wouldn't other planets be flat as well?
Why? What's a planet?
I really don't think anybody has the patience for this.
It's a big.
What's a planet?
It's a big globe, but I know.
Okay, cool. With rocks and gas attached to it and all that type of stuff, yeah? It doesn't matter what those things are up in the sky. If those things are balls and you claim that they're balls, so the Earth must be a ball, that means that the Earth itself must measure curvature over distance. Unfortunately, the Earth doesn't measure any curvature over distance, regardless of what the lights in the sky are.
Listen to what he is saying.
I'm listening.
Well, what did he just say, Dino?
Long ass shit.
So you didn't hear it, you didn't understand it, you didn't onboard it. You maybe want to come back in when you've smoked a little bit less weed and you take your life a bit more seriously.
Nah, I'm taking it very seriously. That's why I want to learn about this.
Yeah, sure. I spent the last half hour, 5 seconds from giggling like a little girl.
I'm just wondering, like, how about, like, you think about this, right? This is Earth is spinning around the sun in a circle, right?
Why would you think that?
Why would I think that?
Yeah, what indication of that is there?
How would seasons work if it was flat? How would not moving?
So it goes hot, and then it goes cold. Therefore, you're spinning around the sun.
No, because the thing is, for like the moon, it barely takes like a month for it to go around the Earth.
So the moon now.
The moon is not related to seasons in the heliocentric model.
We went from spinning around the sun to seasons to the moon going around the Earth.
Listen.
Should I?
How would winter work? How would winter work then?
Oh, right. Okay. So you understand proximity to heat source. If a heat source moves further away, you get colder. Have you ever noticed that when you're in the northern quote unquote hemisphere in the winter, the sun is low on the horizon yet further away? But in Australia, in the south, the sun is high on the horizon and much, much closer. That's why it's summer in Australia in the south and winter in the north because of proximity of the sun. You know, the heat source.
All right, so I actually have something. I live in northern Sweden, and here in summertime, how I know we spin around the sun is because there's always sun here. It's never nighttime.
Oh, so you know you're spinning.
So you should see something.
So basically, if the sun,
sorry,
no,
24 hours. No, don't shush me. No. I'm not running. You're not running this conversation, mate.
Basically,
you're not running this conversation.
If the sun was spinning around the Earth, it wouldn't always be sun time. It would be dark sun, then light, dark, then light, dark, then light. But nah,
we know the heliocentric model, dude. We don't need you to teach
in a
us.
special way when it's close to when it's summertime. That's why it's called summer.
Yeah, special way.
Yeah, you're in a special way. Yeah. So you've got this story about seasons. You've got this whole interpretation of why it goes hot, it goes cold.
Prove me wrong.
Really nice story.
Why is it always sunlight?
Prove something wrong that you provided no proof for in the first place. Why would I bother doing that?
If I bring you proof, there's like sunlight at 4 a.m.
Oh, okay.
We believe you.
Attention though. We're not saying there's no sunlight. We're not saying there's no sunlight at 4 a.m. That's not our claim.
No. It's sunlight during the whole day. That's the thing. The sun never goes down. If the sun was spinning around around.
Yeah, you get a 24-hour sun. Okay. Yeah, we understand.
Yeah, how would I?
Yeah, because the sun is closer to you due to your location on the Earth.
How would it be closer?
And the circuit the sun takes, it never gets far enough away from you to go out of view.
That doesn't make any sense. That the thing.
Well, if you think about it for a second.
God's sake, my Swedish friends, I'm going to answer your question. Do you remember the PFP I asked you to look at maybe 5 minutes ago where the north was a central point? Okay, now let's talk about the path of the sun. Being as you're in Sweden, in the summer months, you know what the Tropic of Cancer is? That's the innermost circular path of the sun. It's close to you. Therefore, you get a 24-hour sun because you can see it over the other side of the North Pole relative to your position. Right? This is why it's dark down south in Antarctica. You don't get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in the winter because the sun's too far away. Now let's swap it around. Let's move the sun down to Capricorn, the Tropic of Capricorn, where it's summer in the south and winter in the north. You might notice in Sweden it's fucking dark. That's because the sun is now further away from you. When you get 24-hour sunlight, that is a very tight circular path of the sun in the north. That's why you see it.
And that's why during your winter time you don't see the sun at all, most likely. It's always dark.
Now, the question is there a 24-hour observation of sunlight in the southern hemisphere? The answer to that question is no.
Look, this is how season works. Let me send you a screenshot and you can send it to the server. Okay, right, this middle part is the sun, right? There's big circles around it. I'm only gonna draw one. Respond the Earth, right?
Yeah, dialogue. We know the globe model better than you do.
Clear not.
Well, clearly,
we know it so well.
Are we going to be talking about the angle of the sun?
So look, this is the sun in the middle, and the Earth is spinning around. The winter is because it's further away from the sun. When it comes closer to the sun, it gets summer.
No, actually, in that model, you're 3 million miles closer in the winter.
I don't give a fuck how many miles I'm closer. It doesn't matter.
Okay, you just said something that was patently false, so you're not even regurgitating the right pseudoscience.
Yeah. And if you're closer to the heat source, it's going to be hotter. How the fuck is it colder? I don't
No,
give a
it's
shit
it,
about the distance. You said you don't give a shit about the distances, even though my friend just pointed out to you that in the winter the Earth is closer to the sun. You should
look at the
understand
picture.
that closer
northern winter,
proximity
that
to
is.
why you.
No.
Yeah, why?
Look at the
Why are you
picture.
still talking? Oh yeah,
Look
it's
at the
bad.
picture. You see, C
It's bad.
is cold. W is warm. When it's closer to the sun, it's warm. When it's further away, it's cold. That's the Silk Road. Like that's how the Earth works.
I'll post it
Dilo,
for you.
are you asserting that the distance is what causes seasons in the heliocentric model?
Yeah, it is.
You're wrong, You're wrong again. It's not. It's the tilt.
You have this
Claimed to be
whole
the tilt
idea.
that causes the
Yeah,
seasons.
that's when it's further away. It has a different tilt because it's spinning around. Yeah, unless you proved by like
It's not the distance. The distance is completely irrelevant. As we just demonstrated to you, in the northern winter, you're 3 million miles closer to the source of heat. Therefore, the distance is not the factor in seasons. Again, you not knowing your own model that you're fucking, a zealot for.
You've got this whole idea in your head about how seasons happen, and it's not even what the globe says. It's just a thing that you made up. That you just imagine. You're convinced of it.
Sorry, heretic. You're fine. You see the image. You see the image that you DM'd to me that I put in the live stream. What we're saying to you is, according to the heliocentric model, swap the C and the W.
No, don't swap it.
Yeah, according to the heliocentric model, yes, closer to the sun in winter. According to your religion that you don't know.
Religion. What does the religions have to do with this?
Well,
So
a belief without my God, why? A belief without evidence. That's what a religion is. But ultimately, you don't seem to know yours. We do. We're pointing out that according to the heliocentric religion, closer proximity to the sun in the winter, which is a problem. You know what it's like when you get closer to a fire? Do you get hotter or do you get colder?
Hotter.
What happens when you get closer to a fire? You get colder.
Hotter? Are you like stupid?
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. So this is the contradiction within the heliocentric model that we've been trying to point out to you for the last 5 minutes. Closer to the sun, Earth gets colder. That's why it's winter. Know your religion, mate, please.
Huh?
That is obviously nonsensical.
So how do you have a tilted, spinning, wobbling ball without curvature anyway? How do you have a tilted, spinning, wobbling ball with no surface curvature?
I have no clue what that means, but awesome.
Okay.
How do you have a ball that doesn't curve?
It does curve though.
Awesome. Have you got any direct measurement or observation of the curvature of the Earth, please?
Yeah, it's so basically it's tilted, right? And like,
yeah,
that's not what he's asked you. That's not what I asked you.
What the?
I asked you, have you got any direct observation or measurement of the curvature of the Earth? I didn't say anything about tilt. So you're going to need the Earth to... Yeah, exactly. So you're going to need the Earth to be a ball. Do you observe curvature anywhere with your own eyes?
The thing is, you guys understand how big the sun is, right?
Would that be a yes or a no?
I don't fucking care.
How big is the sun, Dilo? How big is it?
The sun. What's
the diameter of the sun, Dilo?
Well, few million Earths.
He's trying to get off the point.
Few million Earths.
It doesn't matter.
You clearly understand how big it is, and we don't. So how big is it exactly?
Listen, that's not the point.
It's the point. How big is it exactly, please?
It's massive. It's the point.
If you knew, you would say, "Yo, so don't have a fucking clue."
I don't know how big it is exactly, but it's massive.
850,000 miles in diameter. So what you're supposed
I don't know exactly. I don't study this shit 24/7.
I don't know how big it is, but do you have a measurement for that? Trying to get off of the curvature measurement
what you're saying, right? So basically, the point is,
yeah,
the sun is massive. If it was spinning around the Earth First of all, it would
That's a cool
always
assertion.
be light. It doesn't matter where it is. It will always be light. There's no
clueless,
such
bro.
as called nighttime.
Okay, that's
You're-
really
you're
great
totally
storytelling. I love
clueless.
the religious storytelling, but what we asked you for was surface measurements of curvature from the Earth. Are you aware of any?
It's on the opposite side of the sun, so you can't.
Hey, are you still monologuing your religion with a closed mic, dude? Your server muted. So back to the point. We're looking for surface curvature measurements of the Earth. You can't have a tilted, spinning, wobbling ball in space without curvature, right? So let's get back to that. Do you have any of that?
Did you guys hear what I said?
No, you were server muted because you were just bullshitting randomly. Random religious nonsense you hear about.
All right, then listen what I have to say. Then you can ask me whatever you want.
No. I already asked you what I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to stay there.
Yeah.
What surface curvature measurements do you have to show us?
That the fucking Earth is globe and not flat.
That's an assertion.
Yeah, have you got evidence of that? No, not listen. Because we're asking you a question.
If sun is spinning around the Earth,
mute the cunt
wouldn't
again,
it always
please.
be bright?
Jesus. Thank you very much. Because you're not answering the question. So it's not a conversation. So you are
answer my
literally
question and I will
10
answer
seconds
all
away
of your
from me
questions.
kicking you out the server.
Yes.
Quite simple. Not a conversation anymore.
Yeah, so Dilo, maybe we need to make this even more remedial for you. Can you have a ball without curvature?
Why? Explain why this the Earth is not always bright if the sun is spinning around it.
Shut the fuck up.
You're not explaining. You're not.
Hey kid, an orange has curvature. Show me the curvature on your fucking ball. Do you have any proof? Nothing. Just bullshit.
Hold on. Let's just leave him on this point. Let him be the one spiraling. Let him be the one to spiral. Can you have a ball without curvature, Dilo?
All right, listen. I have another question. This is actually
Okay. So that was a really tough question, huh? Let's try it again. Can you have a ball without curvature?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. You can have a flat ball.
No.
No, you can't. So you can't have a ball without curvature. Your first answer was wrong. So clearly, if the Earth is a ball, like you're saying, spinning and wobbling around the sun, it's got to have curvature on its surface, right?
Yeah.
Okay, can you show me that?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Sounds like a no. You can't show me that.
Yes. Look up on Google and it will show you. If that's what he's looking for. I don't have
No, I
pictures.
asked
I don't
you
go.
to show me that. I don't need to Google your claim and find the evidence for you. That's your claim. You do it. Can you show me that?
Why you want me to go outside and fucking take your pictures?
Yeah, do whatever you got to do. I don't care what it is that you have to do. Just figure it out and do it for us.
I just answer my question. It was pretty simple.
Because your question is a derailment from the question that we're asking you.
No, because I don't.
That's why I'm not going to answer that. I'm not even going to listen to it. So can you show me the curvature of the Earth, which you've agreed now is necessary given your claims about it?
You guys are ducking my question because you know you can't.
Your question is you ducking us. You're literally ducking the question on the table right now by saying that we're ducking your question. It's pretty stupid, dude.
I'm saying I don't have any pictures on my phone, and if you want the proof evidence, just look up on Google. Pretty simple.
I don't care if you don't have pictures on your phone. You're the one who brought the claim to us to show this curved Earth you're talking about. Nobody here has seen it. We want to see it. Bring it to us.
No one have seen a flat Earth.
Okay, that's all I've seen. That's all you've seen too, apparently, since you can't show me the curved Earth you're talking about. But go off.
No, I'm explaining it. How wide
you're
the
explaining.
Earth is.
You're not showing. We don't need explanations. We need demonstration. Anybody can explain anything they want to. Yeah. Anybody can explain anything they want to. Anybody can tell whatever religious fairy tale they
I want you to just answer the question.
What everybody can't do is demonstrate something that doesn't exist, right? So does this curved, spinning, wobbling ball that you're talking about, does it exist? If not, no wonder you're explaining instead of showing it.
He's muting me because he's scared of my questions.
No one's scared of your fucking question, you idiot. We're just getting pissed off with you. Hold on.
Then answer.
Hold on.
Don't be scared and answer it.
No one's
Don't
scared. I just
talk
want to
and
point something out.
then answer it. Don't answer
Just
it.
stop
Don't be a little
talking. Just
pussy
stop
and answer
talking.
it.
Just stop talking. Just stop talking. Just stop talking. There you go. So we're just pissed off because we've asked you 10 questions and you keep moving on to something else. So no, we're not going to answer your fucking questions because you haven't answered one of ours yet, you prick.
Yeah, so where's this curvature? Because without that, all your fairy tales about the Earth being a spinning, tilted, wobbling ball around the sun in space, they're just that, fairy tales. Because the ball, like you agree, would have surface curvature. So just show us that, or else everything you said here is invalid on its face. Like, I'm great for a good story sesh. That's cool.
He's looking for his backup crane set.
It's just that we're not here
draw
for a
some more
story.
fucking pictures. Sorry, Eric.
No worries. Yeah, it's just that we're not here for a story sesh. We just want demonstration of the spinning, wobbling ball everybody's talking about. Like, if we want sci-fi, we'll just watch, like, a space movie or something. We're talking about reality here.
Have you ever been on a plane?
Yes.
When it's high up, what does the Earth look like?
Yeah. It looks flat because when we travel over water, the water. Why won't you let me answer a fucking question, you fucking idiot? Why is it when I get 5 words into my fucking response to your question, you feel the need to stick your fucking dick into it? Why? You come in here asking questions, but you don't want to know the answer? Prick. Thanks. So, yeah, we've all been in an aeroplane. Yeah, we've all looked out the window. And when we observe the waters of the Earth, they're reflecting the light from above like a perfectly level, mirrored surface. If you want to say that you've got into an aeroplane and seen the curvature of the Earth, go over to the other side of the aeroplane and see the curvature of the Earth. Go to the front of the aeroplane where the pilot is and see the curvature of the Earth. But join all of those lines up and what do you get? A wibbly, wobbly line. Because you've got a 360-degree circular view around you. That is not the curvature of the Earth you should even be seeing anyway. According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you shouldn't even be able to see the left to right curvature of the Earth from the height of the International Space Station, which is over 200 miles above the surface of the Earth. So, yeah, get out your fucking plane, you idiot.
Yeah, what curvature would you expect to see anyway if you can't measure any from the surface? There is none at the surface if you can't measure any, so rising above it is, not going to reveal any. Doesn't make much sense.
All right. So can I ask my questions now? Or are you still scared of them?
Not scared of them.
I have 2 questions.
Definitely
Right? I'm gonna ask both, then I want you to talk. Right?
Nah, you're not going to run the room. You'll answer our questions, or you can concede on the curvature thing, and then we can talk about whatever you want, but we're not going to move on until we've concluded the point that we're on. Your questions are diversions from the questions that we're asking you, because you brought up the Earth being a tilted, spinning, wobbling ball, so that's what we're on right now. Not until we've concluded on that are we going to go on to whatever other bullshit you want to monologue on.
Hey, Heretic. You need to watch that whatever podcast yesterday. Dude, there's so much similarities to this guy and that chick.
Yeah, this is that personality that just wants to rile shit up.
When I was like 12 years old,
This is the personality that every time you ask them a question, they either ask you a question or they don't respond and they go.
No, he's in here purely to just rile up the room.
Yeah,
he doesn't care.
Very disingenuous. Oh my god, I'm disgusted.
He's like
I usually don't say anything.
Hyper insecure individual. Nothing to do with his life.
This is like something I would expect from like a child.
Well, he is a child.
Well, that's why we do this show, Dilo, is to expose that about you guys. That you're like children and you don't have you have absolutely zero to offer in the way of globe proof.
Just about couch.
Oh, Cambo.
Damn. I can't spell.
How you doing?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. The eyes are sore from staring at the screen.
I was falling asleep, man.
Quiet night in
Hear
here.
myself.
Here, I was going to ask you something. Do you remember